flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows just cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows just cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, topping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, but then you start. Flexing on, flexing on ya. Flexing on, flexing on me. Flexing on, flexing on ya. Flexing on, flexing on me. I just gotta go where I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong, stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People there quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's effing from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pot. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People there quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah.
If you come on over here, we could be on the same side.
Same side, same side. Same side, same side. Same side, same side. Same side, same side.
I'm here, breaking my neck, looking over my shoulder. Stepped into your skin, got me tripping over myself. Thinking I would say something, passing the time. If you come on over here, we could be on the same side. 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 On the same side.
You're hammered, Judd, because that's a smile this crowd will never forget.
Yet another champion sits at the center of the ring as we...
Watch out, watch out, watch out!
Well, folks, you may not like it, but this is exactly the type of anything goes you can expect to find here in the
Oh,
arena.
that's outside interference!
And a damn good show, Dax, because look who's up next, and he's smelling blood already.
That brute is no stranger to a cheap shot. Lots of booze coming from the crowd here, Judd.
Rightly so. Kayo rips through his competition, and well, we all remember what happened last season.
Oh, he killed a lot of people.
He sure did.
Never really did find out who unlocked that cage.
There's the bumbling big boy. It's Tuffnut.
Just swatting these reviled punks like flies.
It sure is easy loving that jolly green mug.
Oh, honestly, I'm not even sure why he's in there, Judd.
And I don't think he knows either. Not a thought behind those eyes.
Wait. What's this? No way! Now that's what I call a people's champion.
But our show goes on, because the headliners here for some headbang, and I'm not talking dancing.
You know her, you love her, but not as much as me, the one, the only, Pleiades!
No one gets the crowd jumping like our revered superstar here.
The suspense is killing me, Judd.
And you're not the only one. Down goes the mighty Great Drake.
You think she'd sign my mic?
Not a chance. Folks, thank y'all for joining us as we sign off.
Enjoying the show? Thought so. Let's fix that then, shall we? There's only one champion of this ring, long may he reign, and the name's Goldmane. You see, the bookie and I have reached an accord. Show me someone who won't kneel to me, and I'll show you a corpse.
You heard the dwarf.
It's time
For a
Super Slam!
Jeez, talk about cutting a fight short, am I right?
Let's call it an encore then.
No.
Shall we?
Super Slam indeed. It's time for day 2 of the calling here, live from Montreal, because the games have been played in the sealed format, but the draft format is still wholly underexplored and unexplored as of yet. And today is the only day we'll really get to see the draft format play out and crown not only a calling champion, but a Super Slam limited champion forever. For all eternity. Sam O'Byrne, Scott Mines, nearly forgot my own name there. Gonna go ahead and bring you the first round of action today. Scott, how you feeling as we look forward to draft?
I was doing quite well until my co-caster forgot their name for a moment. Now I'm worried about the workflow for the rest of the day. Beyond that, no, doing really well. Very excited, actually. I had the pleasure of spending most of last night talking to a lot of the players who made day 2, their thoughts on the draft. It seems like there's a lot of alternating opinions, but also a lot of different avenues inside of each hero to explore. So I can't wait to see if that plays out in reality or whether those players will be caught off guard like they were during the world premiere.
Yeah, no, it's an interesting day to say the least. Normally, this is the day that we get to look forward and get excited about the initial strategies present on this stream, on this broadcast, in this room, as we look ahead to other premiere events where this limited format will be featured. But in light of the fact that there aren't going to be limited format events at these big, tier 4 events or otherwise moving forward, all that we see today is what happens. We're going to see the 3 different strategies throughout these 3 drafts, and then after that, lights out, show's over, folks, from Limited here. So it's really high stakes and high pressure to get it right and get it right today.
See, we have different priorities. I'm like min-maxing my pre-release this weekend.
Okay.
I need all this draft knowledge I can possibly get because I can't, in good conscience, go back to Europe and not go undefeated at my pre-release after casting this world premiere. It's embarrassing. None of that.
I will say, I did in Prague, I did go undefeated in my pre-release after we cast the world premiere. I did yesterday, and I'm proud to admit it, I did yesterday get just blown up from a KO, naked KO, just died from freaking 4. I just I'll block 2. He goes, make it 6? I'm like...
These heroes,
yeah,
these heroes don't have hero abilities.
You got me,
don't read the cards. Don't worry about it.
I did go 4-0 back in January, so that must count for something, right? That must count for something. Let's go ahead and take a look at the format and the prizing today as we look ahead at our final day here from Montreal. We had the world premiere. We had the first rounds of the calling, 8 rounds of sealed. And today, the first and last draft rounds of this limited format at this level means a whole lot on the line.
Yeah, these players get to experience something truly special here today. It's not very often you get a one-time only style event. You're going to get to draft up to 3 times if you manage to make that top 8, explore all those intricacies of this format, and if you can figure it out faster than anyone else, you're going to be the one with the bag of gold at the end of the day.
Bag of gold indeed, as we look ahead and see just what is on offer here. 5,000 USD, the gold foil legendary and the PTI for first place. Of course, that coveted PTI all the way down to 8th, but money is on offer as always. Something extra special about winning in the Deathmatch Arena.
Yeah, absolutely. I actually kind of want to talk about the PTIs a little more for this event as well. There is not a lot of callings remaining before the big dance in Philadelphia. For a number of players who are not currently qualified for that event, this is maybe the last opportunity to get their foot in that door.
As we look ahead, of course, towards what the champion will be winning, the Stonewall Gauntlet, the champion's beautiful trophy there. I love the blue on that ish. And that PTI plus those World Tour points. We're going to be coming back to that later in the broadcast because the Player of the Year race is really, really ramping up. The World Tour for 2025 season is coming to a conclusion rapidly. 1.5 million on offer throughout this whole year, throughout this whole experience, and the Player of the Year is nearly about to be crowned.
Yeah, we're knocking on the door of Philadelphia. Will not be long now until that $100,000 prize pool is separated out between our champions across regions. Of course, $25,000 for the big winner at the top. You've got 2 regional winners who'll be taking away a solid 15K each. Silver medal, bronze medal, still worth 4 figures. Big money on the line for these players if they can secure these points in the last handful of events we have remaining.
Yeah, just a couple callings left before we look ahead to Philadelphia, and those 32 points could be the difference maker for one of the player on your screen now. Brody Spurlock, of course, still comfortably in the lead, but that comfort has perhaps lessened as you look at some names we're going to be talking to. One of the 2 Michaels chomping at the heels.
Yeah, I mean, I said it yesterday, I'll say it again today. Michael Hamilton, Michael Feng, not known for finishing second. That's not how they secured glory. They're not going to settle for those second place finishes. Brody Spurlock, better watch out.
But you look at this list right here, even Michael Feng, who's in the first pod we'll be featuring today. Naheeb Mobasir is either in that pod or 1 or 2 pods over. 16 World Tour points for someone like Naheeb would be able to put him immediately in the contention to steal away that third place slot from Michael Feng. So there's a lot on the line for our players all across the globe.
Over in Europe, Jacob Clements not willing to let go of their vice-like grip. They've been traveling anywhere and everywhere to secure these World Tour points. Wants to become the first player of the year. But of course, just underneath, Tommaso Vicido chiseling a legacy for themselves in the last few months. And the two-time Pro Tour champion, Pablo Pintor, just underneath.
Alex Kitsu and, of course, Evan Tanguy, Paul van Heysel, Jason Rolfe, all of these players in the room today. You look at the amount they have and the amount they could have with 16 World Tour points and a win, and the math gets a little trickier for Pablo Pintor to hold on to his spot, though this race is perhaps the most hotly contested.
Yeah, Asia Pacific is frankly a minefield. These players have everything to gain by picking up one of the remaining events. 16 points could flip this race on its head entirely. Nick Butcher staying at the top of the leaderboard, putting Tam and Shure Wu just underneath. But you've got Pro Tour champions here, Shure included, Shoma Yamamura, Sing Sang, Xavier McLean, former national champion, CYK Lionel, calling champion. These players are juggernauts of the modern game, and anyone is still in this race.
Here's the whole race in its entirety. The person at the top of the leaderboard, of course, gets that extra 10,000 USD. So as you at home watch these events over the next couple of months on the World Tour, you too can root for your favorite and see who will take the whole thing down. 1.5 million total USD on offer for all of these events, not the least of which the 20,000 US at this calling.
World Tour is the place to be. 120 iconic destinations, and there are still some to join us at if you're so inclined. Shizuoka and Paris joining Guadalajara next weekend. Going to be a first taste of Classic Constructed for a lot of players immediately in the wake of Super Slam.
Yeah, as you look ahead as well, the calling in Hamburg. This is one we were discussing yesterday. So exciting. The only reason we're able to play this incredible tournament in Germany is because Flesh and Blood has been officially recognized by the German government as a game of skill, not a game of chance, which is just validating for those of us who love this game and know how hard it is to win. So it is so lovely to be able to bring a calling to the community over there in Hamburg. As you look ahead even further, you got Sonoma and Houston, a couple battle hardens in the States. Houston, a living legend battle hardened that we will be covering. That should be a little bit of a correction there. Will be a living legend battle hardened in Houston. We will be covering it on the Flesh and Blood YouTube channel, as well as the callings in Sydney and Hamburg and Shizuoka.
Big dance, of course, front and center at the bottom of the screen there. The World Championship in Philadelphia will headline this season of competitive play. A mixture of Classic Constructed and Living Legend for those qualified players and those who may want to join us for the biggest event of the year.
As we've talked of all of the events coming up, let's return to what's in front of us. Take a look at our standings and look at which players are currently at the head of the race.
This is a murderer's row of players on this board. Noah Beygelman and Rob Catton leading the charge at the top. Both of these players with World Championship top 8 performances in their history. They are some of the best players in the room and in the game today.
Yeah, looking down the list as well, you have last year's national champion for Canada, Sunny Yang. You've got another Pro Tour champion there, Michael Feng. Jason Rolfe, a calling winner in the High Seas limited format. We saw a great match play out between him and Evan Tanguy, but you see Jason Rolfe a little higher on the standings, even though he did have to concede that match. We look ahead at some of the other X and 1s, and then the beginning of the more dangerous bracket, X and 2. A loss here, I'm not sure if it fully knocks you out at X and 2, but it is not where you want to be sitting.
Yeah, these players going to have a chance to make it at X and 3 here this weekend. So these players more than alive in their race for top 8. My pick for the weekend, Evan Tanguy, still in contention, still might have that fairy tale coming true. But Tyler Brodden, Leo Vezine, who we saw on camera yesterday in a fantastic massacre in the hands of Lyeth Goldmain. TCG superstar Andrea Mengucci also on this leaderboard here. Most importantly, real selection of the Canadian talent here as well. Daniel Dreisinger here, Leo Vezine, of course, Jacob Allen, and Jimmy Nero Demers. The home country really showing up this weekend.
Yeah, Andrea Mengucci, someone who had his first, really photo finish in London at the Calling, finishing second there, but looking for his big limited record, looking to, match his compatriot Simon Nielsen from the other side of the gaming world and have that incredible photo finish like Simon Nielsen did in Prague. Is this Andrea Mengucci's time to take down a crown for himself in the limited format? As we look ahead at some of our other X and 2s, the current reigning Canadian national champion, friend of the broadcast, Craig Krempels, and a bunch of names looking to take down this tournament.
Yeah, Jordan Jubber Ross was our round 1 feature match yesterday. Took a bit of a bitter loss there. Rallied all the way back to 6-1 before taking another loss to end the day. Still in contention here. We've got plenty of the Canadians. Michael Metallo has joined us on stream this weekend. Naeem Mobasir, one of the biggest names in the game today. Once again, we see the cream of the crop rising to the top.
Yeah, let's go ahead now and look back at how we got here. The metagame, of course, from our day 1, our sealed metagame. This is something that just became such a different story as the world premiere continued throughout the day. Tuffnut starting off, a lot of players, even me included, being like, how does this thing even work? Oh, it worked well enough for the players to decide, yeah, Tuffnut should be the top of the registered decks yesterday during the sealed event.
Interestingly enough, the pendulum has almost swung back a little bit the other way as we made our way through the first day of the Calling. Players still quite high on Tuffnut. People understand the deck is very playable, the hero is very functional, but it's not the de facto best thing to do in the format. There is some obvious counterplay from your Pleiades, from your Lyeth gold mains, so there is ways to circumnavigate what might appear to be the best deck in the format. Just underneath, Kayo, of course, not to be underestimated. Just a few less copies than Tuffnut, and I think is the preferred hero for a lot of players this weekend.
As we look ahead to how these players did over the day, we see the day 2 conversion here, and this is a really interesting set of figures. Scott, break it on down.
Yeah, I want to talk about Lyeth Goldmain in particular here. I think a lot of people were quite low on the hero for complexity reasons. If you're walking into a world premiere Calling, it's very hard to wrap your head around something that's so complicated, 5 intellect, all this math to be done. But those players who manage to crack that nut, solve that puzzle, and have the pool required to build a strong, solid Lyeth deck, were heavily rewarded for doing so, and I expect to see the same again in draft today. It's hard to put this deck together, but if you can do it, you're going to be rewarded for it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a pretty even spread, though, all things considered. When you look at the conversion, 20 to 15 from the top to the bottom, players found a lot of success with these heroes. Speaks very highly to the format. Man, we've been hearing just all weekend long how much fun players are having playing with these talents, with these heroes. And when you look at just us in the broadcast booth, I've had some of the most fun I've had even broadcasting games of Flesh and Blood, watching these heroes duke it out in the Deathmatch Arena.
Yeah, I was studying the data on this conversion rate overnight. Sleep is for the weak. We have no interest in that whatsoever. And really interestingly, the head-to-head conversion rate of these heroes against each other was almost 50% across the board. No hero seemed to come out on top against any other. Seems like an exceptionally well-rounded limited experience.
Yeah. What a great time we had yesterday, and what a great time we are squared up to have today. It's going to be 3 drafts total, 2 during Swiss, and then our final top 8 draft. And that one's for all the marbles. Not only the Calling champion, but the one-night-only Super Slam Limited champion. And you too at home could begin your Super Slam journey with this box of Super Slam. We've had fantastic giveaways all weekend long, and the fun does not stop. You're going to just need to be around during the finals, engage in chat. Please put something fun and positive and tell us you love the stream, and we will make sure to get one of you out there this box of Super Slam. I hope you win it. Again, I spoke to you yesterday, 2 days ago. I'm still talking to you. I really do hope you out there, and I know it's been a while, and I hope you and the family are all good, but I hope you get the box.
You two are worried for the mental well-being of Sam O'Byrne. Please do make sure to leave a comment in the chat as we make our way into the final round. The floater, the infamous one that we're familiar with today.
Haven't heard of him.
The one at, no, you need to get out more.
I thought you said sleep was for the week. That's got to be partially my problem. I was playing Sealed and getting blown up by Kayo. Let's go ahead and dive down into our pod and take a look at the top of the standings, where they're sitting, who they're playing against, and whom do they represent.
Yeah, variety across the board here. Noah Beygelman will be our featured drafter for this pod. champion of the game, one of the two players sitting at 8-0, will of course stare down Rob Catton in the first round of today.
Oh, that's going to be an exciting one for a couple reasons, Scott. We've got a couple 8-0 players. You got a couple players from across the pond and a couple nationalities, shall we say, that mirror the two casters in the booth. I'm going to have to wait and see. I'm excited to see if which hero wins and which between the two of us get bragging rights for the rest of the day.
You have to wait and see. I already know there's no chance that Rob Catton or Jason Rolfe is coming out behind in this exchange. Two of the best players in the country, two of the best players in the world. I will put my money where my mouth is. I know how this pod's going to break down already.
Them's fighting words, my friend. Well, let's go ahead and see how Noah Beygelman got off in the draft as it's time to get this underway. The first draft of the second day of the World Premiere Calling Here live from Montreal begins right now.
I'm super curious to see how Noah's decided to evaluate this format. A lot of players taking equipment very highly, going to be interested in the card like Horns of the Despised. We see it pulled to the front here immediately for Noah. Seems to be a similar school of thought. However, some powerful options to look at here. Vigorous Smash Up Red, interesting. Red Tension in the air, very appealing. Energetic Impact, arguably quite safe. Plays well in both brutes here. Looks like Noah glancing over Goon Beatdown as well. These blue Reviled actions have been of interest in both of those heroes, so not a bad way to stay open either.
Yeah, Horns of the Despised pulled right to the front. I'm not surprised to see it from Noah. We saw how much success he had with the Reviled talent yesterday in his sealed format, 8-0 with Kayo. Wonder if it's a comfort pick. He is at least hedging on one of the Reviled heroes here, grabbing the Horns of the Despised, putting it down as we move ahead to the next pack.
Yeah, I think a lot of players have agreed so far that it's hard to stay truly open in this format from pick number one. You kind of need to pick either a class or a talent and hedge your early picks in one of those two hero combinations. And we see Noah here leaning on Horn of the Despised, choosing to prefer the Reviled line of thought. And we'll see whether or not they're willing to move around or whether they feel obliged to continue that here. Another Horn of the Despised turning up. Bit of a pain point for sure. But a red villainous pose is definitely an appealing choice.
Yeah, look, couple signals that at least perhaps the player that was passing, I believe Michael Feng passing to Noah Beygelman, maybe didn't take either of those two premium Reviled cards. You break down the pack, though. I'm not sure if we can see exactly what the foil is. And I was opening my sealed pool. It's a pretty standard breakdown for the most part. It goes like Revered, Reviled, Revered, Reviled, and then you start getting into the class cards. So you can begin to make some assumptions as you look, and you see the villainous pose taken there by Noah Beygelman.
That's a really big deal. There was a Crowd Goes Wild in that pack that Noah had access to if they wanted to pivot and move over into the Revered. That card has a lot of potential in this format. Very well-rounded, optimal threat, strong yellow 6 power attack for a hero like Tuffnut. Instead, doubling down, picking that villainous pose. It's pretty clear that Noah Beygelman has a preference.
Let's see just where he wants to move. Another helm available. No one wants headpieces, but Noah here early in the draft. Wee Wrecking Ball, man, have those cards impressed me once I finally got to play with them. The zero-cost Guardian actions that cost 3, something I never thought I would say when broadcasting a game of Flesh and Blood, but boy, are they effective.
Yeah, Wee Wrecking Ball is a particularly potent one as well. Disrupting your opponent's arsenal is always a powerful effect in Flesh and Blood, and we saw multiple times yesterday it's not difficult to activate those effects with cards like Wee Wrecking Ball. If we see this selected here, I would be surprised. It's definitely a commitment, I'll say, to leaning towards Lyeth. Looks like instead here, Noah interested in leaning towards Kayo and focusing on being better against the Guardian heroes as a result.
Yeah, Bark Obscenity is giving the next attack that targets a Guardian hero +4. So really hedging, expecting a lot of Guardians in the pool to take that so early in the draft. As we move on to pick 4, take a look at the breakdown of the packs, trying to start to get a sense of what the pod is picking and what Noah will be working with moving forward. You can see him really looking through every single card here, making sure he can read as many names. He is trying to get a breakdown of this thing. And let's see what the selection is going to be.
Yeah, Noah being rewarded pretty massively here. These Laughing Knee Slappers are one of the best pickups you could ask for if you're looking to lean into the Reviled hero here. Obviously, Stella is part of KO's kit, but we saw multiple copies of Bask in Your Own Greatness still in that pack. Some very pivotal bread and butter cards for Reviled heroes. Looks like Noah has a bit of a free reign at the start of pack 1 here, at least.
Who's the tough guy? No Tall Tales, digging villainous pose, brought to the front. Not as many reds, and the blues dig in. Great card in the format, but not in Noah's current chosen talent. Villainous pose, it's an option on blue. It's not really where you want to be. Spew Obscenities, again, seeing that not really many people, at least initially, picking Lyeth. We saw the wee wrecking ball go around. We see this Spew of Sendies. You can see Noah's hands moving. He's trying to make some calculations. It is just going to be the villainous pose. It's a 2-block. It's not where you want to be, but it does give you a boo on demand, which can be hard to come by in this format.
That previous pack was a bit of a stark contrast to what we'd seen before. It's surprisingly little in the way of Reviled goodies and even less in the way of KO goodies. A bit of a concern that things are starting to dry up rather quickly here for Noah. We'll see how they choose to adapt. This bask in their own greatness. Pulled at the front for a reason. Very impressive red. 1-card 4s. Not easy to come by, regardless of which Reviled hero you may be interested in. We saw Noah prioritize Bark Obscenities early. Not impossible they're interested in another copy here.
Let's see. Asking your own greatness. Yes, going to be the selection. Making those 3 Might tokens. And unlike in Goliath, can come in for the full 4 when you play it. It can become 6 quickly when the strong arm puts forth the strength necessary to do so. See the Brothers in Arms. Dramatic pause red. Short shrift. Turn the crowd hateful.
Flex Strength is a really impressive pickup here, I think, for Noah Beygelman. Has made their affiliation to KO pretty obvious at this point. Has a preference from yesterday. Picked those laughing knee slappers. Knows the lane is probably open. Flex Strength at its best in blue, interestingly enough, in the KO deck. But the yellow version, second best for the most part. Very powerful, very resilient card. Nice pickup here in the middle of the pack.
And something Ponkage was talking about yesterday, you know, these flex strengths, they can be 9 so easily in all 3 colors. With that 3-block in the bottom right, I think it's one of the all-stars of the format, and we'll see how many copies Noah is able to come by.
Another copy of Bask in Your Own Greatness found here. Good bread and butter piece of kit here. Noah finding Reviled cards to try and tie the deck together, leaning towards another copy here. In this next pack. Clench the Upper Hand, also available. Concealed Object, an option. Concealed Object kind of overperformed a little bit yesterday in the sealed rounds. I think it's going to be a little bit worse in draft, and is definitely the better card in the deck like Goliath more than it is in KO. But blues here, they are going to be valuable. Boos on demand, going to be valuable. Noah choosing to lean that way for their pick.
Yeah, you know, power getting stronger in the reaction step is not a significant part of the format. You can think of the what happens next as a potential option in the Guardian class as well.
High-pitched Howl is the pickup there for Noah as we make our way towards the tail end of pack number 1. Want to note there are some surprising inclusions left in these packs. Full of Bravado Red is a really potent card for Pleiades. I'm kind of stunned to see them coming around the table this late. I have to wonder if we're a little light on the Guardian hero in this pod.
Yeah, you can see there, Revered, couple of cards in the Revered talent. As we saw the Reviled options begin to dry up, there was another card that targeted the Guardian. Heroic Pose is the final pick. Noah Beygelman, curious. He hedged pretty early. You know, there's 2 different schools of thought in Fab Draft. You either really do stay open, but people have been well rewarded for just forcing from the first pick. We're seeing here Noah Beygelman, it's not quite coming together in this first pack, but as often happens in draft, you can have a tougher first pack, but when you're getting passed from the other direction, that's when you can get an enormous amount of your true glue cards, the staples, the reds, the power cards that you've been passing from the person you've been passing towards, and then you use that third pack, try to get some 3-blocks, try to get some blues, maybe shore up some of the equipment, but this second pack is where I'm looking to see if Noah Beygelman can pick up what he really needs.
I'm a little worried here, honestly, Sam. I think the texture of those last handful of packs were very Revered-centric. Cards like yellow copies of Who's the Tough Guy are actually quite important pickups for a hero like Tuffnut. You need a high density of yellow 6-power attacks to really make that deck tick. Sometimes, from what I understand, mono-revered versions of Tuffnut are drafted in this format, and it's a really important piece of glue for that deck. So my initial feeling here is this pod is very heavily Reviled. I have concerns about how much in the way of Reviled cards will be making their way to Noah Beygelman. Hopefully some of the Brute goodies can help make up for that.
Taking a look here at this first pack for Noah Beygelman. See, working with a total of 3 blues so far. And Kayo needs to chain together those Vigor tokens.
Really looking for a few more copies of Flex Strength to flesh out the strength of this deck so far. Blue copies would be amazing, help to flesh out that blue count in the same process. But also, interestingly, Mocking Blow just completely absent from our draft so far. We haven't seen a single copy come past Noah Beygelman, and that's a very important bread and butter piece of KO. They're going to need to find some in Pack 2.
Here's Pack 2. First card's opened. You can see the villainous pose. Tension in the air. There's the unexpected backhand. He immediately pulls it to the front. Big red attack. Flex speed is a good option as well. The Liar's Charm and overturn the results. That comes back as well. Just a reviled blue card that can block 3.
Yeah, overturn the results. Definitely an interesting pickup as a block 3 blue. Fantastic tool to have in the limited format. Unexpected backhand. Shining most in Tuffnut and Kayo. Both decks using the card surprisingly differently. Basking their own greatness of Villainous Pose, we've seen taken quite highly so far already. They're just 2 of the best reviled cards in general. So a few interesting options here for Noah. I can see them leaning towards any of the powerful reds. I'd be surprised if the blue block 3 took precedent here.
Taking a look through the rest of the pack. There's the what happens next. Guardian class. Yeah.
Interesting. So Noah here relying on building out the resource base. Actually, I think in hindsight, I don't mind this decision. That pack was kind of flush with powerful reviled cards. There is a risk the pot is quite heavy on reviled heroes, but you are more likely to get back one of those reds than you are an impactful blue. So I don't mind taking the risk to try and table something important here from Noah Beygelman.
Yep. The wheel is an important piece of the draft puzzle as the overbearing presence is brought to the front. You can see the rough up as well. Familiar stench, that'll work if there are a fair amount of other brutes in the pod.
Overbearing presence, a pretty intriguing card here to try and fill out that equipment suite. Going to be an important part of putting together a powerful draft deck for Noah Beygelman. We see Not So Tough, that familiar stench lurking in the back, kind of being hovered over periodically here as well. I love to see Noah just fanning through this pack, still trying to figure out the texture of the people to their left as well. Understand what's happening here. Of course, more reviled actions coming through. Familiar stench still remaining. These are the kind of cards that Noah's hoping to get back on the wheel with a little bit of luck, but overbearing presence, a pretty obvious pick here, I think.
Let's go ahead and move on into the pick 3 here. Brings forth the generic, the look tough. Give him a piece of your mind. It's a nice pickup as well. Turn the crowd hateful. You'd like to see that in probably either of the other varieties, red or blue. Take that's another great option as well. Just 0 for 5.
Take
Fascinating
that
stat line that we haven't seen other than on a card that I can think of, like a Ravenous Rabble.
Yeah, Take That Red is definitely a powerful card. Less so in a deck like KO, I think, at the moment. Really want to utilize that hero ability. Not shocked to see Look Tough as the pick here. While KO might revolve around activating that ability, no one knows they're a little light on blues, and not every attack can be a activate ability turn. Sometimes you just need a good 2-card plays. Sometimes you'll have resources left over against a hero like Tuffnut. These well-rounded block 3 attacks that have a baseline of 8 are just powerful cards.
Beat the Same Drum brought forth. Good 3-block blue as well. Visit the Boneyard. Some recursion in a format that we know and have seen can go long.
Beat the Same Drum is such an interesting card. Relies on you chaining together multiple turns of tokens to get real value out of it, but it only needs to happen once. It's like the perfect resource card, fuels your turns until that situation happens, but also a blue that you're happy to park in the arsenal and find an opportune moment for. It's surprisingly flexible, and I think that makes it a very well-rounded pick here for Noah.
Yeah, I was able to find some good value in my Pleiades deck with that card, creating a confidence, chaining them together.
Of course, blue block 3s worth their weight in gold. Not going to be making any agility tokens with that one, of course.
Another Give him a piece of your mind. There's a blue, take that. Another nice blue card. Believe it blocks 3?
It does. I'm having some serious concerns about this pack currently. Noah with very limited options here. Give him a piece of your mind is a solid enough attack. That is going to be the pick here after prioritizing blues last time around. But that pack was not very deep. There was a lot of revered yellow attacks that would fit well in Tuffnut. Some great Guardian options if you're looking for auras for Pleiades. And we see, again, Take the Crowd Grateful in red. Shoot Your Mouth Off in red still in this pack. Even Uplifting Performance blue. These are some really, really powerful tools for those heroes, none of which fit great for Noah Beygelman. Instead, Low Blow looking to be the only reasonable option.
And it is interesting. We spoke of Noah Beygelman wanting to really, this was the pack for him to get his most important cards, but blues in KO are so important for that hero ability to chain together multiple turns in a row. If you can find the vigor, and Low Blow here can be so impressive because of the KO ability as well as its own front, a self-pump effect with cards like those Villainous Pose. Even if you just need to use those 2 cards together, it's a perfect pitch curve of the 2 cost into the 1. And we've seen Villainous Pose taken earlier in this draft.
Finally, some good options here for Noah. Booze, Instill, Fear, and Flex Speed are all pretty relevant tools that could be of interest. I also want to note that red copy of Act of Glory that is still in this pack. I get the feeling we're in a one Pleiades pod. I think someone is sweeping up these red auras free of charge, but the fact that card is still there is suggestive that Lyeth is not a popular choice either. Blue Turning Point is still available in this pack.
Yeah, dude, look at this pack.
My estimations have just gone from 1 down to a very firm 0. This card is about as... this pack is about as goody two-shoes as you could possibly get. And they're all still here, Sam. I have some concerns.
They're all still here, and this is the final pick. It looks like before the wheel, so you can really see no players are wanting these ones. You have to wonder why. Liar's Charm comes back around. This is the wheel. There are some reds that come back. There's the tension in the air, but the Brothers in Arms, this is a pretty interesting one.
What happens next? Tension in the air, Humble Entrance still available here. Noah took away that Turning Point as the last card. Didn't want that Turning Point to end up with anybody else, and so took it away in that previous pack. But Red Brothers in Arms, at least a card that will make the cut. They can utilize some resources alongside it. It's a big enough attack. It's not really what Noah was looking for, but it will do the job.
Yeah, didn't get any of those Reviled cards back around like he thought he might have.
Familiar story, heroic pose, the dregs of the pack here. I can't help but
Revered
notice.
Guardian, Revered Guardian.
That's the flavor of the week here. I think this pod is pretty heavily reviled, and I think, unfortunately for Noah Beygelman, it's pretty heavily brute as well.
Gonna be a rapturous applause here.
Tough smash up yellow still available in his pack. Noah correctly taking it away, but oh my, a last pick red copy of Shoot Your Mouth Off makes its way into Noah Beygelman's deck. That card is phenomenal. It's a card I'm incredibly happy to have if I can legally play it in my deck, but instead, no one picking that up. Shoot Your Mouth Off going in the bulk bin at the end of this draft. Noah here taking a moment to review their picks so far. Overbearing presence front and center. The equipment does need a little bit more time to put things together so far. But the Horns of the Reviled going a long way. Overbearing presence, a very preferred choice. Those legs are perfect. So pretty well-rounded. We're finding more blues here for Noah. They are fleshing out the resource curve of their deck, but we're missing power. I feel like, again, we saw 0 copies of Mocking Blow whatsoever in that pack. They're being taken highly, they're being taken aggressively, and none of them are ending up in the hands of Noah Beygelman.
Yeah, this is looking to be a little bit of a tough start, even though Noah Beygelman went 8-0 to start the day yesterday. That does not mean he is able to just ride that wave into draft. It's a whole different ball game. It's a whole different, format that is completely new to all of these players. He's gotten these picks so far. I mean, what are we looking for in Pack 3 to really turn this thing around?
We're missing one equipment slot here that would be nice to fill in, but I'm not sure Noah's going to have the luxury. We really need some power cards. Mocking Blow, Flex Strength, these are the kind of cards that really stand out to me early. I wouldn't hate a couple copies of Feisty Locals, some good zero-cost attacks that leverage themselves very well alongside Kayo's ability. But all in all, it's power. This deck is somewhat consistent. The resource base is fleshed out, but the actual scary cards, Noah doesn't have all that many.
It's interesting. I was like, oh, good, turn the crowd hateful. But we've seen how many Revered cards are coming around. How many Revered heroes is he even going to be fighting?
Copy of Cheap Shot at the back there. We do find a Escalate Violence, which is going to be a good pickup here if Noah wants it, but it is another blue. It's a powerful card, but we're looking for something with a little more oomph, and our first pack here doesn't really provide us with that.
Right behind you, Mighty Bone Knuckles. There's the Cheap Shot.
Mighty Bone Knuckles is definitely a card that should be of interest here for Noah, but again, I'm not sure they have the luxury of fleshing out their equipment suite. I think they know they need playables. They need cards that are going to improve their overall card quality. And while equipment is great, you really don't want crack baubles in your deck in this format. So it's going to be that Escalate Violence that is the pick. This is going to create some very big turns for KO. It's a reasonable start to this pack. We find Villainous Pose and a red flex strength is a really big pickup here for Noah. We're going to need access to those cards. We see Old Leather and Vim here at the front as well. But for me, this is pretty cleanly between Villainous Pose and the red copy of Flex Strength. These are the types of cards that are going to put this deck back together.
I mean, if we're looking for power, this would make sense to me. Flex Strength's a card we highlighted early, fine in red, yellow, and blue because of the effect of getting it pumped up as soon as you get it up to 6.
Interesting, that Bluster buff being pulled here to the front for Noah Beygelman as well, a consideration. Knows that reds are probably the name of the game. Generic attack giving you more flexibility. Nice to see it being considered, regardless of the situation we find ourselves in. Booze at the back of this pack, too. A card that Noah definitely wouldn't mind wheeling to round out that resource base. It is going to be that red flex strength that is the pick, and I think that's a pretty important pickup here. We see another one in the pack for Noah Beygelman. Maybe we can put this. There is a wind up the crowd still here, so I have to think the Tuffnut players are not on the direct right of Noah Beygelman. They've got to be further down the table. And I'm not sure there's a Pleiades at all. And that's not the worst case scenario. That means Noah's deck should be better than some of the KOs directly to their left, but will be significantly worse than any that are directly to their right.
Yeah, that would make a lot of sense depending on the way that the players are drafting that are passing to Noah as we see moving forward. The next pick here, clench the upper hand, a nice Reviled 0 for 4. Garland of Spring, a way to get a resource. Strongest Survive brought forth. That's an interesting piece of quasi-disruption if you can get the attack through. We've seen it do some very good work all throughout the weekend already.
Yellow Strongest Survive standing out as a card here. It is a pretty potent option. It's not ideal for KO. It's much better in Tuffnut, but it is good enough to make the card. It blocks efficiently. It provides that pseudo-disruption. This pack otherwise, again, pretty loaded towards those Reviled heroes. Copy of Cheers here, a red Heroic Pose, another red Turn the Crowd Grateful in the pack. That red Dig in there we see as well. Garland of Spring still lurking in this pack as well. So some good options, but none of them really lining up for Noah's overall game plan.
Stronger Survive is going to be the pick. Got that 3 block. Got the disruption potential. Brings forth the Goon Beatdown immediately. The front. Ooh, but a Smashing Ground is an interesting piece as well. That's also a 3 block. That can get some real ability with the Might tokens or the Villainous Poses.
Smashing Ground, normally a pretty impressive pickup, I think, for this KO deck. Does need a little bit more in the way of Might generation to really shine. But as you say, as a floor, blue block 3 card is going to provide you with a pretty staunch defense. Go and beat down a similar story. Flexible blue can be made better by playing the game you already want to play. Both of these are solid pickups for Noah, but they're not the things this deck is missing. They are cards that convert well on hands that are otherwise anemic, but the actual raw power here, again, we've not seen a single Mocking Blow in this entire draft so far. And so Noah, struggling to find them.
I have to wait and see on that one. I think he might. Did he take the Goon Beatdown or the Escalate Strength? We'll grab the Goon Beatdown for now, and if we see the Strength, we'll make it switch in there.
I was too stuck again on Shoot Your Mouth Off still being in this pack. I rated this card very highly personally. I'm starting to wonder if my own expectations are a little off base on how strong it is, but the fact that it's still going around is mind-numbing to me. Buck Wild's going to be the pick here for Noah. The blue copy, not the most impressive, but it does enable some go-wide turns, and he's going to need some kind of power to put this deck together. Blue Goon Battery will find its way to the front. Another option there. Another Red Brothers in Arms if we're really, really desperate for attacks. But again, the remainders of this pack, it's all Revered.
Yeah, it looks like it is going to be the Goon Battery. Cards that work very well with KO's ability. There was a high-pitched Howl a couple picks ago that I thought might be an interesting option as well because of the Vigor generation. But here's a Cheater's Charm that he brings right to the front.
Cheater's Charm is an anomaly in this format. Having a Boo on demand is very interesting. Incidental damage lets you steal away games alongside effects like Cheap Shot. And stealing confidence or toughness is very strong against both Revered heroes. However, this pod feels Reviled heavy, and it makes me think Cheater's Charm's first mode is going to be difficult to get much use out of across this pod. And that makes me think, well, I have to imagine the rest of the KOs that are around Noah Beygelman have chosen to pass on this effect because of that.
astute points there as the cheap shot is brought forth. Another potential instant speed effect is going to be the yellow. Give him a piece of your mind. That is the pick here for No Beygelman as the cards are really beginning to dry up. We see the blue right behind you going to be the selection as 4 Guardian or Revered cards are passed along.
Red, who's the tough guy, still in that pack, making its way past Noah Beygelman. Red, Shining Courage, and a blue Cheers. Even to be continued, a very solid choice. We see a yellow copy of Take That, the only playable card for Noah. Same story with yellow, Turn the Crowd Hateful, making the most of what they find, but the rest at the end of this pack is a disaster.
Stand strong, yeah.
Not a single Mocking Blow to be found. I think there are at least 4, if not more, KO players in this pod.
Yeah, as we take a look here at this draft pod bracket, wow, we can see exactly how it breaks down. How many, Scott, how many, what is going on? How many KOs is this? 5 KOs, 2 Tuffnut, and Michael Feng. Talk about finding your lane, the single Guardian in the pod on Lyeth Goldmane. If you want to see what it looks like to draft a new Flesh and Blood set, especially a Flesh and Blood set as different as this one that asks its players to evaluate cards in new and unique ways, if you want to see what happens even when the best players in the world do that, this pod is your perfect example.
This breakdown is mostly what I expected here. Noah going to be the beneficiary of one of the more reasonable KO decks, I think. They get 2 stronger packs. There's no KO immediately to their right-hand side. Michael Feng, however, there's no Pleiades in this pod either. So all of those instant speed aura effects, those tension in the airs, those active glories, they're going to have made their way down to Michael Feng, who should, as a result, have a pretty strong game plan into both of our Tuffnut players.
Yeah, it is really interesting to see just how this one is going to actually break down, because how good can these KO decks really be, dude? There's 5 of them in a 4-hero set, and there, let's be very clear, are 7 Brutes in the pod and only 1 Guardian. I feel like if Michael doesn't take this down, he's trolling. Like, come on.
We'll have to wait and see. Lyeth Goldmane, of course, very strong, but does have some concerns in specific matchups. Michael may have had an embarrassment of riches to work with in this scenario, and building a strong limited deck when everything kind of goes your way is more difficult than you might expect. You sometimes prioritize, I took too many reds because they were all good, and I know these cards are fantastic. So I look forward to seeing how Michael's deck breaks down when we get to seeing it on camera.
Well, it makes sense that he might have all of those specific problems, because given that he's playing Lyeth Goldmane, that sounds like rich people problems. Too many good things. That's not where that's not what I'd expect.
Oh wow, the puns never ever end. I do want to say, I'm super curious about the situation here for Sunny Yang and for Jason Rolfe. These 2 Tuffnut players should have pretty well-rounded decks, but they're going to have missed out on a lot of the interesting playable Brute cards because they were so hotly contested by 5 KO players around them.
Yeah, let's go ahead and check out the deck here for Noah Beygelman. Boy, there are a lot of cards there that he is not able to play, which means he's only really able to cut 2. Now, I don't know. Let's go deck maybe and see, does that count the cards that are actually in the equipment zone? I believe it does. So maybe we might have just missed something in our record, because we'll have to wait and see once we actually see the deck play out. But this is what we are working with. Which category would you like to dive into first, Scott?
I'm really hopeful Noah has found another playable here and doesn't have to have the crack bauble treatment. I kind of want to dive into the Reviled cards here to start with. I think there is some interesting pickups here. I think the KO players in the pod probably got a surprising amount of power due to there also being 1 copy of Lyeth. So some of these Reviled cards were about as contested as you would expect, as opposed to anything else. Red copies of Bask in Your Own Greatness, pretty potent here. Most importantly, there's a very resilient, very flexible blue base here. We see some Escalate Violence, we see Goon Battery, Goon Beatdown, even Villainous Pose. These are cards that are playable if your opponent gives you breathing room when you need to extend your turn, but they are well blocking, they are efficient, and most importantly, they're going to fund KO's hero ability.
Yeah, as you look ahead at these picks, I'm trying to see just how many of these Reviled cards actually can get those nice 3 blocks. That's what I really want to be seeing. We do see some of those Goon cards, they overturn the results, as of course, this KO deck does need to play a lot of blues to really get those powers together. Let's see just how many times he can be booed, and how many times and how easy it is for him to make those Vigor tokens.
Couple of effects available here for Noah Beygelman to get booed. It is an important part of the kit. Most of all, Horns of the Despised starts in play, stays in play. The first time that Noah Beygelman wants the crowd to hate his guts, there's going to be a way to make that happen. On the other side of things, Villainous Pose, the red copy especially, one of the better cards in the deck here for Noah Beygelman, is going to want to leverage that as much as possible. Concealed Object, great as a surprise factor, might enable a KO activation on the following turn the opponent otherwise didn't expect. Cheater's Charm, flexible, can be played in spots the opponent doesn't expect it. Otherwise, these seem to be a lot of resource cards that have additional applications in a pinch.
Yeah. Taking a look perhaps just at what Brute cards he's working with here as we're going to get down to the draft game in just a moment. We can see a lot of yellow, 1 blue, only 4 red Brute cards.
Brute was definitely the hotly contested class at this table, and I think Noah Beygelman has done a reasonable job at getting some amount of power regardless of that contest. These flex strengths are going to play a big role in the games that Noah Beygelman manages to win. The 1 copy of Buckwild, not the best color, but it's going to enable some go-wide turns that this deck otherwise simply isn't capable of. And that 1 copy of Bark of Sinities was picked quite early, picked quite aggressively, and might be a solid way to steal games against that 1 Lyeth Goldmane in the pod.
Yeah, we talked about, like, oh, what was it? Bark of Sentinels you're talking about right now. Yeah, that card, like, oh, how good is it going to be? It's going to depend on how many Guardian cards there is. And that's not going to be very good. No, it's not going to be very good at all in this pod specifically. Well, folks, we've seen the deck. Here are all the cards currently available for Noah Beygelman to play. It's time to see just how he's able to put it all together. We have got a lot on the line, not only for our players, but for the 2 casters here in the booth. But with both of these guys on a 5 KO pod, we're going to have to wait and see, you know, if the game is even any good.
Absolutely. Noah, of course, the kind of player you expect to be able to work with a bag of bunch of bolts and screws.
Yeah,
like it's
100%.
not an ideal scenario for Noah, but a player of this quality can squeeze blood from a rock. So
well,
we're going to try and see them do exactly that. In this
and on the other side of the table, your countrymen. We look at Rob Catton. We got 2 world's top 8 competitors here. Rob Catton 2 times over, right? So you have to imagine both these players, even if their decks aren't very good, they're going to be able to extract every single piece of important value they can.
So funny story, when Rob finished the draft, they did put a message up on social media in local servers and like, with us, I'm not going to use the exact wording. We're on a broadcast, that probably wouldn't be appropriate, but not particularly happy with their deck either. Is probably the way to put this. I'm not sure any of the KOs in this pod are going to be. So this might be a really good testament of working with what you have. And I think that's an underestimated skill, especially at the pre-release level, in Limited in general. The ideal deck doesn't just fall into your hands sometimes. So watching players of this caliber work with subpar decks is actually really appealing to me.
I love to hear it. The ideal deck doesn't fall into your hands unless, of course, you're Michael Feng. But for our 2 players here in the feature match area, it's time to see just how it all comes together. As the first round of day 2 here live from Montreal is about to get underway. Noah Beygelman versus Rob Catton. We've seen these 2 nationalities square off in the past. It's time to see them square off in the Deathmatch Arena.
2 players here of an incredible skill level representing the same accursed brute in KO Strong Arm. Noah here going to be going first, less of an important factor in the brute matchups than it would be against something like Guardian with all of those instant speed auras to worry about. But there is still cards like Cruel Ambition, there is Might Generation, and that's the kind of thing that KO is going to be looking for on the first turn of this game. Until then, we'll take a look at some gem packs.
Oh!
I think that's a new one!
That's a new one!
Cold Foil Malefic Incantation going to be available inside these. Noah got Rampart of the Rams yesterday. Someone is running pure, not just in-game.
Dude, yo, this having the gem packs be opened in the stream match is so cool. Just getting to see new cards pop out of these things as we see, the same one in there, the Steel Victory from the other side of the table. How exciting for Noah Beygelman. He's already taken 1 W so far in the feature match area with that gem pack opening. Can he get a second one once the game begins?
All I'm saying is that Steel Victory is about to be somewhat poetic. Rolfe Catton maybe not winning the gem pack battle, but might be able to steal victory in the match that really counts.
Only time will tell. It's time for KO v KO. Noah v Rob. Round 9, live from Montreal. Let's get it underway.
Sunday. Rob Catton, unfortunately, with just one piece of equipment here. Now, this
my
is,
goodness.
I think, pretty telling of the draft pod we found ourselves in. Rob, the kind of player who does like to prioritize equipment, understands the power of it in the limited format. But when there are 5 KO in the pod, your card quality needs to take precedence. You need to make sure the actual average turn cycle is where your power lies. You need to outclass your opponent each and every turn. And sometimes that means sacrificing equipment to end up with better cards in your deck.
Turn the crowd hateful here. Gonna go ahead and attack not a revered hero. Gonna attack a reviled hero. And you hear him Noah say, I'm not doing this because I want to, okay?
It was Rob flashing their copy to me. Just flash their copy of Turn the Crowd Hateful. Trust me, I would like to get this one out of my deck as well, if you don't at all mind.
Both players here having a bit of a laugh. He said, please attack. Oh, dude, because it's Turn the Crowd Hateful and it's Bark Obscenities on the table for Rob Catton. Neither of those cards are very good in this matchup at all. Rob saying, please attack. I need these out of my hand. Because no attacks are going to be attacking a Guardian hero anytime soon. Noah Beygelman's just going to overpitch, put it up to 6, get a couple pieces of damage across. As Rob offered the trade, you can give me 2 pieces of damage, but then you don't get an arsenal. Noah accepted the trade. We'll see if it comes back to bite him.
We'll make our way over to Rob Catton here, who will have the first chance to volley, hopefully a hand that isn't so Guardian-flavored in the direction of Noah Beygelman. Of course, interested in keeping 2 cards, was willing to take 2 damage there from Noah's initial assault, so must have found some tools in that opening hand they were happy to work with. It's going to be Instill Fear here to start, intimidating a card away and maybe threatening a KO activation.
1, going to go ahead and intimidate away.
Noah here with some interesting tools of their own to work with. That Strongest Survive and a couple of those more well-rounded defending blues we saw available in hand. Couldn't quite catch what was intimidated away. It will be the Strongest Survive on defense and a KO activation to follow to juice this Instill Fear up to 6 here.
6 over, accepted by Noah. Down to 17 he goes. Rob Catton now, any of the cards that care about you having higher life, able to get booed with those effects.
I think this is the important part of the KO mirror in a pod like this, where both players' decks are perhaps not as powerful as you might otherwise expect. Getting maximum value from KO's ability and your incidental effects like this Baskin there in your own greatness is going to be what wins you a game. You're going to need to turn your blues into relevant threats your opponent needs to respect, and both players have done that, either by activating KO to turn it into a 6-power attack, or using Baskin your own greatness to generate might tokens to apply to a different attack later on. So finding this corner case value is going to be the secret.
See how Rob wants to block this out. It's going to be another turn. The crowd hateful put in front of this one. A little bit of a grimace there from Rob. As once again, this card's effect not going to be nearly as potent in this matchup. No reactions from Noah. Just a bit of a setup turn. Card to the arsenal. Noah's got 4 cards total to work with. Let's see how he can make them work.
Going to start with the shake-up here. Vigorous Variety. Just a 2-card 7 here for Rob. 1 card left over in hand, 1 in the arsenal, and chose not to break those punching gloves. So I have to imagine they have something in mind for this card. Either that, or it's incredibly important heading into their next turn.
Vigorous Smash Up, one of those classic 3-for-7s that define Flesh and Blood limited formats of this variety. Think back to heavy hitters. Big attacks, big blocks, eking points of value, and then using offensive overlap like these might tokens to push damage over the top, break the mold, actually close out a game. Block for 5 here. Going to be 2 more life lost from Noah Beygelman.
I get the feeling this is the kind of match we're going to see an awful lot of blocking with 2 cards and strategic value plays from both of these players to try and make the most of the card quality they do have. We're going to see that here with a yellow Feisty Locals being pitched away for a red Brothers in Arms. Not the most optimal attack, but 9 damage is still half of Rob's life total here.
And Feisty Locals can be quite nice at the end of a game like this to force uncomfortable blocks and maybe just close out a game for Noah Beygelman. If he sets that up in the second cycle, Feisty Locals, of course, plus a KO ability can be awkward to block. This is going to be 9 on this attack for 9, or excuse me, you block with 3 cards, but 6 total block there, it looks like. Going down to 16 is Rob Catton. Happy
to play the 1 card hand. It's going to be clench the upper hand as the 1 card here. 1 card 4 is about as good as it gets here. Most importantly, going to have more health, I should say, than Noah Beygelman, and therefore does get booed, does generate that vigor, and can maybe start chaining together KO activations.
Yeah, this is the beginning of how Rob trains together value, and you see Noah in response saying, listen, if you're going to start that train, I might have to reach for my Horns of the Despised, get booed myself so that I can begin to match you, because if he watches Rob just continually activate KO before Noah can kind of get quote-unquote online, it might be challenging, and this is where we're seeing the equipment diff. Getting that Vigor token means that Noah Beygelman now can threaten that KO activation with just the 1 card.
Will pitch away a blue copy of Take That to create another Vigor token alongside a Villainous Pose, and then utilize the rest of those resources here on that copy of Flex Strength. Now, this was one of the better turns that we know to exist in Noah Beygelman's deck. This is big damage. This is 11 points. Another Vigor generator to keep that momentum going. Best possible use of that Helm of the Despised, just making sure that this turn could be paid for off of a single blue card.
And that's something you're going to see, I think, throughout the day. We saw yesterday as well. Sometimes players might have to consider when they see the Helms of the Despised, or Horns of the Despised, or the Helm of the Adored, how important is it that I attack this turn? Because what if I don't want to let my opponent get the value on defense? Against someone like a Pleiades, the confidence token on demand is so important. And against someone like Kayo, the beginning of this turn only possible thanks to the booing, vigor, and those horns.
Disdainful Delight on defense. I do want to note there is an unfortunate omen in the hand of Rob Catton. No one wants to be there. It is the one and only Cracked Bauble.
Oh, we can see it flashed in the hand there. This does tell you just a little bit of how Rob's deck construction went in that draft format. 3 mites made. A bit of a sigh here from Rob Catton. Does he have the attack in the arsenal?
It's Cruel Ambition.
3 mites. As we take a look at the hand, it's Bauble plus Sadistic Scowl. It's got to be a 0-cost attack in that arsenal to get any good use out of this turn whatsoever. It looks like it is. I think he flashed to take that.
So it looks like we're reaching for those punching gloves here and utilizing Take That alongside, well, the Bauble being pitched to the gloves. Rob reconsidering for just a moment, but yeah, getting the Bauble out of the way. A sly smile from Noah Beygelman. A yellow copy of Take That coming in for 6 as a result. Now, this is obviously a very lackluster turn, but we do have some upsides here. Might tokens generated from that that effect earlier on, so 3 copies of that available for Rob. And we're seeing that Sadistic Scowl going into the arsenal. So this next turn cycle threatens to be very powerful, and Rob needs it to be because the life disparity right now is pretty damning.
Let's see. Does Noah Beygelman have 2 block available, or 3 blocks available to just cover this up?
It's block 6.
Block 6. He wants that Might token. He gets 7 points of value from this block. Creates the Might token. I'm just going to power up this turn alongside the Vigor. Beautiful cold foil tokens available from the prize wall here in Montreal. Flex Strength comes down.
Play this.
Perfectly utilized Might token here from Noah Beygelman, making sure that Flex Strength does get a little bit bigger. And of course we know, oh, maybe, I said there are floating, there is a card in hand. Noah with the ability here to activate KO and get full value out of this big red attack.
Let's see how Rob wants to defend this one. 15 currently plays 8. Turn 4, first round of the day here. First draft of 3 as our 2 8-0 players continue to square it off.
Rob in a bit of a bind here. This Flex Strength rather face up. Both players know the KO activation is at least possible. Of course, Noah could choose to arsenal that card instead, just threaten that ability, but it'll be a lot of value lost on a card this potent. We know Flex Strength is one of their better cards. And Rob, unfortunately, kind of obliged to just eat some damage here to try and get back in the game. We know that Sadistic Scowl is in the arsenal. We know 3 Might tokens are going to break. And so 7 damage being taken all the way down to 1. And this is going to be the last stand for Rob Catton.
Yeah, as you see, the Might tokens get popped. Here comes the Sadistic Scowl as it's time to intimidate Noah Beygelman. But perhaps the damage has truly been done. How much damage can be threatened this turn? Currently +8 on the big old familiar stench, and this is nice. If this one's defended by brute cards, it's value for Rob Catton. This attack's coming in +8. on 6, so 14. Interestingly, though, No doesn't have to block if he doesn't want to. The question is, how well can he use all 4 of the cards that he would have access to?
14 is a rather large number, but unfortunately not quite big enough when Noah Beygelman at 15 does have equipment available as well. And so the choice remains in Noah's camp to decide how they want to best navigate this turn. If they think they can put an end to this game with the quality of their hand, they're more than happy to take the damage required to do so.
And how awesome is this, just seeing exactly the intricacies and uniqueness of the Super Slam format. Noah had to eat all that damage to get value out of that Might, get value out of the Sadistic Scowl. He had to keep all these cards to make this big play. He couldn't lose the value on the Might, and there was no weapon to pitch into to get the value from the Might. So you're seeing why this format has so many exciting photo finishes, has the potential to just create these exciting moments. It's because of the bind these players are in, the creativity in subtraction by losing their weapons.
Rob Catton understands limit in a way that very few players in the world ever possibly could. I've seen them pioneer strategies in the reserve format, coming up with the all-arcane versions of Verdance quite early at the World Championship that year. Their knowledge of how limited is supposed to flow is incredibly well-rounded, and we're seeing that on full display as they adapt to not having a weapon, trying to make the most of the situation they find themselves in, using those Might tokens and the Sadistic Scowl, taking the heat required to put that turn together.
One floating coming in for 6 after this Bluster buff attacks. How well does Rob's hand defend? How many cards will he be able to be working with? 3 block on the low blow, I believe 3 block on the Instill Fear, but then that's a whole lot of nothing for Rob's next turn. Make a Might, lose all the value on the Revolting Gesture. It's all reds. It's all bad for Rob in this situation.
4 red hand is the worst case scenario here when your back is so against the wall. 9 damage, 6 damage I should say, sorry, from this Bluster buff is proving to be a bit of a problem here. We'll earn the 2/3 blocks here for the sake of efficiency. Rob kind of left with a subpar follow-up. I can't even attack is the line there from Rob. Just going to IP1, move to Arsenal.
This is awesome, dude. We saw so much power yesterday. We saw so much excitement. These are the 2 8-0s, our 2 best performing players, and they're just doing a little bit of like,
You guys had fantastic decks yesterday. What if we handicapped you beyond belief? Instead, look tough will be the line here. 7, we've pitched 3 cards.
You can't pay into it. You can't pay into it.
Not paid.
It's all red,
an
baby.
Extra resource. So 7 still proving to be rather annoying here. Is going to earn 3 cards in order to keep Rob alive, but somehow 4 cards there did not end this game.
But it is the cruel ambition here to make the 3 Might tokens, and I do believe if he kept the Instill Fear, he did not keep the Instill Fear, so unfortunately can't come in to attack with, or he did keep it perhaps and wants to pair it with those 3 Might tokens. Of course, Might tokens popping on the next turn, maybe that is still the Instill Fear in the arsenal. As it's time to see the give 'em the piece of your mind coming down with 1 floating.
So, I believe that Cheetah's Charm is in the hand here for Noah Beygelman. If Rob is obliged to block in a weird way, they may get caught by that. Of course, there is also a concealed object in that hand here.
Oh, dude, he's smiling, bro.
Noah,
he's smirking, bro.
Noah can't keep it off their face.
He's got it, dude. Poker
here.
face, bro.
Proving to be lethal if Rob missteps even slightly.
Block 6. From the top rope, concealed object comes down, and it earns the fist bump, as even though there were some turns that were unexciting and uninspiring, Noah Beygelman giving us a moment of dramatics here in the first round of the day and taking it down. How fun was that?
From the top rope is a line that will be etched into flesh and blood history. Noah Beygelman knows how to cause a show. They are now our last remaining undefeated player of the weekend, courtesy of a concealed object. Now, if that's not cheating, I don't know what is.
Yo, that was fire. That's one of my favorite, again, that right there is one of my favorite moments I've ever gotten to watch or ever gotten to broadcast. How fun was that? And how exciting at such a high stakes moment that is to remain the lone undefeated in this whole friggin' tournament. And we got to hear from the top rope as he dropped it down. Come on, baby. That's what Super Slam's all about.
Yeah, that was a pretty impressive showing from both players. Honestly, I think there was a lot to understand from that game as well. Of course, we saw some... I'm going to go with light fisticuffs is the term I'm going to use to refer to how that game played out. But both players found spots to utilize their cards to the best of their ability. Understanding when to take damage so that you can pitch 3 cards to a look tough is not an easy spot to be sometimes. So I think that one is worth watching back, maybe if not just for hilarity, but also just for good foundational lessons.
Understood. Understood. You heard it from the Professor Scott minds themselves. Let's take a look at the bracket here as we look and see how our players did. Michael lost. He is trolling. He is trolling. What? What happened?
Michael Feng...
Oh, yeah.
There are words for this, but I'm not entirely sure that I have them. I'm a little surprised to see our only Guardian in the pod falling in the first round here. Worth noting on the other side of the bracket, of course. The KO's breaking surprisingly evenly here. Across the board, we have a couple of winners, couple of losers, much to be expected here. The Canadians doing a fantastic job. I want to note, though, that both of our Tuffnut players finding victory in the first round of this pod.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think something you pointed out really astutely in the draft, and then when we saw the pod, was that it was going to be harder for the KOs that Noah was passing to, because he had 2 non-KOs passing to him. His KO deck should be one of the strongest, and as we see the 2 KOs that he was passing towards, eating up all those cards that both Carter and Marc-Antoine would need, they both did take that first loss. So listen, there's only going to be one 0-3 in the pod. It's always tough when you're at the first pod of day 2 because there always has to be the 1-2s and the 0-3. But Noah Beygelman, Jason Rolfe, I was going to say Michael Feng, but that's not true. Nicholas Porter and Sonny Yang all taking their first win. So we will have to wait and see just which one of those players take it all down. We're going to be following Noah Beygelman for sure next round. What a match, though.
That was impressive. I think that was different from a lot of what we've seen this weekend. It gives a taste as to what you need to do when things aren't quite as ideal as you might otherwise see. I'm looking forward to seeing if Noah can keep this running, because if they manage to 3-0 this draft with this deck, I think a lot of reevaluation might have to be done about how this format plays out in general.
100%. And also, you'll never hear the end of it from me. Let's go ahead and talk about the gem packs, as they are so exciting, and we see all the cards. We've been able to see all the cards being revealed on stream as the players open them, not the least of which that Malefic Incantation dog. I know Aiden is just going to be salivating once he sees it.
There are just more and more surprises in this set that I didn't know were there. We've seen opened on camera over the weekend. I'm not lucky enough to have a local armory, but the sheer amount of value in this version of Gem Pack 3, I'm considering some illogical travel just to make sure I can get my hands on these on a week-to-week basis, because I really want access to this product.
Yeah, no, this is an exciting one. We are seeing so many great cards be revealed all weekend long in the feature match area and in the booth. That was the first Malefic Incantation. We've seen legendaries. There's been tell of marvels, of heroes being pulled out of these packs. It's an exciting time to be a Flesh and Blood player. So we do hope you'll make your way to your local armory as well and find your own gem packs just for playing some great games in the Flesh and Blood. You can get one of these and you can open a card like this. This is the type of card you can open if you come to your armory. You can open a Marvel.
You can
open a Marvel. Dude, if I do though,
I'm
gonna get fired because they'll think I
even sicker.
Yeah, you can open a Heroic Pose and a Loot the Hole. This is a good one. Loot the Hole is pretty sick. I love the art on Heroic Pose and both Villainous Pose, especially back to back. That's a nice piece. That's the second one we've opened.
It is.
I only need one more for my gravy deck.
I wonder if I open a Marvel hero, if Samuel Byrne will also get fired. So let's find out in real time.
No.
Please no.
Please no.
Interesting. Well, if you are a Sam fan, a fan of the floater, I would encourage you to cross your fingers, because I intend on making a humble entrance with this gem pack.
And the Chadliest Chad to ever Chad.
Revealing a Marvel right behind it.
It's a low blow, bro. That's a low blow, dog. I'm sorry to do it to you.
I need to go find Lexus King.
Yeah, he was looking for that all weekend long. We got to find a way to get him
that polished up.
Thank you guys for joining us for, again, one of my favorite matches I've ever gotten to cast. Such a fun way to start the day. We've got 2 more rounds from this pod right after this break. Don't you go anywhere.
On the same side.
Same side.
On the same side.
Same side.
On the same side. On the same side. On the same side.
I am back live with lovable floor reporter Pankaj Vachwani. I hear you have quite the story to share from our previous round.
Yes, I want to go over Michael Feng's first round. I'm sure a lot of our viewers noticed that he was the only Lyeth in the pod. Not only was he the only Lyeth, he was the only Guardian in the pod completely. So he got this pick of the litter in terms of all the buffs and things that the Lyeth player would want. Unfortunately, did lose his first round to Sunny Young, and the story of the match is very interesting. He was really far ahead. I walked past the table. Sunny was at 7. Michael Feng was in the teens life total.
Okay, sure.
Was setting up more auras. Had about 11 damage in terms of auras on the field that were popping off at the start of his turn. And he had no attack. And this is a set without weapons. And I was speaking to him about it afterwards. He said he should have just IP'd his attack from the previous turn and stop blocking with it. Because I think something that happened is that when you have all these buffs, he's very high on the buffs, which is what you want as Lyeth. And as a result, slightly low on the attack side. So he knew he was taking a risk by getting rid of his attack on the previous turn, by blocking with it. He was, I knew I had 2 attacks left in 10 cards. And he didn't see one of them in the next 10 cards. Could have IP'd it. Unfortunately, took the loss to Sunny Young. But that's... You feel for the guy, but that's such an interesting story.
I think that's a great story, honestly, especially heading into pre-release next weekend. I think a lot of players wouldn't consider that, hey, maybe IPing myself is actively the correct line here to secure wins. That kind of knowledge, I think, is very valuable.
Especially when you're that far ahead, you just need to make sure you play around your only loss condition, which is that you have 11 damage on the table, but you need an attack to go with it. There's no weapons here.
Well, Noah Beygelman is going to look to continue their journey from the top rope into the top of the standings, hopefully, one way or the other. On the other side of the bracket this time will be my other countryman looking to redeem my honor live on air. It's going to be Jason Rolfe rocking Tuffnut, the bumbling Hulkster, one of 2 Tuffnuts in the pod. While Rob was not very happy with their deck, I hear Jason, on the other hand, is surprisingly happy with where they ended up.
As one of 2 Tuffnut, you have to imagine that he's probably a little bit happier, but probably not happy about being one of 7 brutes at the table, Scott, I imagine. Speaking of the KOs, 5 KOs, I went around and had a chat with the other KOs at the table as well. Not one of them has a deck without cracked bauble in it. All the KOs have at least 1 cracked bauble in their 30, which, I mean, we also saw a bit of that in the previous match, right? They were running Reviled hate cards against each other. They were running Guardian hate cards into a brute because they're just forced to run these cards lest they have more cracked baubles in the deck. So this will be a very interesting matchup to see how Noah Beygelman matches into the Tuffnut, where into Tuffnut, you need a little bit of power, or you simply just get fatigued and get outvalued. And can this 1 of 5 KO deck do it? We have to see whether Noah Beygelman can take another steal from the top rope.
Absolutely. I think it's worth acknowledging that that's the case. There are cracked baubles in numerous decks at this table. This is Pod 1, in case the people at home have forgotten. These are the best players in the room. This is the last undefeated match of the weekend. These are some of the best players in the world. So if you think it only happens to you, don't worry. It happens to everyone. We're going to see another pair of gem packs battling it out to start our time in the feature match this round. Noah will go first, like the villain he is. He's 2 for 2 so far. That Rampart and that other Coalfoil Malefic Incantation. Oh, Jarl the Trady as a card is poetic for Jason Rolfe. For recently found calling success on that deck. And we find overturn the results and take that in the hands of Noah Beygelman.
Not bad hits at all. And if you want to pick up these gem packs, hit up your local game stores and go to your armories to get these sweet, sweet packs and the sweet hits that we've seen so far all throughout the last 2 days of stream.
Noah looks to be going first here, which of course will open up some options with that might generation. Multiple effects that could allow them to set up for a bigger and more impactful turn.
And you also put the Tuffnut going second, and Tuffnut can often struggle to use their whole hand of 3, but of course they pitch a card as well off the top, and Tuffnut may not be able to leverage that, whereas on Noah Beygelman's side, you definitely need to set up to overcome the defenses of this Revered Brute.
I was chatting with a few of our top performing players at the end of day yesterday. You can imagine they were already grabbing boxes, trying to get those drafts in ahead of time to learn a little bit more about the calling. I heard some interesting things about Tuffnut as a hero. Players seem to be kind of split on the possibilities as to how to draft this deck, but I'm quickly learning of a school of thought that this hero is sometimes just mono-revered. People leaning away from the brute cards entirely, focusing on that revered package. And I have to imagine Jason is going to fall into that school of thought here, because there were 6 other brutes at the table.
Yeah, and 6 other heroes at the table were reviled. There were only 2 revered heroes at this table completely. So you have to imagine Jason Rolfe got quite a few options in the revered pool of cards as well. And looking at the helmet, that certainly already seems to indicate that is the wrong camera angle. There we go. Helm of the Adored for his headpiece over there. One of the pieces that all the revered heroes definitely want to get their hands on.
I think Jason Rolfe's equipment suite is almost perfect, in fact. I think they are probably my first in-slot choices currently for Tuffnut in every zone. On the other side, we've seen Noah's loadout already. We know they do have those Horns of the Despised, which proved very, very important in the last game. And this opening, also pretty solid here for Noah. We saw it last time, but you're just looking to get incidental value on this turn, set up for a bigger turn when the cards matter a little more, bask in your own greatness, making some might tokens.
It seems like Jason Rolfe has a perfect answer to Noah Beygelman's setup with this dig-in block over here. You have to imagine he's going to pitch or at least activate Tuffnut maybe to generate even more toughness tokens, which match up perfectly against Noah Beygelman's 3 might tokens.
So Jason double-checking the Kayo activation, of course, wants to know they are safe with 1 card in hand from Noah. They'd have to pitch a yellow and a red to make those might tokens, so we will see dig in paid for, toughness tokens made to build a staunch defense nice and early for Jason Rolfe, who will draw up, does not draw the 4th card, avoids the biggest hurdle of the game so far, and we'll see what they can manage to do with their first hand of the game.
And Noah Beygelman cannot be happy with the 3 toughness tokens that Jason Rolfe has already set up. Probably even going to get one more toughness token here. And yes, indeed, does hit a 6 off the top. So 4 toughness tokens. Often against Tuffnut, if you see them set up 3, 4 toughness tokens like this, you want to just pass into them. Otherwise, you will get fatigued because you're basically slamming your attacks into a brick wall. Unfortunately for Noah Beygelman, though, if you just pass into those toughness tokens, you lose your might tokens as well. Might tokens aren't something that stick around for longer than the turn after that they are generated. So between a rock and a hard place is Noah Beygelman.
Jason here debating whether or not Buck Wild is worthwhile on this turn cycle. Does utilize the yellow they found, does choose to pay the cost up front, coming in instead of parking that card in the arsenal. Interesting little bit of flavor for you here, Pankaj. You see that Jason is rocking some interesting sleeves on their limited deck here. Those were a gift from the Runaways for his performance in draft. In the part of the Bisfell season was the top-ranked drafter in the queue during that season. And I feel like Noah Beygelman might be aware of that prestige somehow.
Yep, Noah Beygelman, of course, part of Runaways as well. What a fantastic piece of lore, Scott. Looks like the go again from Buck Wild was not used there. Jason Rolfe opting instead to just arsenal his card as we move over to Noah Beygelman's turn, whose 3 mights pop, but at the same time 4 toughness tokens from Jason Rolfe pop as well to match those incredibly effectively.
Noah acknowledging the transaction there, sure that this will come up again. We will see Turn the Crowd Hateful. This time, this card is significantly less embarrassing.
10 coming in, thanks to 3 might tokens, of course. But this is such an easy 2-card block for Jason Rolfe, and it just has 1 card remaining to go ahead and activate Tuffnut and send an attack right back Noah Beygelman's way. He's going to need to set up something a little bit bigger than that, I think, Scott, to get over the Tough Brute.
4 toughness feeling borderline illegal, but generated through legal means by Jason Rolfe here does allow some pretty staunch defensive options, something Jason is all too familiar with when it comes to Flesh and Blood. Reevaluating that hand, it will be a clean 2-card block, as you suggest here. We'll see right behind you, triggering here for some additional value in the process. This card looking really impressive in Tuffnut as a hero.
Definitely, because you can tell the pitch card of the card on top of your deck, and that can help you plan out your turn a little bit better, because that is one of the downsides of Tuffnut, especially when you aren't running Garland of Spring. That can sometimes bail you out of an unfortunate red pitch off the top. Knowing the color of the top because of card like right behind you, or maybe some of the Clash cards that we see in the Revered card pool as well, can definitely smooth out those turns from Jason Rolfe's side.
So we do see those effects triggered in order. So we see right behind you doing its work before the smash up does clash. We'll see a Vigor token generated for our Tuffnut player as a result, as Jason will make their way into their turn with 1 card in hand, 1 card in arsenal, and that Vigor to tie the room together.
And it's a yellow on top as well, so we'll have the full 3 floating here.
You've got what I need. Vigorous Roar is going to be the play here from Jason Rolfe. We'll see another copy of Right Behind You coming out of that arsenal to pair alongside it. Pretty impressive turn sequence off of just 2 cards.
This early game going Jason Rolfe's side incredibly well. Also have to point out, speaking of more defensive setups, he's got a toughness and a vigor and the tough leather boots, which will be able to block for 3 on the following turn cycle as well. We keep talking about how Noah Beygelman needs to set up to get over these defenses, but Jason Rolfe, time and time again, has been able to mount what seems to be like an insurmountable defense over here, still at a pristine 20 life.
I've been very impressed so far with the both defensive abilities and aggressive abilities coming out of Jason's deck. Has not found themselves in spots where the hands don't really work. There's no, I drew 3 yellow 6s so far, unable to utilize the cards in any meaningful way. Has successfully blocked out all of Noah Beygelman's damage despite size and ability, and has managed to find a way to throw back powerful and meaningful attacks each and every time. For now, Noah forced to play the defensive role is contemplating their blocks. We see one of those important copies of Flex Strength forced to play defense here as Noah Beygelman makes their way down to 12.
And I have to wonder whether Noah's perhaps going to try and set something up on this turn because of the defenses that Jason Rolfe has up. Oh, excuse me. The Toughness will pop at the start of Noah's turn, so the Tough Leather Boots won't be online. But of course, you can activate Tuffnut on your opponent's turn and get that anyway, which will let you block for 3 on the boots.
Flex Strength block making more sense with the second copy found from the arsenal of Noah Beygelman. Does have 2 cards remaining in hand and of course 1 resource floating, threatening to activate Kayo and turbocharge this rather ripped brute to a size much larger than they are as it stands. Unexpected backhand, commit on defense while Jason thinks through the logistics of the rest of their blocks.
Flex Strength in KO is such an incredible card. Each color of it comes at 9 power once you activate KO Strong Arm's ability. But that being said, that's sort of the reason why you want the blue the most out of all 3 of them, because even your blue comes in for 9. And here we see the Toughness activation on Noah Beygelman's turn, which does generate the Toughness token. And I wonder if we'll see the boots come in. And yes, indeed they do, thanks to a Vigor token generated from the Clash on the previous turn as well. No, from the Vigor's Raw, excuse me. Now these boots do block for 3. And once again, time and time again, Jason Rolfe with just incredible defenses here to match Noah Beygelman's offense.
If there is a player in the modern game that I expect to have an intricate understanding of how to block, that would be Jason Rolfe, known for fatiguing opponents with Jarl very recently over in Copenhagen, but also a staunch believer in the Guardian class as a whole. This is not their first rodeo when it comes to a defensive Roadhouse, choosing the Brute this time around instead. We'll make our way back over to them. The Vigor token will break as they find themselves with 2 cards in hand, looking to present some kind of offense once more in return. We see good-natured brutality in the hand here for Jason Rolfe, surprisingly used on offense.
Just coming in for 6 here, which just seems to be the bread and butter for both Revered heroes, to be honest. Even Pleiades does a lot of this, blocking 2 cards, send a 2-card 7. Tuffnut, of course, not exactly blocking 2 cards every time. We saw on that turn cycle actually breaking the play pattern slightly by activating Tuffnut on the opponent's turn. That was to trigger the additional defense on the boots, because while Toughness tokens are very easy to come by in Tuffnut, Vigor tokens are a little bit tougher. So you want to make sure that when you have the Vigor token, you use that moment to get the most value from your boots as you can, as we saw Jason Rolfe do. And then on his turn, kept an extra card to use as pitch to go along with the Vigor to deploy the good-natured brutality. And Noah Beygelman forced to block out a little bit again.
Toughness token will break to start the turn here as we see Give Him a Piece of Your Mind coming across. Solid 6 points of power on this one. However, it does not connect. That Vigor token will be created for Tuffnut, and we do know how powerful that can be.
And this moment over here, you have to imagine, I feel like if the pace of play continues like this, Noah Beygelman's going to be in a very, very tough spot. Because if you're trying to play his mid-range game against Tuffnut, they're sort of like reverse Ira. When instead of getting the +1 offense every turn cycle, they're getting a +1 defense every turn cycle. And if both of you are just matching numbers, sending 6s at each other, the Tuffnut will simply outvalue you and either fatigue you or just get you into a blocking play pattern that you can't get out of. So I really want to see Noah Beygelman try and set up something bigger. Question is, does he have the card quality to? He's one of 5 KOs in the pod. He simply might not have that many pumps, that many cards that let him go wide enough to overcome the defenses of Tuffnut.
We'll see a tough smash up as the card committed to defense duty, so we will clash. We see another one on top here, and the Cheater's Charm being revealed here for Noah Beygelman. Jason politely asking, hey, do you mind if I read that one just before we flip it back face down?
Also, just a reminder to all our viewers, Cheater's Charm's third mode does not work if you are blocking with an attack action card with 6 or more power, because that is not an attack you are controlling. It's an attack action card. Bit of a minute detail regarding the rules text on that card. So really a card you're pretty much going to probably use on offense a little bit more than on defense if you want the third mode.
Turn the crowd grateful here. 7 points of power. Pretty efficient 2-card hand here for Jason Rolfe. Again, just keeping that tempo going, wants to maintain pressure while keeping up those stalwart defenses. Of course, this card pretty stellar into the Reviled heroes, of which there are many in this draft pod.
Rare miss here from Jason Rolfe over here. I think the first time we've seen him whiff on the Tuffnut hero ability, not generating a Toughness token, because the Tough Smash Up, I believe, that's in the pitch zone only comes in for 5. It is a blue variety. It does let him send this Turn the Crowd Grateful and Arsenal, his last card, instead of using his card in hand as pitch as well to send this 7-power attack. But, oh, looks like they did make the Toughness token, or... Oh, it's from the cheer, yes.
Easily done.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I think this is just perhaps being represented ahead of time here from from Jason. Maybe not. Maybe both players missing that this shouldn't have generated toughness. These things do happen, of course.
Yes, unless, of course, we're mistaken and the blue card in the pitch is a 6. Okay. Cool.
So we do find that turn the crowd grateful. It does indeed connect. So we're going to find ourselves generating a second toughness token in this case, as the crowd does cheer for our Tuffnut player. And we will find another copy of Give Him a Piece of Your Mind as the counterplay here for Noah Beygelman, coming in for 7.
Also have to point out, so far, not a lot of KO activations coming out from Noah Beygelman's side. Hasn't really been able to generate Vigor tokens very effectively, which is quite tough, especially against Tuffnut. Against the other heroes, you can sort of rely on Vigorous Smash-Up Clash, winning you the clashes and giving you a Vigor token to start your Vigor train going for Chaos Strongarm's ability. But Tuffnut is probably the best hero in this format at winning clashes, so that card isn't really going to freely give you Vigor tokens against this hero specifically. You're going to need some ways to get booed, say Mocking Blow, for example, or Villainous Pose, which is a bit more of an unconditional boo, to start your Vigor train going.
Look tough here, going to win the clash for Noah Beygelman. They will be the one generating toughness instead.
Took offense at my comment that it's difficult to win clashes against Tuffnut, and goes ahead and proves me wrong immediately as Noah Beygelman, as he gets the toughness token.
Just get down Arsenal's probably not bad. I will put mine to the bottom here.
And Jason choosing to bottom that reveal, which is very important here, of course, offering the flexibility to draw or find a fresh card with Tuffnut.
Of course.
Noah Beygelman wants to get a quick judge call, I think, regarding the Cheetah's Charm, which both players know is in his hand.
Oh, wait, never
So I
mind.
have to wonder.
I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. We're good. I don't need a judge. I'm an idiot.
So
I'm an idiot, we're good, is the call there from Noah. We've all been there.
Speaking of unconditional boos, the Cheetah's Charm that he's holding on also represents that. He could go ahead and use it right now. It looks like he is going to.
Okay.
So I'm casting this now while
So we do
this is,
see
the
that
chain is
Cheetah's
still
Charm
active.
being
So I get
played
booed,
while
I
their
control big
attack
attacks, you have
is
to either
still
take
on the
this
chain,
credit
going to make the most of all those modes.
When you create a Vigor token, so does start the
Just gonna
Vigor
steal
train
anyway,
going
even if I
so
lost the
far.
clash, so.
We'll have an easy activation of Chaos Strongarm's ability on the following turn, if he has a zero-cost attack to go along with it.
You don't have to. You can discard
And Jason Rolfe currently deciding whether he wants to take the 2 damage from Cheetah's Charm or discard his last card.
So it's just take 2. You've been boomed, don't
Both players ironing out the options here, so Jason going to take some damage and keep that card instead.
Now, chain close, you make a Vigor.
Yeah, there it is.
Vigor generated once the chain closes. Both players doing their best to keep this board state as correct as possible, of course. Brand new cards, high stake situation.
Okay.
Not the easiest thing to do. We'll make our way back into Jason's turn as that Vigor does break, and we'll see exactly why. They kept that card in hand. Tuffnut activation will generate some resources from a yellow copy of Dig In. We'll make a toughness token as a result. 3 resources available, courtesy of that Vigor. 2 cards to work with.
We've talked a lot about how Vigor tokens in Kayo really smooth out his cost curve, but the same can very easily be said about Tuffnut as well. A lot of the attacks do cost 3, whereas a lot of your resource cards in the deck are yellows. Lots of yellow 6s in this set, as opposed to blue 6s, as a lot of Brute players definitely have noticed and keep complaining about. Lots of yellow 6s, but if your attacks are 3, you do need that additional resource from somewhere, and that's where the Vigor tokens really help you smooth out that cost curve. And we've seen that, I think, happen 2 or 3 times already this game from Jason Rolfe's side.
Does seem to be a recurring pattern. It's great to see this deck working as intended in the draft format, as Disarm making its way across. Noah Beygelman here considering their defenses. We see a high-pitched Howl committed here to block 4 alongside that toughness token they so cleverly stole away, falling down to 9 life remaining.
As it passes over to Noah Beygelman.
Synergy, 8.
And Jason Rolfe's 2 toughness tokens.
I believe the kids
Pop
call
as
this
well.
one a combo here, that Vigor token paying for the additional cost of this Look Tough to make sure it is coming in for the full 8 damage, leaving a card in Noah Beygelman's hand to park in the arsenal. Both players here doing that quick deck check TM to see whether or not they are getting close to that fatigue state you'd expect from a Tuffnut game.
There is an interesting dynamic regarding the fatigue math when KO Strongarm is involved. Typically, you expect Tuffnut to come out way ahead in the fatigue math because they are so efficient at blocking. However, in the endgame state, KO Strongarm's ability states that basically all their blues come in for 6. which is quite a bit of deck damage when you think about it, especially if your opponent needs to block 6 without you even activating Kayo Strongman ability. You are always just giving them 1 card from deck, and they are losing 2 cards from deck to block out your 6. So the endgame fatigue math isn't exactly always going in Tuffnut's favor. It kind of also depends on life total and the other texture of the game.
Texture, I think the important word there. These games, very liquid in the way they play, lots of permutations to consider as you make your way down into the final turns. We'll see dig in and comeback kid committed on defense here. Additional resources left over from the Tuffnut activation. Turned into toughness.
And that's 3 toughness tokens with the promise of really stuffing Noah Beygelman's offensive salvo on his turn. You have to imagine whether he might just use that as a setup turn. He's drawn into a booze. It's a fine card to just use to set up and not play into 3 toughness tokens.
Jason here with another copy of Right Behind You. I know the community as a whole very much coming around this card in the limited format, definitely at its best in Tuffnut. Fine on offense, does generate those toughness tokens in both yellow and red varieties while providing a sneaky peek at the top of the deck when used on defense. One to watch as you make your way into your pre-release next weekend, I imagine.
Looks like the boo is going to go ahead and be used for defense duty over here. And I saw a copy of the concealed object that Noah Beygelman won his first round of today with in his hand right now. You could do a cheeky thing where you play it on your opponent's turn, so you get booed and you come to your turn with the Vigor token popping already. Looks like Noah Beygelman opting to pass on that, just sending over this Flex Strength, the yellow variety this time, and with a promise of it being turned to 9 with his additional blue in his hand. Quite a face-up play a little bit from his side over here. And Jason Rolfe did have the 3 toughness tokens as well that popped at the start of this turn.
Love to see this from Jason. Just double check. Hey, can I read this? Understanding this game is going to go to an attrition state as we make our way further and further down the turn cycle. We'll need to be aware of that concealed object so it doesn't come back from the top rope once more. We'll find Flex Strength being defended here. The piece disturbed, if you will, as it makes its way up to 9. Jason going to let 3 damage leak through. Those toughness tokens, of course, allowing a block for 6 there, falling to 11.
It truly is concealed now.
2 cards remaining on Jason Rolfe's hand with the Tuffnut ability available as well. Looks like did hit a blue, which I believe is not a 6 though, so no toughness token generated. Perhaps a little bit of an opening for Noah Beygelman, but as we say that though, that is a whopping 8 damage coming at his face while he is at 6, so we'll be forced to give up at least 1 card in hand to block this out. No toughness token on the other side though. You have to imagine he wants to try and leverage this to try and leak a little bit more damage.
Turn the Crowd grateful, one of the more impressive cards when you are staring down the meanie. Those Reviled heroes. Not happy to see this one in the red variety. Full 8 damage and will cheer if it manages to connect. In the case of Tuffnut, that's a little bit more toughness for your trouble. If you're on the other side of things with Pleiades, it will generate those confidence tokens in order to tie your evasive attacks together. Here, Noah Beygelman forced to commit multiple cards on defense in order to stay in this game.
Those are a couple of 2 blocks too, Scott. I'm not entirely sure Noah Beygelman is happy with this block. Could pay into Brothers in Arms to block a little bit more as well, but that is a lot of tempo loss, and he is also losing the fatigue race as well. There's going to be 3 cards committed to defense. Does pay into Brothers in Arms, so conserves his life towards Noah Beygelman, but I do want to talk about the deck damage that just happened over there. That was 1 card out of Jason Rolfe's deck for 3 cards of Noah Beygelman's, as his life total is behind as well. Asking Jason Rolfe whether you can convert his full hand, which is a bit of a tough ask for Tuffnut usually. But what is the opening that Noah is trying to set up with this?
I do want to acknowledge the card pitched away by Noah Beygelman to facilitate that turn. Red copy of Villainous Pose is one of the better cards in their deck and almost certainly required if they're hoping to get 11 damage through the staunch defenses of our Tuffnut players. So happy to see that one being conserved. Going to see a red found off the top. Dig in from Tuffnut will generate that toughness and a single resource in the process.
And with this additional space, you have to wonder whether maybe Jason Rolfe opts to pop the hold firm on this turn as well. Recognizing Noah Beygelman maybe he's trying to set something a little bit bigger. You can have the toughness tokens to defend that out. Looks like it's not going to be the case. Just a right behind you coming in for 6. Might be IPing a card over here, but given that he has a life lead and he has a deck damage lead as well, I think he's still perfectly happy with the way this game state is right now.
Conservative approach from Jason Rolfe. Likely not a blue in hand, so no ability to use that hold firm alongside the rest of their intended turn. For now, right behind you will be the offensive choice. Noah Beygelman blocking for 3, falling to 3, leaving themselves with 4 cards, including the Arsenal, to find a way back into this game. It will be the blue copy of Villainous Pose to start things off. Vigor token going to be generated before that Arsenal comes flying out. Strongest survive is going to be the play here. So some pseudo interaction available to Noah Beygelman.
Similar to clashing against Tuffnut, Strongest Survive against Tuffnut also doesn't seem like a very effective card. So many of the cards are 6 power. You can, Jason Rolfe can even take 5 from this and just reveal something to dodge this card. Very likely, but knowing Tuffnut, we're probably going to see more than just a 1-card block on this.
Jason just doing the math there, understanding how many cards remain for Noah Beygelman, understanding they will likely need to grind their opponent down to dust at the end of this game. Going to review their hand with that information in mind. We see a who's the tough guy in the arsenal for Jason, alongside a Blue Brothers in Arms, another copy of Fight from Behind there as well. So multiple blue cards, multiple resources, another smash up that can potentially clash on defense too.
Yeah, you do, yeah.
Okay.
Very scary life total for Noah Beygelman as well. Will be forced to give up cards on defense. And if I'm not mistaken, Scott, the next hand might have that concealed object in it, which does not block.
Yeah, I found the line. Sure. I will.
So it's quite a scary position for Noah Beygelman to be in.
You're going to see anyway.
News just in, steel chair, not a defensive choice.
I will.
Jason here, debating a Tuffnut activation, going to generate some resources in the process here. The 3 available will pay for that Brothers in Arms with those resources. Going to put this Fight from Behind alongside it.
So using the Tuffnut ability to pay for the Brothers in Arms instead, so he knows the resource code that he's working with on his own turn.
We'll see hold firm and maybe that Helm of the Adored being reached for here as well. Jason considering how best to get value from each inch remaining in their deck.
Block that paid, block 8.
Current block of 8 committed alongside that hold firm. Does cover up the Strongest Survive. No need to reveal any shenanigans. 2 cards left to work with for Jason Rolfe. Have to imagine this is a resource card and a timely attack from the Arsenal. That who's the tough guy? About as big as you could ask for. Noah Beygelman will extend the hand. There is a no block item in their hand, and it will be Jason Rolfe making their way all the way up to 9-1 alongside Tuffnut, the Revered Brutes.
Bit of a grindy finish for both matches that we've seen today so far, which you can definitely expect. Super Slam definitely has a lot of that going on, especially when Tuffnut is involved. And all the games so far have involved Brutes in them. Obviously, there's only one Guardian at the table, so we can expect more of that coming up as well.
Impressive stuff, I think, all around there. Jason doing us a solid by showing us what Tuffnut is capable of in this draft format. Some similar play patterns we saw to yesterday, but not quite as much luxury in card choices, I find. So happy to see those dig-ins paid to a little more often. Some 6s that we didn't see yesterday finding a place. Cards like Fight from Behind, or right behind you, I should say, just aren't first pickable for anyone else.
A lack of luxury of card choices definitely is apt, I think, especially looking at the Kayo side of this table. For to be clear, 5 KOs at a table, and we saw Noah Beygelman's deck. I think it just ended up being a question of a lack of good card quality, to be honest.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at how the pod is playing out so far for our featured draft. Noah Beygelman now finds themselves at 1-1. Unfortunately, Taylor the Tape kind of come into fruition as we expected. The 2 KO players that were trapped off to the left-hand side of Noah finding themselves at 0-2.
And Michael Feng over there did manage to pick up his win in the second round as the lone Guardian at this table. Jason Rolfe, of course, the player we just watched, one of 2 Tuffnuts, getting his second win over there. And we'll be facing off against Nicholas Porter to come out as the undefeated player in this pod.
Rolfe Catton managing to get a little bit of their glamour back after losing that first round to that timely concealed object. Now 1-1, still very much alive for a strong showing here at the world premiere in Montreal. These players all in contention as things stand.
Very fascinating first part of the day, Scott. I think all these players are recognizing that perhaps maybe there's differences in card evaluation between them because this is day one of Super Slam Draft, and basically players haven't had the time to agree on which cards are signals and which cards are the cards worth fighting for, which classes and talents maybe even worth fighting for. I think that's perhaps what's led to a 7th Brood pod as our first pod at Super Slam Draft.
Perhaps. You might not be wrong. I have a feeling that we'll see that evolving as we make our way into Draft 2 for today, and especially that top 8 draft as more information is gained by the players in our field. Pankaj, I have to ask this, and I say it entirely platonically. Do you have any holiday plans coming up?
Yes, actually. I'm going back to Singapore for a friend's wedding.
Very nice. Okay, well, I'm going to hope I can convince you to take some other trips in the near future because there's quite a lot of events coming up in the world of Flesh and Blood. Let's take a look at some of the callings and the packages you can expect to find at them. World Tour Shizuoka is going to be joining us in just a few days now. It's a little bit further away. Release weekend, of course, on this one for the Super Slam set. No better playmat than a Flick Knives reprint for this one.
Definitely tune into this stream if you're trying to see if any of the CC heroes from Super Slam will have a splash in the CC meta in the lead up to the World Championships.
Promo cards, of course, available for this as well if you want those cold foil bully tactics. Crowd goes wild. All the promo packs from across the board. The Fabled Event package will take care of you alongside those event tokens. World Tour Hamburg the week after. I'll be at this one taking care of people from the booth. Very excited to be there. Of course, the first time the World Tour makes its way into Germany for a calling because Flesh and Blood, a game of skill, unquestionably.
I was already going to tune in, but now that you've told me you're in the booth, I'm going to be glued to the screen, Scott.
Oh, flattery everywhere. Said it a few times this weekend, and I stand by it. Again, beautiful playmat here for the Vincent players amongst you, and those promo cards available in the Fable package as well. If you're so inclined to join us in Sydney, I'm gonna need you to do me a favor. Light up the leaves on the playmat for this one is a pretty astounding piece of artwork.
That is a gorgeous one for this Earth Wizard enjoyers out there, me included. Definitely gonna try and find my way to get my hands on this one.
World Tour Sydney, a special event at the end of October, making the way into November, an event you want to go to if you're anywhere nearby. If you're joining us at World Tour Valencia, I'll be there. Come and say hello. If you're 2 steps ahead, you can make sure there's a Fabled event package for you to purchase, which would be rather appropriate given the playmat.
I think you would love this one, Scott. As a Reviled Guardian player in this booth, I think you will do really good to get your hands on this one.
It's like he doesn't know me at all. What happened? Seattle is going to be one that everybody wants. If you're a fan of our new friends, Fast and Furious, you're going to want to make sure you get your hands on this incredible piece of artwork over in Seattle.
The Fable package, of course, containing Revered and Reviled packs as well for those of you Super Slam enjoyers.
Of course, Shizuoka, that first one on the docket. You're going to want to pay attention for that one. Release weekend coming up for Super Slam very, very soon. Pankaj, pretty happy to have you back in the booth. Sam's been scaring me a bit today. It's been somewhat concerning.
Interesting.
Interesting.
Yeah, I've never used that term to describe Sam at all. I wonder what happened, actually.
Starting to think I might have gotten myself in trouble. I'm going to take an opportunity to go and apologize to the floater. But if you're enjoying the broadcast so far, do stay with us. We'll be right back. Jason Rolfe, Nicholas Porter. There are two names that remain at 2-0 in our featured draft pod here for the very first time at the Calling in Montreal. Scott Mines, Pankaj Bachwani, happy to have you in the booth with me so far. We've seen Jason's Tuffnut deck. On the other side, somehow, one of these various Kayo players with feet cracked bauble, if you will. Who are you picking in this fight?
Probably the Tuffnut, Scott. You say somehow the KO made it to 2-0. I honestly just tend to agree. I'm surprised that Michael Feng as the lone guardian did not make it to the 2-0. Honestly, I expected him to 3-0 the pod. I'm sure many people did after seeing how the pod table turned out. But had that rough loss where he didn't have an attack with all his auras popping, so ended up in the 1-1 bracket. We'll see how his game 3 goes after this one. But between the Tuffnut and the KO, I have to just give it to the 1 of 2 Tuffnut over the 1 of 5 KO, right?
I think that's a fair mathematical choice. I'm obviously going to back Jason as well from my incredibly known bias self, but I do really want to take a look at Nicholas's KO deck. I think they were in a reasonable seat for the hero, given how the pod broke out. I'm curious what they ended up with that the other players didn't, because they've gotten to 2-0 somehow. There's something to learn from this draft deck, and if they can cause the upset, there might be even more to learn from this draft deck.
I think the question would be whether he managed to pick up more of the Reviled pumps. We saw Noah Beygelman have one red villainous pose, but that's kind of about it. If this KO player managed to get more villainous poses, some revolting gestures, maybe some cruel ambitions as well, we could see him get over Tuffnut's defenses.
That's a fair point. Good spot. Speaking of good things, if you also enjoy Limited and you would like to have a chance to draft Super Slam yourself come release weekend, Legend Story Studios would like to take care of you. We're going to have a giveaway for a full box of the brand new set Super Slam this day. Of course, hang around with us until just before the final game. Get those comments in chat when we have them, and this one could be yours. Sounds like a Marvel to me. You're gonna want this box. Make sure you're involved.
He called it. He rigged that. So
giveaway.
if you win the giveaway and you didn't get a Marvel, go blame him.
I'm just going to take us down to the feature match area. Seems like a safe place to be. Let's see how the finale of our first ever draft of Super Slam will play out. It is Jason Rolfe in the red corner on Tuffnut, Revered, Brute, and Nicholas Porter over in the blue corner on Kayo Strongarm.
In the 7 Brute pod, 2 of them have risen up to be the finalists of our first pod here at World Tour Montreal, with the KO going first. Wants to try and set up a little bit into the Revered Brute and, of course, put the Revered Brute in a tough position. I'm trying to convert their hand alongside the free pitch that they get going second.
Love to see Jason representing that Team Sigil hoodie on the broadcast as well. Renowned worldwide team, slowly making their way to multiple event victories. Jason, of course, part of that crew.
Before the actual battle itself, we're going to do the gem pack battle real quick. Players going to reveal it at the same time, it looks like.
1, 2, 3.
Bang. Okay, so EA turning point here. Pretty nice one, actually, I think, for the players. Rainbow Foil EA overturned the results. Hopefully that's not something Nicholas is hoping to do at the end of this game.
As we head over and the players are about to reveal their equipment, you just have to notice Nicholas Porter here a little bit short on the equipment side of things compared to the Revered Brute counterpart. Just having a headpiece and a chest piece over there does have the Garland of Spring for one additional resource, which can be pretty good in the turns where you don't have the Vigor token to let you conveniently activate Kayo Strongarm's ability. But of course, we have seen Jason Rolfe's entire equipment suite already. Didn't even need to use the chest piece in this previous game against Noah Beygelman. Very, very strong setup from Jason Rolfe's side.
So we'll be kicking things off here. Nicholas taking a look at their hand. We'll start things off by clenching the upper hand.
3 cards in hand.
3 cards in hand, unsurprisingly.
So demanding a 6 block, basically, from Jason Rolfe is Nicholas Porter over here, which will get him ahead in the deck damage math a little bit. But demanding 2 cards out of your opponent's deck with just 1 of yours over here, 1 Mopey blue, to be honest, as well.
In this limited format so far, Pankaj, how important do you think it is to actively pressure your opponent on the first turn of the game between auras and the incidental deck damage it can cause?
I think it really depends on the matchup. Against Tuffnut, where it seems like their win condition often involves fatigue, I think getting more cards out of the deck can be very, very strong. But against the Guardian heroes, I think it can be quite lucrative to hold back your action point and tempt them into expending the hand for a bunch of instants, and then you punish them by sending a bunch of damage at it. So I think you have to be quite flexible depending on the texture of your hand as well and the opponent that you are facing.
We'll make our way over to Jason Rolfe, who will get started with a Tuffnut activation, revealing one for the dealer, yellow 6, going to generate 2 resources and a toughness token as a result.
Question is, does he have a go against Source over here? We saw him in the previous game have a vigorous roar. Looks like not going to be the case over here. Just coming in with a turn. The crowd grateful. 8 damage against Nicholas Porter, who snap blocks it. Just barely even thinks about it. Just says, all right, here's 8 points of defense. Probably he's going to go ahead and Arsenal on his own turn. Hand it right back over to Jason Rolfe. Very, very interesting, patient play from Nicholas Porter over here.
Interested in denying that additional toughness token, understands if they choose to take damage to send pressure, the toughness token's likely going to mitigate a fair amount of that anyway. So, very controlled play from Nicholas Porter. Parks the last card in the arsenal. We'll make our way back over to Jason Rolfe, who will start things off by hovering above Tuffnut. Activation once more, see what's on top of the deck. Yellow copy of Dig in here does the job. More resources and the toughness token for the trouble.
I think Nicholas Porter is looking to try and set up a bigger turn, say, with the cruel ambition that he has drawn over here, and not just trying to play into the mid-range game plan that Tuffnut is so incredibly strong at.
7 points of damage coming from a red copy of right behind you. This card, once again, proving to be a bit of an all-star in these Tuffnut decks. Solid defense, peek at the top of the deck to control your next turn. More importantly, perhaps, does generate toughness tokens when found with that hero ability.
It's so interesting how much of Tuffnut's value comes from these cards that only have effects when they block. So on top of toughness tokens, of course, increasing their block value, just look at the cards that Jason Rolfe is revealing right now. We've got this right behind you on the combat chain, which has no text when it's attacking. Taking a look at the pitch zone even, the dig in and the tough smash up, all these cards have no text while attacking. They all want to be defending his card. Just goes to show how much this hero gets value from defense rather than offense.
Goon tactics deployed on defense here, soaking up some damage for Nicholas Porter, falling down to 16 for now. However, keeping 3 in hand, 1 in arsenal, interested in a return volley of damage, 1 toughness, going to be standing in their way. They do know about the dig in the hand for Jason Rolfe, and now we do see cruel ambition. This feels like a very important part of the plan in this matchup. Nicholas Porter needs to go tall or wide to push through the abilities of Tuffnut. We see bask in your own greatness, making 3 more might tokens in addition.
I love this play from Nicholas Porter over here. We saw him just snap block 8 damage on the previous turn cycle, recognizing there's no point playing a 2-card 7 game into Tuffnut. But here instead, he's just sending 2, which renders the toughness token on Jason Rolfe's side basically useless, because even if you have a 2 block, it doesn't really matter whether its defense gets pumped against a 2 attack. But setting up 6 might tokens for the following turn cycle is Nicholas Porter over here, trying to set up that offensive overlap which you need to have against Tuffnut. But Jason Rolfe here once again has a dig in hand to perhaps punish this exact play that Nicholas Porter is trying to set up.
The back and forth between these 2 cards has kind of been the story of the weekend so far. Bask in your own greatness and dig in. Natural opposition to each other. Natural born enemies, if you will. Jason taking a moment here to contemplate whether or not it is time to cash in on that effect. Instead, it will be the Helm of the Adored reached for here. Interested in being cheered right now.
Our players just showcasing a immense understanding of the ebb and flow of this sort of matchup. You see your opponent set up some offense in the form of might tokens, and Jason Rolfe goes ahead and answers by setting up a little bit more defense on the following turn to answer those might tokens. Goes ahead and uses the Helm of the Adored just for the cheer effect, gets an additional toughness. You have to imagine he's going to create at least 1 more from Tuffnut's hero ability, and here exactly pitches the turn the crowd grateful from the top of the deck, has now 2 toughness tokens, probably wants to set up a few more to match the might tokens on Nicholas Porter's side.
Good to see this vigorous roar being deployed here. This card doing all kinds of work for Jason Rolfe, enabling those powerful tough leather boots and a powerful turn in the process. We'll see Disturb the Peace coming down here as the follow-up. 9 points of damage coming across for Jason, immediately demanding attention once more from Nicholas. Seems to have a very well-rounded understanding of their role in this matchup.
Vigor token generated from Jason Rolfe here, thanks to a vigorous roar, does represent an easy block with tough leather boots as well in the following turn. We saw him do this in his game against Noah Beygelman, where he activated Tuffnut's ability on the opponent's turn to generate the toughness token, so that he will have a toughness and a vigor available to block with tough leather boots, giving him an extra 2 block on that piece of equipment.
Offer bauble, is it the best bauble pitch in
Flex speed for 11 go again, significantly more impressive than that crack bauble pitched away to pay for it.
I see that. I know the 20 that's coming, my friend.
I haven't resolved this one.
Beautiful stuff from our players here. Jason acknowledging that crack bauble, says crack bauble. Nicholas Porter says one of them.
Unfortunate consequence of being one of 5 KOs in our featured pod over here. But of course, he's sitting at a 2-0 with an X1 record. So still doing quite well for himself as Nicholas Porter, as Jason Rolfe is staring down an 11 attack with go again in the form of his flex speed.
Shows you it can be done in these limited formats. Prowess and understanding will go a very, very long way. We'll see those tough leather boots deployed here from Jason alongside the toughness activation to make the toughness token. Dig in going to join in alongside it, potentially generating some more toughness tokens. However, I believe the hand here for Jason is 2 reds alongside that fight from behind in the arsenal, so likely not building too much more of a wall outside of the 2 resources that are already floating.
So he does have a vigor token as well, so as long as one of his attacks is a 2 cost, he could just use the red alongside the vigor token to send the 2 cost attack as well. And finding the dig in here is just incredible for Jason Rolfe. So you want to activate Tuffnut's ability here to get the toughness token for the boots, but still had an outlet for the resources from the pitch effect of Tuffnut's ability thanks to that dig in over here. So still ended up being a very efficient turn cycle from Jason Rolfe. But talking about efficient turn cycles, Scott, 0 for 5 coming out from Nicholas Porter here in the form of the take that.
16 power turn. Those are Lias numbers we're talking about right there. Good stuff from Nicholas Porter this turn. Take that, the best 1-card follow-up to this scenario. Will make a might if it is defended out entirely. Jason finding themselves in a position a little different than the one they expected to be in.
The detrimental effect of take that not hitting basically doesn't matter at this point, because Jason Rolfe will need to give 2 cards on defense to get the might token, but then he won't have any cards in hand to send an offensive attack to make use of the might token. So this is just straight up a 0 for 5. Nicholas Porter has managed to set up quite an offensive salvo on this turn. 11 into 5, 16 points as you pointed out, Scott, across 2 attacks. Question is, can he keep this going? He needs more than just his 1 turn's worth of offensive output to get over the defenses of Tuffnut.
We see equipment being reached for by Jason Rolfe momentarily. Decides that 5 damage is instead the line, falling down to 11 to keep their hand of red cards. Wants to make sure they are the one controlling the tempo of the game.
How many more setup pieces does Nicholas Porter have to be able to do another turn like that is the question.
We do see the Vigor token breaking. Fight from behind will now trigger for Jason Rolfe. Is now on a lower life total than their reviled opponent. So an additional toughness token being generated in addition to this 6 attack coming across. Means there will be quite the wall to get through for Nicholas here if they choose to take the offensive. Wouldn't surprise me if some of these cards just used on defense here and a passive turn taken to play through these toughness tokens.
And you have to imagine that is why Jason Rolfe elected not to use his armor and not to block out the take that, even though he was able to, just because he wanted to fall below Nicholas Porter's life total and go ahead and get an additional point of value from this fight from behind in the form of the additional toughness tokens. 4 toughness tokens now popping at the start of Nicholas Porter's turn, promising an incredible defense from Jason Rolfe's side.
And this is the appropriate response to those toughness tokens here from Nick Porter. Bask in your own greatness, again showing you the resilience and flexibility of a card like this, mitigating all those extra toughness tokens and generating some might to front load the following turn.
I love this back and forth that's been going on between our players, trying to counterplay each other's toughness and might tokens. Nicholas Porter saying, you have 3 to 4 toughness tokens, I'm just going to create a bunch of might now. And Jason Rolfe saying, you have so many might tokens, I'm going to block with a dig in and make more toughness tokens to counteract those might tokens. Just a very, very interesting new dynamic to the grindy nature of Flesh and Blood that we all love.
Let's take a look at what Jason is working with here. We do see Blue Brothers in Arms, Rapturous Applause, and a blue smash up there. It's a pretty stock standard hand from Tuffnut. We'll expect to see one card committed on defense here alongside that wall of toughness to keep Jason at 11.
Massive overblock coming out from Jason Rolfe, blocking 7 on his attack for 4, respecting Razor Reflex.
When I respect Razor Reflex, I get judged for it, but when Jason does it in a format the card isn't in, it's totally fine. Unbelievable.
It's brilliant play by Jason Rolfe, to be honest.
I need better friends. Jason here debating that card in their arsenal as well as to how best sequence this turn. Does have a surprising amount of options, despite the 4 damage coming their way.
Block 7.
Yeah.
Block of 7 is declared. Yeah, that's fine, is the phrase from Nicholas Porter as we make our way back over to Jason. 2 in hand. That 1 card parked in arsenal was here. Tuffnut activation will flip over a red unexpected backhand, generate another toughness token for the following turn.
Don't think he has an incredibly efficient outlet for this extra resource on this turn, which, again, we've spoken about this time and time again. Tuffnut can sometimes struggle with that when you give him extra cards. It's like reaching for the chess piece over here. Could be an outlet for his extra blue card in his hand.
Yeah, worth noting both pieces of equipment here for Jason Rolfe. Very useful when you need to convert a hand that may otherwise be stuck with too many cards. You know what else is really good at converting cards in hand? Buck Wild here. Going to be coming in 4-6 with Go, 7 with Go again, I should say. On the red copy, 6 power card found in the pitch zone to enable this. With just 1 floating, I'd be surprised if there was too much of a follow-up from Tuffnut here.
And we see Nicholas Porter now approaching the game state that Noah Beygelman was trapped in the previous game, where you're starting to be attacked for lethal from the Tuffnut side, and that makes it very difficult for you to set up and leverage your setup. He has these 3 might tokens. He needs to get value out of them, but that still won't be enough. He'll need to have yet another setup turn after that, and then another payoff turn from that setup. All the while, the opponent is now sending lethal at you with every attack.
Flex Speed plays defense here. Nicholas Porter falling to 5. As we'll see if there is any follow-up here from Jason Rolfe. Looks like they are contemplating a decision tree. Maybe thinking about using one of these pieces of equipment after the attack from Buck Wild with more information already gained. Chooses to take the pass. We'll park a card. No park of the card in the arsenal here. Jason Rolfe choosing to IP1 themselves as opposed to putting that resource in the arsenal. Instead, we'll see a vigorous smash up, joining those 3 might tokens. 1 floating, 1 in hand here for Nick Porter, but it will be an attack for 10.
I want to point out the unwavering resolve in Nicholas Porter's pitch zone over here does have an end-game, very strong attack. Should we get to that point in the game and looking at both players' deck sizes, I think we might be there a little sooner rather than later.
Unwavering resolve seems like one heck of a bomb in the face of Tuffnut Bumbling Hulkster. The perfect card to play back into that hero. We will see defenses taken by Jason Rolfe here. Whole hand committed to soaking up this damage. Would rather keep themselves healthy and able to play around that resolve as we make our way back towards it. It will be a pass of the turn for Jason here.
And this time, Nicholas Porter does not have any might tokens. Does he have the go again? Does he have the pumps that he so sorely wants when he has a full 5-card hand into Tuffnut, who currently just had 1 toughness token pop at the start of this turn? You know, I thought this would have been a fairly simple victory for Jason Rolfe, but Nicholas Porter is showing us he absolutely has the chops in this piloting of this Kayo deck to perhaps get over the top here, especially with that unwavering resolve that's going to be coming up in a couple of turns. Looking at deck sizes on both sides, we touched on this at the beginning. Kayo with his hero ability can absolutely sometimes counter fatigue a hero like Tuffnut because you're forced to use so many cards on defense for Kayo's one card on offense.
I love to see this from Nick Porter here. Punch above your weight, coming in for 6 right now, choosing to pitch away a chunk of red cards to get back into the deck. We're going to see that high-pitched howl and a rough up with a blue alongside them for later on. Nicholas has a pretty obvious plan here. They understand how this game is going to go. They know they need more bullets in the chamber.
With cards in hand. And you were 13 with...
I have to say, these many pitch cards after the Unwavering Resolve can be a little bit awkward. It means that you probably need to wait one more turn cycle after you draw the Unwavering Resolve to go ahead and resolve it without any cards in deck.
So if you do that, it's gonna...
But this not so tough could be a nasty surprise when it comes back around as well. Stealing a toughness, destroying a toughness token, excuse me, from Jason Rolfe's side and critting a Might token for Nicholas Porter.
Yes, if I use KO, it'll go to 10.
Jason just confirming if a KO activation happens here, it would be 10 damage coming across the line. Will commit a smash up and a right behind you on defense. Time and again, we've seen these cards doing incredible work for Jason Rolfe.
And this is a tricky position for Tuffnut. When you just have one card remaining in hand, if you want to be able to send it, you are typically rolling the dice on the color of the card on top. Of course, right behind you has something to say about that. You can check whether that is the correct color to go ahead and resolve the card in his hand. But if it isn't and he bottoms it and the next card also isn't, he's forced to just Arsenal and not have any offensive output.
On top it will stay, Clash it will be. We find 7 power from the strongest survive here for Nick Porter. We will see an activation, pitching away the Buck Wild as well here into that pitch stack. Toughness token gained, 10 power achieved. Jason Rolfe falling to 8 here, and we see Jason reaching over and understanding that stack. Both players know exactly what's happening here.
So once again, that turn cycle here, Scott, Kayo used one card out of deck on offense, got 2 cards out of Jason Rolfe's deck, and leaked some damage. And also, the top card of Jason Rolfe's deck right now is not a 6 power, which means it is a blue, so he will be able to send the card in hand if he chooses to, but he won't have an additional toughness token for defense on Nicholas Porter's turn. This is turning out to be an extremely gripping game.
Disarm will be the attack of choice here for Jason. Just 6 damage coming across, no tricks or flips here. Nicholas will block 6.
Thanks for the toughness token.
Yep, toughness token here, doing some heavy lifting. We'll make our way back over to Nick Porter. 2 cards available will be that strongest survive we saw from the Clash here. 7 with an on-hit. Not a common occurrence in this format.
And with no toughness token to speak of on the Tuffnut side, suddenly the defense is looking a little bit anemic. You have to imagine the strongest survive is almost certainly going to leak 1 point of damage, if not more than that. And then suddenly that Unwavering Resolve that we know is coming up is looking quite scary, Scott.
Nicholas Porter has navigated this game beautifully. It's been a masterclass to see what Kayo is capable of doing against the brick wall that is Tuffnut.
And remember, he has a cracked bauble in this deck, people. Nicholas Porter has 1 cracked bauble in this Kayo deck, and he's putting on an absolute masterclass here.
Yeah, of course.
Jason Rolfe clarifying they still want to think about blocking with equipment here. If they cannot reveal a card in their hand with a power, one way or the other, they will be forced to discard it should they choose to end up in that spot. So, may want to commit additional defenses, may want to use equipment instead, just confirming exactly how that effect works. It is a good-natured brutality in the hand here for Jason, so will not be discarding. We see 6 and 6 in the Clash here, so neither player the beneficiary of any bonuses.
It's so surprising how many clashes Nicholas Porter is winning or even tying against Tuffnut. Normally, Tuffnut is the best hero in the set at winning clashes. We've seen Nicholas Porter now win at least 1 clash so far and tying this one as well against a Tuffnut, denying Jason Rolfe the additional pieces of value on so many of these cards that we've already discussed get the additional value on defense.
I think we're seeing there's definitely multiple ways to navigate the draft as KO. You can definitely lean into these reviled attacks, all the mocking blows, the boo effects, and the like. Or you can go the other way. You can have these give them a piece of your mind, unexpected backhands, these strongest survives that we're seeing from Nicholas Porter, and you can play the same game as Tuffnut.
So here,
And the good-natured brutality force reveal off the top thanks to the strongest survive. Pitches the yellow off the top that he knew was there. It's able to pay for the good-natured brutality. Creates a toughness token on the back as well. And we are back at pitch stack. That offensive behavior was definitely, I mean, a crack ball in hand as well. We have seen those before. Nicholas Porter now happy to play this little mid-rangey game plan against Tuffnut, knowing that he has unwavering resolve coming up, which could potentially slam the door in his favor.
This is an incredibly intriguing endgame board state. Nick Porter with another copy of Give Him a Piece of Your Mind, forcing the issue, presenting relevant damage. Does threaten to give a Vigor token over to Jason. Let's see what they're working with. Yellow dig in, yellow smash up. And I believe another yellow that just hit the table before we came over. So variety of yellow. Comeback Kid, I believe that is by the looks of it. So variety of defensive options. But again, a pretty vanilla hand when it comes to offensive choices.
7?
7 in deck here for Nick Porter. It's 8 in deck and 3 in hand for Jason Rolfe. So they are currently ever so slightly ahead in terms of the attrition race, but if Jason Rolfe wants to block with 2 cards here, that'll even right up.
Especially considering the cracked bobble that's in Nicholas Porter's pitch zone, which will also go to the bottom of the deck. Of course, cracked bobble doesn't really help when you're counting cards in deck because it doesn't block. But of course, it could be a pitch outlet if he's forced to block with his other cards and send the last attack that could potentially win this game in his favor. It's really hard to tell right now who's going to come out on top in this game. I think Jason Rolfe is slightly ahead, but that unwavering resolve could do wonders here for Nicholas Porter's endgame, which I believe that card's going to come up in the next hand. If my count is correct, he'll need to go ahead and arsenal it, and on the following turn, we'll be able to resolve it for its full effect.
Toughness activation, Tuffnut activation for toughness, I should say. Going to find a yellow, make that all-important token, get 2 resources to pay for dig in. So we're going to be finding ourselves with a chunk of toughness before that resolve comes around. Armor finally committed on defense here for Jason Rolfe. Will make a Vigor token courtesy of the Give Him a Piece of Your Mind.
I think using the armor here is a very, very heads-up play from Jason Rolfe, knowing that you're going to pass over with 3 toughness tokens. Based on the way Nicholas has been playing this whole game, you know he's going to be very tempted to just pass into you if you're holding 3 toughness tokens, so you can get your armor value right there instead of just having your armor up when your opponent passes into you.
4 cards in deck, full hand to work with for Nick Porter, staring down a tough smash up and a tough situation. This game has been not only a game of edges, but the perfect demonstration of what the plan has to be into Tuffnut. On the other side of the fight, Jason Rolfe showcasing the flexibility of this hero and how to navigate those activations in both players' turns.
The 3 toughness tokens here is such a thorn in Nicholas Porter's side. He wants to do another 2-card 7, arsenal the unwavering resolve, and have that set up for the following turn cycle. But the 3 toughness tokens basically means the 2-card 7 that you send on this turn is just going to be very trivially blocked out. And then you have to block again against the next 2-card 6 or 2-card 7 coming from Jason Rolfe's side before you can have your unwavering resolve endgame.
My own deck. I'm upset with it.
Nick showing you the pros and cons of getting clever with your pitch stack. I have pitch stacked my own deck, and I am upset with it. I have never related to a player in the feature match area more in my entire life.
I'm sure many a Flesh and Blood player has felt that way before. Comes back around, and you're like, who pitch stacked this? Who put these cards in this order?
Oh, someone saved me. We do see Nicholas here contemplating that defense. It's tough to pick this spot, but it may well be correct. It will be the choice for our American player. 6 block committed here.
Interesting.
Remain at 5 health, and we'll just see a pass.
So I think he wants to hold on to the not so tough. He doesn't want to play into toughness tokens. That makes a lot of sense. But IPing 1 here, I think keeps him 1 short from having an empty deck on the next turn cycle. Because there are 4 cards remaining in that deck. He's only going to draw 3 now because he's holding 1 behind. Which means he has to wait another turn cycle before the unwavering resolve has text.
We do see the arsenal being parked. Nicholas Porter drawing up. Will be a Tuffnut activation for Jason Rolfe. That unexpected backhand still lurking in the deck. Resource generated from that red toughness token. The more important part, of course, And we'll see right behind you as the follow-up play. 6 points of damage, demanding some amount of respect from Nick Porter.
Just 5 cards remaining in deck for Nicholas Porter. This means that after this block, if he sends any sort of offense, he will not draw back up to 4 intellect ever again for the rest of this game.
See what Nick is working with. High-pitched howl hits the table as Nick's head hits the Flesh and Blood logo. Not happy with where they find themselves, scanning through that grave to try and find an edge that will allow them to get back into this game. That unwavering resolve, not only parked safely in the arsenal, but also being shown directly by Nicholas Porter.
Very strenuous.
I think he really wanted value from the Not So Tough, as in he wanted value from the Might token that it would generate. But yeah, that 1 card remaining in the deck is quite a thorn in his side right now. It wants an empty deck for the Unwavering Resolve.
The math ain't mathin' for Nick Porter, staring down right behind you, which Jason Rolfe certainly is right now. And players comparing the card quality of their deck, and better than a cracked bauble is the bar so far.
And the previous 2 turn cycles really put Jason Rolfe firmly ahead in this game. The generation of the 3 toughness tokens basically forcing Nicholas Porter to just pass, and now suddenly the deck size is firmly in Jason Rolfe's favor. Has 7 cards remaining in deck once you account for the 2 cards in the pitch zone, and a 6 damage coming Nicholas Porter's way as well currently, forcing at least 1 card out of him.
You see the strain on Nick Porter's face as they try to put the pieces together. We see it is a selection of blues that Not So Tough. Give him a piece of your mind, and Buck Wild coming back around. Feeling obliged to play defense here with that final barrage of damage.
He has to give at least 1 card here. And I believe the last card in his deck is the Cracked Bauble. So he knows he's not drawing any more blocking cards on the following turn either. So the amount of block value in his hand currently is the amount of block value he has for the rest of this game.
What a tough spot here for Nick. I'm really impressed by the consideration both players have had over the course of this game. It feels like nearly every action has been deliberate, it's been informed. I feel like these players would not have played this game the same way just yesterday.
It's been very methodical, measured Flesh and Blood. It's been an absolute treat to spectate.
2 cards committed on defense in the end. We're going to see the Helm cashed in to put a card back on top of the deck for Nick Porter. They were scanning the yard. They must have a target in mind to put this game away. It's going to be that red copy of Take That. The 0-4-5 would be the perfect follow-up to an Unwavering Resolve. The plan is set. 4 cards are drawn. Nick Porter says, stop me if you can. Jason Rolfe.
I think Jason has a 7 power attack here, which is quite backbreaking for Nicholas Porter. A 6 power attack, he can just put a 3 block and execute what he wants to do, but 7 power attack forces a minimum 2 card block from his side.
Jason knows what's up. You can see them doing the math. Does that beat me?
Oh, I see the problem.
Does that kill me? What happens? What happens if I do this? What happens if I do that? Both players understand the bind they find themselves in. All that remains is just 1 turn of mathematics between one of these players reaching that 10-1 threshold going into that second draft as one of the top-rated players in the room.
Oh, just 2 turns.
We have seen games in this format with an explosive finish where the Goliath or the Pleiades sets up a whole bunch of suspense auras and blows their opponent up, or a Reviled hero intimidates all the cards out of the Tuffnut's hand. But we've also seen games like this, which comes down to both players having so few cards in deck, navigating these last few turn cycles with such expertise.
Tuffnut activation.
Will I Tuffnut? Hold on, I might not Tuffnut.
Wait, do I Tuffnut? I don't blame Jason at all. Obviously a player of incredible prestige, but in these situations, you've just got to be sure. You really have to double check every intricacy. Make sure you aren't letting a game slip away. And we'll see who's the tough guy emerging from the arsenal here for Jason Rolfe. Is going to come on in for 7, as you correctly spotted, will force at least 2 cards to be committed on defense here. And that crack bauble cannot be one of them.
I also really like the fact that he didn't activate Tuffnut yet, because he knows about the not so tough that's being blocked with right now. He's going to activate Tuffnut after this.
Jason Rolfe.
It's just brilliant play by Jason Rolfe. They're denying Nicholas Porter the additional value from the not so tough, that extra might token that you know he was playing towards, but because it was pitched, Jason Rolfe knew it was being played towards as well.
95% of players do not make that play. It's incredible stuff to see on the biggest stage. That toughness token will be broken. That garland of spring will finally be cashed in to enable the turn that we all knew was coming. 10 is declared here on unwavering resolve from Nicholas Porter. This card has been lurking. If it is defended by 3 or more cards, Nick will be able to throw Take That, the popular band from several years ago, on this combat chain. So Jason taking a moment to breathe, understanding that 2 cards is the name of the game here. Unwavering resolve will finally waver. And the final card will enter the hand here for Nick Porter. And we know the Tuffnut activation will send a shake-up. It's not going to be enough to stay alive. Nick Porter scratches, claws, desperately holds on, but it is not enough to vanquish Jason Rolfe, moving to 10-1 alongside Tuffnut.
In a pod of 7 brutes, I would not have made the prediction that one of the brutes would take down the pod entirely, but Jason Rolfe showing us with some expertly navigated Tuffnut gameplay. You just have to shout out, honestly, the gameplay on both sides, but I definitely want to point attention to Jason Rolfe's understanding of knowing how to navigate the toughness tokens, generating more of them when the opponent is setting up into you, and that's exactly what led him to victory in this draft pod.
That was my favorite game of the day. I think we've had some great showcases on display. Both those players clearly understood what was happening. Jason showing a mastery of Tuffnut throughout their first ever draft on that hero, and Nicholas, when you're in a 5 KO pod, it's incredibly difficult to put together a deck that looks that cohesive. We saw the crack bauble, but instead we saw all these much larger attacks that allowed them to play a very interesting game into Tuffnut that I certainly didn't expect.
Some smaller attacks as well, basking in your own greatness, really showing its worth there. Twice in the game, we saw him use that to generate 3 Might tokens on the following turn. Unfortunately for him, those were pretty much instantly answered by toughness tokens of an equivalent number on the other side. But both players just played that absolutely incredibly well. I cannot see more of Super Slam Draft.
Let's take a look at the final results from our featured pod. Numero uno, Noah Beygelman falling to 2-1 at the hands of Jason Rolfe. Michael Feng seems to have gone 1-2 as the only Lyeth Goldmain in this pod.
Once again, I think everyone's predictions being broken over there. Michael Feng going 1-2. You have to imagine, I know the story of his first loss, which was that he didn't have an attack when he had 11 damage worth of pumps coming out. You have to wonder whether maybe the second loss was a similar story as well. It's hard to imagine any other way that strong of a Lyeth deck could fall.
Nick Porter and Noah Beygelman, the overall winners of the KO attrition fight. Sunny Yang happy to find themselves as a 2-1 Tuffnut. Rob Catton on the wrong side of variance here as well. 1-2 finish for the World Championship top 8 competitor. Marc-Anton Lelerc, unfortunately, will be the 0-3 in this pod. One of the unfortunate KOs who may have found themselves on the wrong end of variance. No longer in contention for the Canadian.
This was just the first pod of premier Super Slam play. We still have 2 more coming up today. I'm sure players have learned a lot from this first pod, and I cannot wait to see what they've learned and see that being put to action.
Well, if you are a fan of learning and you want to get yourself into the field yourself, there is a very unique opportunity on the horizon. You can qualify for the upcoming Pro Tour in Yokohama at your local game store. ProQuest season for Yokohama on the way, October 4th to November 9th, if you want to join us in the heartbeat of Japan.
Almost a full month of PQ events going on for ProQuest Yokohama, and I love PQ season, Scott. It is so fun to just get out there and play a little bit of a higher stakes games with the people you're so familiar with at your local armories.
This is a very special season indeed. If you've never had the chance to join us for a ProQuest qualifier before, get yourself to the next Pro Tour and win some goodies in the process. Participation packs will be Gem Pack 3 this time around. We've seen plenty of those over the course of the weekend. Some incredible cards there. 2 playmats available. They're going to be a variety of the heroes from the most recent set. And, of course, that gold foil winners card. Everybody wants those, right?
I also have to point out the full art swing bigs available to everyone who makes top 8 at ProQuest Yokohama. And I know there have been rumblings about old Kayo having a comeback into this format, and you know he's going to want a whole bunch of those swing bigs.
Overcrowded for the top 4. We're going to be quite the cold foil EA promo card there. I've heard this heralded as the Codex of Frailty Killer. At the worst, it blocks like a bus. It's going to be a card you want to have access to in your collection moving forward. Top 4 will secure you a EA cold foil version.
Once again, folks, ProQuest Yokohama, October 4th to November 9th. Definitely make your way down to the local game store to participate and qualify for the next Pro Tour that'll be happening in April in Japan.
ProQuest Yokohama, not a season you want to miss. Make sure you find an event near you. Pankaj, I want to take a moment to talk about something that's pretty near and dear to my heart for just a moment. The judge community here in Flesh and Blood. Now, the truth of the matter is, without our incredible judge team, events like this don't happen. People are judging from a place of passion. They let our events run. They give people the security and peace of mind to feel comfortable at a competitive event like this. And because of that, they are rewarded with some exclusive prizing and support from the team at Legend Story Studios.
It's one of the most thankless jobs in this community, to be honest, and I'm so glad that there is appreciation being sent out to the judges in the form of these judge packs.
So we're going to show you something very special on the broadcast this time. A brand new judge pack has joined the fray. Judge Season 8 is now available. Ooh. Not everyone familiar with all of the cardboard that is available inside of here. We're going to walk you through the cards in the set very, very shortly. I want to start by showing you the nicest card I've seen in recent memory that you might be able to find inside. This is Construct Bank Breaker.
Knowing that you're a mech player, I'm not surprised to see you almost salivate at the sight of this card.
Well, the thing is, I'm salivating at the side you can't see.
Oh?
Because Construct Bank Breaker is really nice. But Bank Breaker... Bank Breaker is even nicer.
Absolutely gorgeous piece of art there. Once again, only available in these Judge Packs Season 8.
Now, if there is any justice in the universe, we will find another one of those inside this Judge Pack.
I'm rooting for you, Scott.
You're in for me?
You can do it. Yep.
You sure?
Yeah, yeah.
All right.
It's all yours.
I was going to root for you, but I can root for myself. Yep. I have self-confidence and certainly no hints of imposter syndrome. That's not real. It's not a thing. Oh, there's actually something very classy at the back here before we reveal the real card. Perforated War and Peace tokens.
Very nice. I did not know these were available in these packs. Yeah.
So if you're ruining a Viserai or a Salia's day in Living Legend, you're going to need to get yourself one of those.
Oh, Gravy Bones Day in Classic Constructor. They hate that card too.
True. Shock Frog.
This was
cold foil.
Only available in the Aurora Armory deck, I believe, but now also available in the Judge Pack Season 8 packs.
Correct. There are numerous Armory deck cold foils available for you in the Judge Pack. The big one I've heard everyone chasing, Okana Scar Wraps, that brand new Ira piece of equipment available as a cold foil in the set. If you're a fan of Gravy Bones, you'll be able to find the Tricorn of Saltwater Death, the headpiece from that Armory deck as well. Construct Bank Breaker, I think it's the marvel everyone is going to want. Drive Break from the Max Armory deck is also in this pack available for you. I've heard whispers of a cold foil Mischievous Meeps.
Wow.
Which is a fan favorite card. Everyone loves stealing Bolton's wife away from him in the heat of a moment, and a cold foil version is going to be the best way to do that. And of course, Shock Frog, our pull from the pack, joining those to create a unique judge experience. So now you know what's inside, and if you like judging, I would get yourself out there and make sure you're picking up 1 or 2 of these packs.
And we've just gotten word that we will be following Jason Rolfe's draft in the next draft pod as well. I, for one, cannot wait. We saw him execute those draft games perfectly. I want to see how he does that in the draft itself.
We are getting closer and closer to the main event, but there's still some title fights to enjoy before we get there. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Turn up the lights, my friend. On the floor, we'll take a chance.
Only 2 games of draft remain before we have our next top 8, and the only top 8 of this Super Slam Limited experience. Sam O'Byrne and Pankaj Bajwani going to be bringing you some more coverage for this draft. That last one was kind of a nail-biter.
Yeah, but the draft pod itself, 7 Brutes and 1 Guardian in the previous draft pod. I'm very interested to see how this next pod shakes up. I'm going to expect a little bit more variety. I want to say 7 Brutes, 1 Guardian was a bit of an anomaly for the first feature draft in Super Slam.
Yeah, let's go ahead and check out the pod after our last matches concluded, and it ended with some interesting people making it all the way to the top tables. We've seen Noah Beygelman. He 2-1'd with that draft deck that I don't think anyone was really expecting him to, but as we talked about, was probably the best positioned Kayo in that pod, and he took it to a 10-1 record. Jason Rolfe, though, will be across the table squaring off from him. And just to keep things equal, we'll be moving over to that side of the table to check out how he drafts.
The rest of the table involves a whole bunch of 9-2s still very, very live to make top 8. At World Tour Montreal, have to shout out friend of the production team, Craig Krempels, who has been behind the desk himself there at 9-2, going to be drafting right next to Jason Rolfe.
Yeah, this is an exciting time for all of these players. So as I understand it, X3 is basically where the cutoff seems to be. If you can make X3, I mean, it sounds like a couple X3s will miss. So it's not just like you make X3, you make it in, but you make X3, you have a very good shot. So all these players are very much alive.
I think the X2s are going to try not to fall into the X3 bracket. They want to roll the dice on whether you're one of those X3s that miss or one of the X3s that make it. They're definitely going to want to try and keep those X2 records if they can.
Yeah. Let's go ahead and check out the draft here for Jason Rolfe as it's time for our second draft of the day, Super Slam Limited. We saw Jason Rolfe, a sterling record last draft. Can he find the same success?
So a red Diggin in this pack and a red Comeback Kid as well as a Garland of Spring. One interesting aspect of this draft format is the shape of it. It's a concept that I've heard from Yuha before, which is when you look at draft format, try and figure out what the shape is. And this is very similar to Rosetta, where you have a talent that spans 2 heroes and a class that spans a different 2 heroes as well. And so often early in the pack, you can leave yourself kind of open between 2 heroes specifically. If you pick a Revered card like the Diggin or the Comeback Kid, you're in between Pleiades and Tuffnut, and you can set up your next few picks to just keep yourself in those 2 lanes before you commit to either one of those 2 heroes.
It's going to be a Comeback Kid. He brings it all the way to the front of the camera. The Comeback Kid red, going to be the pick.
So, Comeback Kid was the first pick there. Passing that over the Diggin. Very, very interesting. Comeback Kid, a little bit more of an offensively slanted card compared to the Diggin.
Home of Hindsight, Goon Tactics.
The equipment slot here, not very compelling. The Garland Spring was definitely a better equipment piece to pick up, so Home of Hindsight, unlikely to be picked over here. Bringing up the unexpected backend as well. Definitely seems to be perhaps favoring Tuffnut a little bit. He went 3-0 in the first pod on Tuffnut. Both these cards very, very strong in that hero. Both 6s, of course, Rigor Smash Up. 6 power yellow as well, which is something Tuffnut very much likes and offers the clash effect on block as well, which we are very likely to win in this hero.
Unexpected backhand red going to be the selection for Jason Rolfe. A card I really want to see trigger during a clash.
It's a couple of red 6s already so far for Jason Rolfe. A Brute action and a Revered action. By no means is he locked into either hero, but definitely leaning towards a Tuffnut as well. Not really doing the staying as open as possible by picking 2 Revered actions, for example. Went for a Revered action and a Brute action.
Pulls that look tough to the front.
Diggin as well and a tough smash up.
Makes sense that he likes that look tough given the hero he just played. Fanning it between the dig-in.
Diggin as well performed so well in the previous game that we saw him on stream, because if you're on Tuffnut, your opponent is very incentivized to set up against you, say with Might tokens or with Suspense auras, and Diggin lets you set up right back into them with a whole bunch of toughness tokens. Looks like not going to be the pick for Jason Rolfe, though.
Look tough red. Selection there.
So favoring instead the high power attacks early on in this draft, perhaps hoping to find those yellow 6s later on in the pack, perhaps maybe even on the wheel.
Buck Wild is a nice pickup potentially. You see the Bark Obscenities. That didn't do very much last pod.
Pulled forward the Guardian attack as well in the form of the red power play. We've spoken about so far. He's by no means locked into Tuffnut at this point, but definitely seems to be favoring the Revered heroes so far, which, based on the way the previous pod went, where it seems like everyone else favored the Reviled heroes, you could see why this might be his read.
Red Buck Wild heads to the deck for Jason Rolfe, organizes the cards, organizes the pack, and we're on to pick 6.
I really like that pick if you are leaning towards Tuffnut. Again, we spoke about how people will try and exploit you by leaving you with a big hand and asking you whether you can convert it when they don't give you value from your toughness tokens. And Buck Wild, one of those pieces that definitely shores up that weakness of Tuffnut.
Looking through the rest of the pack here. Still has that comeback kid 3-block blue in the front.
So far, still quite a few options available to Jason Rolfe here as we look into pick 5 of this pack 1. I think he's fairly happy with the seat that he's found himself in right now. Looks like not many reviled cards in this pack, so definitely happy to be on the revered side of things is Jason Rolfe.
Ooh, fanning between. It's going to be the blue comeback kid as the selection.
Which is not a 6 power, very, very importantly, so will not generate the free toughness token if it is pitched off the top to Tuffnut's hero ability.
The old switcheroo finds itself into this pack. Another Bark Obscenities to the front. A lot of red so far. Fight fair, fanning between the two.
I have to just point out, I believe only one reviled card remaining in this pack. I think Jason Rolfe is quite happy with the way he's ended up. A couple of Brute cards as well. Not too many Guardian cards either. So seems to have found himself right in the Tuffnut seat as again. And I think he's very, very comfortable and happy with that.
Red fight fair going to be the call.
Certainly quite red leaning so far. He's definitely going to want to pick up some of those yellow 6s. A blue 6 if he can get his hands on it for sure, but certainly more yellow 6s because currently has a whole bunch of cards that seems like he'll be pitching reds off the top with Tuffnut's hero ability.
Familiar stench brought to the forefront. You can see a low blow and a liar's charm at the back of the pack. Fanning between that and the blue right behind you.
Right behind you as well. Bit of an overperformance so far early on in Super Slam Limited, especially in Tuffnut. It's another 3-block card effectively because Tuffnut often is blocking with 2 cards and lets you settle the top card of the deck as well for your own turn.
Next selection here. Bringing up Brothers in Arms can go a long way in this deck. High-pitched Howl. Way to get some vigor.
We're about 1 card away before the wheel comes around. And Jason Rolfe will have a much better read on that, on the seat that he's in at that point. But I have to point out again, the 2 blues that he's picked so far, not 6 powers. So currently lacking a little bit in the resource card department that are also 6s.
Taking a look as the red high-pitched Howl is the selection. Makes some vigor with the 6 in the pitch. A heroic grit brought to the front of the pack. It makes sense. Jason Rolfe, he found success in a format that he cannot hope to be truly a master of yet. Only the 2nd draft ever of Super Slam Limited at this level. So if he's found success once, you have to imagine he's hoping that lightning can strike twice.
Considering the Bark Obscenities as well. Remember, the 2 classes, the 2 other heroes in this format that can punish Tuffnut's game plan the most are Pleiades and Lyeth, because they are the heroes that have access to those suspense auras. And so Bark Obscenities can perhaps shore him up against what is arguably his worst matchup in Super Slam Limited.
See by the border. Some Reviled cards, some Guardian cards, and the 1 Revered card. We've already seen 1 blue right behind you. It's going to be the blue fight from behind as the selection there.
Pretty much the only legal pick for him at that point. And here we see, previous pack had 2 reviled cards, and then here we see 2 reviled cards once again.
Yeah,
Quite a bit different compared to the early packs in the early picks in this pack 1. Flex speed, can't be too happy about that. Again, it does let him go wide as Tuffnut, which can be one of the weaknesses as we've discussed many a time, but It's a bit hard for Tuffnut to leverage the go again on this card.
Cheap shot gets out of the pool, so Jason Rolfe doesn't have to worry about it.
And suddenly it seems like there's a whole bunch of Reviled cards coming on the wheel over here.
And 2 Guardian cards as well. So all of a sudden, we were saying early in this pack,
and for the last pick in pack 1, it's the concealed
object. My goodness. So, dude, you look through this pack here, all of a sudden, the Reviled cards, the Reviled cards got much more prevalent than the Revered cards, and even the Brute cards started to dry up.
The Reviled Guardian cards as well. It's the Guardians and the Reviled. You have to imagine, are we going to see a repeat of Pod 1 where there was just a one-off Lyeth at the table because that wheel had some good Lyeth cards and good Reviled cards as well. The Yellow Villainous Pose, I believe the Concealed Object at the end as well, and the Short Shrift, which was passed along. There might be a Lyeth at this table who's very, very happy.
Concealed Object. Man, did that card earlier in our day just enter a new echelon of special moments and special cards in Flesh and Blood coverage history. Truly, as it's named after, fighting dirty and giving No Beygelman that win on his way to that 2-1 record.
From the top rope, indeed. And here we see 3 picks for Jason Rolfe in this pack 1, which are effectively dead cards. At this point, he's definitely quite locked in, not really going to be able to pivot out of this Tuffnut seat that he's found himself in. So 11 cards to work with so far in his Tuffnut deck. I think he needs to pick up some 6-power resource cards, Sam. All his resource cards currently are all 5-power, and all the other cards are red. So you really want to be having some yellow 6s in this Tuffnut deck.
We'll have to see if he can find some. We see Jason Rolfe give that final fan through of the cards.
I'd really like to also see some Clash cards make its way into this Tuffnut deck. I'm thinking Yellow Vigorous Smash Up, I think, is a card that this hero is very, very happy to play, especially with all these red 6s and 7s that he has right now, making it likely near guaranteed that he'll be winning Clashes as long as he's not against another Tuffnut. As you go into pick 1 of pack 2 over here, bringing the dig into the front. Again, favoring these reds very, very highly is Jason Rolfe.
There's a nice card. That dig in can do a lot of work. Disembody being brought to the front as well.
Empowering Ruckus, and right behind you, 2 yellow 6s are available to him here. He'll lean towards a dig in once again.
Red dig in.
Lets him shore up. The greatest weakness that Tuffnut has is when the opponent sets up, you need to try and set up alongside them as well. See a tough smash up over here, one of those cards we were just talking about. Yellow 6 that has a clash effect as well, which Tuffnut is very, very good at winning. And high-pitched howl as well, which is fine. I think he'd prefer the tough smash up as well, given how much Tuffnut wants to defend. Uplifting Performance at the end is a Guardian card, of course, so just goes ahead and leaves that at the back of the pack.
Looks like it's going to be the tough smash up. That's the selection. We move on to pick number 3.
Winning a clash with this card, of course, confers an additional toughness token for Tuffnut's defenses. I think he really wants to find some vigor generation here with the number of reds that he has so far.
Yeah, these Tuffnut decks, they do have to find the resources. And it's got to be consistent enough off the top of the deck.
Yellow, who's a tough guy, brought to the front for Jason Rolfe over here. Another yellow 6 available for him. We also want to start thinking about some equipment. We saw an overbearing presence in this pack as well. Aside from the defenses from your cards and toughness tokens, you want to make sure you have a solid suite of equipment as well. We saw him in the previous pod have the full suite of 4 cards in the equipment zones. It looks like he's going to go ahead and pick up the chess piece as well before he misses his chance. Every player in this pod knows the power of the sip pieces, as we call it. Starts in play, stays in play. In the form of those equipment pieces, Jason Rolfe, no stranger to how strong those cards can be.
And this is such an exciting pod here. all of these players so well within contention. 2-1s will do it well enough for some of these players. It's all they're going to need. Jason Rolfe at 10-1 is in a good place to potentially lock up a place in the top 8 with a win next round.
So this is a yellow rough up available to him, a resource card that can be pitched off the top, but not a 6, very importantly enough. So this would add on to the pile of non-6 resource cards that he has, which are starting to add up. As a Tuffnut player, you definitely want to try and get somewhere between 22 and 23 6s in your deck to have consistent toughness token generators.
Comeback Kid brought once again to the front. There's a Toby Jugs.
Toby Jugs, very interesting pick for Tuffnut as well. You can, of course, just activate Tuffnut on your opponent's turn. Go ahead and use those resources for the Toby Jugs, which frees you on your turn. You'll know exactly the resources you're working with the cards in your hand. Brothers in Arm, similar sort of effect. You can use the resources from Tuffnut's ability on the opponent's turn to juice up the defense of that card. Looks like that is going to be the pick. It is also, of course, a 6-power attack because it is the red variety.
A lot of red so far for Mr. Jason Rolfe. High-pitched howl is a way to get some vigor. Vigorous smash up, another great way to get vigor on the turn. He's seeing some of those reviled cards, though. Mocking Blow and Bask in Your Own Greatness. Red still around.
And Red Villainous Pose as well, Sam. It seems to be Lyeth might be open once again in our featured pod up here. But, you know, Michael Feng's draft in the end in that pod 1 didn't end up going so well for him, despite being the lone Lyeth. Went 1-2 in the end. Perhaps these players favoring the more consistent game plan that Tuffnut can provide. We know Jason Rolfe certainly is, as he picks up another blue card, which is, again, a 5-power. This is a Clash card, though. I think the Vigor generation and the Clash of this card lends itself very well into Tuffnut's game plan. I think he would have been happier with the yellow variety as he considers the yellow unexpected backhand here.
Potentially a Bash Guardian as well. Vigorous smash up. A lot of options here in the front of the pack for Jason Rolfe.
2 steps ahead at the end there, too. I think he maybe perhaps wishes that he pivoted into Lyeth at some point in pack 1. As he picks up the yellow 6 over here, a resource card that has 6 power. Probably
another 2 steps ahead. Oh my goodness.
And barely any picks for him in this pack, Sam. He's got feisty locals, not what the Tuffnut really wants to pick up, and a yellow flex speed. Those all has only 2 options here in pick 8 of pack 2.
It's going to be the yellow flex speed.
I think so far this draft not going as well for Jason Rolfe as the first one. And only one viable pick here with the yellow high-pitched howl, which is, again, not a 6-power. I think he's very close to reaching his limit in terms of resource cards that are non-6s to have a consistent, smooth Tuffnut deck.
Yeah, looks like that was a yellow high-pitched howl there for Jason Rolfe on that last selection.
It was the only choice he had in that pack. Everything else was a Reviled card or a Guardian card. Over here, give him a piece of your mind.
Blue,
Snap
give him a piece of your mind. Jason Rolfe, so excited to take these cards. He's taking them away from the camera.
I believe he didn't really have much of an option again in that pack as well. These last few picks, not too many decisions to make for him. And over here, once again, yellow, who's the tough guy, the only option for him. Everything else here is Reviled. Could pick up the Prime the Crowd, but that is so absolutely against Tuffnut's game plan. He barely even considers it.
No options here. Reviled, Booze, and Instill Fear. It's going to be the red Instill Fear. You can see him pick it up slowly, almost resigned to what has happened. As we saw in the last pod, feels like Jason's success, the Toby Jugs does come back around, but Jason's success on Tuffnut will be coming back to bite him as players understanding that Revered can be quite strong as the Take That is picked. We're seeing Jason Rolfe did not have a lot of options available to him in those last couple packs, similar to pick 1.
Pack 1, he ended with 3 unplayable cards in his deck, and pack 2, a little bit of a reprieve with the Toby Jugs that came in the second last pick, but still 2 cards in this pack that were completely dead for him. Does have 2 equipment pieces, so he's going to try and finish up the equipment loadout in the following pack, but I think he needs to start prioritizing those yellow 6s in particular. A few more resource cards that aren't 6s, a few more cards that aren't 6s to this Tuffnut deck will definitely come and bite him during the gameplay itself. Currently has more reds than yellows, I believe.
Look through, taking a look at the picks. Yeah, man, he's got to get some more yellow 6s or blue. I mean, the blue 6s pretty hard to come by if they even exist. So So really got to find those 6 power attacks to get into the pitch zone with Tuffnut.
And an arm piece and a headpiece as well. Would love to find himself a Helm of the Adored and a Hold Firm to round out the equipment slots. So still needs quite a few pieces in pack 3. Definitely not a terrible position to be in so far, but definitely not the happiest that I think he'll be right now. The Tuffnut seat seems to be quite contentious here in the second part of Super Slam Draft.
We'll just have to wait and see just how contentious it ends up being. You can see the 2 pieces of equipment. He's got chest, he's got legs. He's still got to find a headpiece and an arms piece. This third pack looks like it's going to be quite important for Jason Rolfe to see if he's able to lock up a spot in our top 8 with a win in this next round.
And remember, this is the only time Super Slam Draft will be played at this high of a level. Person who comes out on top here will be the lone Super Slam champion, the winner of the Coliseum, if you will.
Take a look at that smashing ground, the red dig in.
Tough choice here for Jason Rolfe. 2 blues, he needs a few more resource cards, but these blues are 5 power, and the only non-5 power is a red. Does that have a yellow right behind you at the end there? But that does block
pick.
2. I believe I saw a yellow turn the crowd grateful as well, which is an option, but I think it's leaning towards the natural 3 block, which also lets him generate more toughness tokens.
It's going to be that red diggin as the pick for Jason Rolfe. He needs a way to get toughness tokens, especially if Tuffnut's hero ability is not going to be as cooperational. Cooperative.
Positive for him there is that it did seem there are quite a few cards in that pack that he'd be happy to wheel. Probably hoping for the turn the crowd grateful potentially from that previous pack to come around to him as he considers pick 2.
See a cheater's
pack
charm
3.
there. Yeah, punching gloves brought to the front. There is an arms piece. Is it worth it, though?
Not the blocking one, but does let him convert a big hand and doesn't seem to have anything else to put in his main deck in the rest of this pack. Might just want to go ahead and shore up the equipment loadout a little bit. Everything else here does seem quite anemic, not exactly what he needs. Needs more 6s.
Punching gloves coming forward.
Seems to be going
agonizing over this pick.
Seems to be going for a little bit more of an aggressive Tuffnut style deck. Lots of good red cards to send at the opponent. A couple of go again pieces as well.
Feels like, though, with Tuffnut, if you're being aggressive, it's a lot harder to get great value out of that hero ability. Only the 3 cards in hand. Rapturous Applause brought to the front. There's a yellow 6 Rapturous Applause. That's important.
Blocks 3 as well. Exactly what Tuffnut wants to be. THUMP still considering the red is Jason Rolfe.
The concealed object, blue Buck Wild, but it's 5 power.
I'd be quite surprised if he picks a red one. Yep, it goes ahead and shores up the yellow, needs more resource cards, recognizes the position that his Tuffnut deck currently is and the holes in the current deck. Wants to make sure he patches them up. Grabs the resource card that is a 6 power instead of going for the red. Helm of Hindsight doesn't have a headpiece yet, but that's probably one of the weaker headpieces in Super Slam Draft format. But at this point at pick 4, I'm not entirely sure if you're going to get a better one. Helm of the Adored is the most contentious one, and if by pick 4 you still haven't seen it, especially with the number of Reviled cards coming your way, you know that there are several players to your right that are in the Revered seat, so you're unlikely to see that headpiece. Might just need to settle for the Helm of Hindsight, or maybe just accept that you won't have a headpiece for this draft pod.
And if you grab the Helm of Hindsight, you have to think, how am I going to use it? Maybe he's imagining activating Tuffnut, using those 3 resources. It is going to be the Helm of Hindsight. Try to keep some more cards in deck. This Tuffnut deck wins a lot of games by outlasting people.
So it does have the full equipment loadout right now. The punching gloves and a Helm of Hindsight, probably not the ideal pieces that you really wanted, but most of the time still better than just not having any equipment there at all. They, after all, sip pieces. As we take a look at pick 5 of pack 3 here. Well, red 6s, well, red 7s, I should say, available to him. Chest Puff and Buck Wild. he might be forced to just play a more aggressive style Tuffnut deck. And if the opponents are not ready for it, if you're suddenly sending Buck Wilds and go again pumps to their opponent, maybe you could just catch them a little bit off guard in how they should play into Tuffnut.
Let's see how Jason Rolfe wants to play it. How he might be forced into playing it here, depending on the rest of this deck gets constructed. Did find those 2 equipment pieces and grabs the red Buck Wild.
Pick 7 here off pack 3. Yellow flag speed, not a 6 power. Does have a red fight fair, also yellow brothers in arms, which not a 6 power, but does let you use resources on your opponent's turn. Looks like I might just be considering the fight fair over here. I think pauses on the brothers in arm as well. I do like the consideration for sure.
Red fight fair gonna be the pick. I'm so curious how Jason Rolfe is gonna play this. There are so many reds so far in this deck.
I think the pack 1, he passed quite a few of the yellow 6s in favor of reds instead, and I wonder if he regrets that decision at this point, because his deck right now has a whole bunch of 2 costs and 3 costs, but not a lot of resource cards to go along with them, and he also didn't manage to pick up a Garland of Spring to help shore up those times where Tuffnut ability lands you red in the resource zone.
Is the red brothers in arms on the pick for Jason Rolfe?
And yet more Lyeth cards. Just can't help but notice. Even the previous pack had one of the Dwarven Guardian attacks that come in for 3 that Lyeth really, really likes to pump up.
Feisty locals brought to the front, as well as the heroic pose. Neither of those cards super advance the game plan. It's going to be the heroic pose. It's got that 3 block, got the cheer. 2 blocks, excuse me.
It's a pump. I mean, leans towards the go wide Tuffnut game plan, I suppose. But I can't imagine Jason Rolfe is extremely happy with the position he's found himself in here.
Yeah, I am super curious how this draft is going to go for our most recent limited calling champion as the blue flex speed is grabbed. Jason Rolfe has proven himself as a master of the limited format in June, winning the calling in Las Vegas, High Seas Limited. He's trying to do so again, go 2 for 2 in consecutive limited callings.
Only 1 legal pick for him here. Blue high-pitched howl, snap picked up in a sea of Reviled cards. I'm so curious to see what the pod breakdown ends up being, Sam. So I have to imagine how many Tuffnuts did there end up being, knowing that in the previous pod, the Tuffnut was the one that came out 3-0.
Prime the crowd, going to be the pick here. Yeah, it's so funny, this type of format, without the data that these players eventually end up with, they are just looking for any bits of advantage and information, and word maybe got around. Hey, Jason Rolfe, 3-0 on Tuffnut. Maybe some of these other pods did well with Tuffnut because we're seeing Guardian and Reviled cards. No Brute, no Revered. Did Jason Rolfe set the trend and set it at the wrong time?
I think information is a fantastic point to bring up, because other than just maybe the hero to lean towards or the hero to force, that's just the evaluation of cards, which is usually in contention as draft formats evolve. Different players in their different teams, in the different practice groups, decide that different cards are higher worth than others, and that leads to a lot of differences.
All right. Survey says, show me pod 1 of this second draft. How many Tuffnuts? There are so many. 4 Tuffnuts. Jason was passing to 1 and being passed to by 1 as they all sat next to each other. Noah Beygelman remains on Kayo. A couple Pleiades. Sunny Yang on Kayo as well. So once again, 6 Brutes, 2 Guardians, and no Lyeth.
So many Lyeth cards came around to the ends of all 3 packs, and here we understand why. I thought there would be 1 Lyeth at the table who was really happy to be in that seat. Turns out there were none of them. Just 2 Pleiades as the only 2 Guardians at this table.
You know, but I think this makes a lot of sense, especially early on in this specific limited format. Lyeth is a deck that needs a lot to go well and right to make work with those drawbacks, even with the exceptional intellect. In this pod, because of the amount of reviled cards that looks like they were available, maybe it was the correct time, but you need that Intimidate that's found in those reviled cards most of the time, or those big pumps. And if they're too hotly contested, the drawbacks of that hero, it might make sense that draft is a little harder for that hero to do well in, especially early. I can see why players might be shying away in this pod.
It can be quite scary to commit yourself to Lyeth, to your point, Sam. Yeah, the drawbacks are quite difficult to get over. I want to come back to Jason Rolfe's seat over here. 2 Tuffnuts to the right of him here. I think we saw that quite a bit in that Pack 1 and Pack 3 as well. Cards were just drying up for him. He was not getting the resource cards that were 6s. Even towards the end, not even getting that many 6s. I'm going to be curious to see how many 6s he ended up with overall. I'm not sure if he broke the 22-23 count mark.
Let's go ahead and check out the deck. Once again, both drafts we've gotten to watch so far today. We get to the deck and we're like, okay. And let's see exactly how it works. Looks like we've got an enormous amount of reds in the deck, 14 and then 9 and 7. And if my math is correct, exactly 30 legal cards?
And only 16 of those 30 are 6+ powers. This Tuffnut hero ability is going to be just slightly better than a coin flip, Sam, when it comes to generating Tuffnut tokens.
Wow, that is a really good way to put it. Looking at all these reds, these are cards that you'd like to be able to use. Buck Wild's nice and effective. If this Tuffnut deck is going to try to go wide, I have to imagine that's not how Jason wanted to play this deck. Perhaps it's how he's going to have to. Let's check how many 6-power attacks there are, and let's see if we can kind of count the colors. This is the 6 power.
These are 6 powers, yeah.
Okay, so there's not that many that are yellow and blue.
It's 12 red 6 powers and only 4 yellows, which basically guarantees that if he's going to have a toughness token, he would have most of the time only pitched 1 off of the hero ability instead of the 2 that you really want. Again, want to point out as well, the chess piece is the Overbearing Presence, not the Garland of Spring, to help shore up the times where you pitch a red off the top. And a lot of these attacks as well, Sam, are 3 cost.
Let's take a look at the amount of ways this deck can be cheered from the crowd and see if that is going to be enough for these toughness tokens to be developed. 2 of these abilities are on pumps, 1 and 2 cost respectively, Heroic Pose and Prime the Crowd. It's not looking too easy for Tuffnut to get cheered.
The headpiece as well is not the Revered headpiece either. It is the Helm of Hindsight, which will let him recur one of these threats instead. But I'm honestly a bit curious to see whether this more aggressive-leaning Tuffnut style could actually make its way to winning out the pod. We haven't really seen Tuffnut with as many pumps as these and as many go-agains, and who knows, maybe there is something else here that the other members of this pod just aren't expecting.
Yeah, well, here's the deck for Jason Rolfe. 3-0 in the last pod, and now looking to shore up this one with at least a couple wins, hopefully. Or if he can take that 1 win down at the very minimum, we have to imagine Jason Rolfe should be making it in. But this is a deck that is liable to go potentially 1-2, 0-3 if things don't break out well, at least based on the initial assumptions looking at the deck. So we're going to have to see just how he tries to take it down as we head down into the arena for what is a win and in. We've got 2 players at 10-1. The crowd is roaring for both of our competitors, Jason Rolfe and Noah Beygelman here. We've seen them before. They've squared off before. The question is which one of these players will lock up a spot in our top 8.
Both these players, of course, no stranger to the feature match area, already starting the game off with some light banter, some light camaraderie, and I love seeing the players engage in these sort of conversations before the match starts. Both lighthearted. This is, of course, the world premiere of Super Slam, the only weekend where Super Slam Draft is going to be featured at a premiere level, and both players absolutely enjoying themselves as they shuffle up their decks and try and fight for their place in the top 8.
Yeah, this couldn't get more exciting. The stakes couldn't be higher for both of our competitors. Noah Beygelman been in this game a long time. Breakout performance at Worlds last year with that top 8 finish, but looking for something magic here as once again Noah Beygelman has found a lot of magic within these gem packs. Let's see what they find as both players give him a flip. He's got a rock! He's got a rock and the smashing ground. That rock actually has alternate art. It's new art on the rock there. The smashing ground as well. So well done by both of our players finding cards in their hero. Noah Beygelman, I'll call it 3 for 3 on the gem packs.
He's had some incredible luck in the gem pack opening side of these feature matches as well. But let's see if we can translate that into the gameplay element itself. Taking a look at his equipment loadout, I think he's quite happy with this equipment. Sam Horns of Despise especially managed to pick up the very, very important Revered headpiece. Moving over to Jason Rolfe's side, we already know Helm of Hindsight punching gloves, maybe a little bit leaning towards the aggressive side of a Tuffnut build, but the leg piece and the chest piece definitely more of what you expect from a Tuffnut deck.
It is the world premiere of Super Slam, the final draft pod before the top 8. Both of these players can punch their ticket with a win here in the first game action. Noah Beygelman going to come in with that goon beatdown. Coming in for one, it can come in for a little bit more thanks to that Kayo ability. We'll have to see if Jason Rolfe's defenses will be enough or if he'll have to get aggressive like we postulate.
Effectively forcing 6 block out of Jason Rolfe here is Noah Beygelman. Perhaps going to get a little bit ahead in the fatigue math, sees a Bark of Obscenities and reacts to it as well, says, huh, when he sees that card, recognizes Jason Rolfe perhaps forced to play some cards in his matchup that he's not actually happy to put in his deck.
Still making it 6, Noah Beygelman is, to get some cards out of the hand, putting a red villainous pose to the bottom. We'll have to wait and see if that becomes relevant. He leaves it at the very bottom, doesn't switch the pitch. So Noah Beygelman moves into his first attacking turn with a potential 5-card hand. But first it's up to Jason Rolfe to see how he puts this madness together.
The last time we saw Noah Beygelman face off against a Tuffnut in today's stream, he did end up coming up a little bit short, did not have the offensive output required. But let's see in this second pod whether he'll be able to make up that difference as one of 2 KOs this time instead of one of 5, as we saw earlier today.
I also wonder for Jason Rolfe, all of the reds means he is just forced into this potential fatigue angle because of the way that the only option for him really is to be having either, like you said, the reds and the yellows not having that many 6s. If he's going to be pitching reds in, he might not be able to do too much. The Buck Wild here going to come in for 7, but a 1-card play in Tuffnut is going to be hard to come by.
A little bit of a frown on Noah Beygelman's face as he sees this Buck Wild coming in for 7 go again, saying, huh, wait, what sort of Tuffnut build is this? It's got go again attacks and the Bark Obscenities on the previous turn as well, pitching a yellow flex speed as well. You know a player of Noah Beygelman's caliber did not miss that pitch as well, recognizing that this Tuffnut list maybe has a little bit more go again than he was expecting.
I nearly cried.
There's here a little bit of a laugh. It's interesting. Jason, all of his Revered cards were incredibly contested. Noah had all the Reviled cards he could ask for, but the Brute cards, incredibly contested. So, unfortunately for Jason, both Revered and Brute contested, whereas Noah only had 1 lane that was harder to come by. And Steel Victory going to go ahead and steal that toughness away, and he's going to get booed for his troubles with that Vigor token. So Noah committing a bit of resources early, but getting the toughness, getting the Vigor. Let's see how he can use it.
A little bit of deja vu here in our feature match era as we see Noah Beygelman once again steal a token from the opponent. No Haya coming out from him this time. But let's see how he makes use of that Vigor token, which we know Chaos Strong Arm so absolutely loves to abuse, thanks to that hero ability costing 4.
11 damage. We've seen Noah make this exact play earlier in the last pod. Block with the headpiece to enable this 2-card play with the Villainous Pose, thanks to just the 1 pitched cards. Means 3 cards used on the turn for 11 damage. That is quite well above what you could expect out of your card pieces. So this is one of Noah Beygelman's big offerings. He's cashed in equipment, he's cashed in value there, and he's asking Jason what the response is. Jason's answer, some equipment of his own with the Overbearing Presence, plus the tough smash up. Might be time to clash, and we see the overturn the results in the pitch, so we can't find that off the top. The Toby Jugs as well. Will it be a card pitched from hand or from the Tuffnut ability
and
to try to match up with this damage?
Already we're seeing Noah Beygelman's deck come out to a little bit more success than the first time in the previous pod here. 11 damage being presented and set up a little bit for the following turn cycle as well with the toughness token that he stole from Jason Rolfe and another Vigor token for that KO hero ability, or perhaps even for some pumps. We saw it used on this turn cycle just to fund a Villainous Pose into the Flex Strength. So this early game so far definitely going Noah Beygelman's way as both players clash here. Clash won by Jason Rolfe, as you would expect with the number of reds that he has in his deck, revealing a 7-power attack off the top, and then activates Tuffnut as well. I think
in
to
response,
fund
yeah,
that-
the Toby Jugs trigger.
Exactly.
Indeed. 15?
To fund that exactly as you called out, Sam.
Blocking 6 total, though, with all of that committed. 2 toughness tokens for his trouble, but down to 15. Goes Jason Rolfe on Tuffnut. No Beygelman drawing back up. Got a vigor token for the next turn.
Yeah, thank you.
And I believe he has a Red Brothers in Arms in his arsenal. Is he going to send that? All the Fight Fair that he has in his hand, the Fight Fair will, of course, get an additional effect because it is attacking a Reviled hero. So we made a Brothers in Arms instead, coming in for 6. 2 toughness tokens on his side with no equivalent number of my tokens on Noah Beygelman's side, just 1 vigor token.
Thinking.
Noah given a think. He's got a toughness token. Does he want to give it some love here? Throwing down an action card to get buffed up. More camaraderie for our players. As this set, it just engenders fun within the community, within the players. It's just a good time to play. I do hope you'll all join us at your pre-releases because I think you will not regret it. It is a great time gaming in this set, and it has been so fun to watch these matches all weekend long.
Especially when it's this early on, there's definitely a vibe of the players themselves also trying to figure things out and understand how cards work. I mean, I want to call back to our last game, our last featured match yesterday, where a player didn't realize that the Goon Battery will get buffed by Liot's hero ability, and then the game was effectively stolen right under them. This is the time in this format where plays like this happen, where people steal games with concealed objects from the top rope as well.
I'm paying into it, so currently 7.
Paying into punch above your weight.
Oh.
7 damage, 1 floating. You know what that means. KO ability still able to be activated here.
And that could make this effectively a 3-card 11 to follow up Noah Beygelman's previous turn cycle, which was also a 3-card 11, Sam. His deck is singing this time in the second pod of the world premiere.
Still thinking about this.
Okay.
As we see the look tough.
Just be 11 if you activate KO, is that correct?
That's correct.
Jason asking, would this be 11 if you activate KO? No, Beygelman says that is correct.
2 toughness tokens so far for Jason Rolfe to shore up this defense, but this is an incredible offense coming up from Noah Beygelman's side. Let's take a look at what Jason Rolfe is working with here.
So I'm blocking 5.
As he goes ahead and hides it away from us.
Hiya is the call once again. Steal victory number 2 in the pitch. Up to 11, so down to 9 goes Jason. Card once again in the arsenal, but no vigor token. No, Beygelman will have 4 cards drawn off the top. Tuffnut activated. Let's see what the rip is.
And that's not a 6-power here. It is a blue, though. Question is, can he convert it? No toughness token to speak of. Punching gloves being reached for here.
A way to sink some of those 3 resources. Small victories. Prime the crowd. Got to be played here. It had to be in the deck. So great for Noah Beygelman to get a vigor on this turn.
And a Fight Fair coming in buffed up by 5. So 12 seems to be able to game a very different pace of play coming out from a Tuffnut player here.
Oh, sorry, yes. Forgive me. It's 11.
It'll probably be 12, but who knows?
Noah's saying only 12 if it's defended by a reviled card. Noah's saying it'll probably be 12, but currently 11.
It's on hits.
On hit goes to the bottom.
Just goes to the bottom, okay.
Oh, on hit can recur itself. As this revered hero is asking the reviled counterpart on the other side of the deathmatch arena, listen, you want to fight fair? I'm sick of your dirty tricks. I'm sick of your cheap shots. I'm sick of your Cheeto. I'd like to be a little bit more of a fair competitor.
Noah Beygelman had back-to-back turns of 3-card 11s. Jason Rolfe replying in kind with his own 3-card 11. Once we include the Tuffnut hero ability, effectively generating him an extra card.
Oh, this is interesting, sorry. How much is going to the bottom actually matter?
See if Noah Beygelman wants to defend this, pump it up.
Probably does.
If he doesn't, how can he use the 5 cards that he has working with?
5 cards and a vigor token as well, Sam. Tanguy up in hand does have a blue Mocking Blow. If the Arsenal's a 0 cost, could just go ahead and deploy that and have the blue in hand to activate Kayo Strong Arm's hero ability.
Clench the upper hand, I believe, on defense because Noah Beygelman is higher life, would boo Kayo Strong Arm, allowing for the second Vigor token to be generated.
Be curious to see if he has an outlet for that second Vigor token. But of course, these are Reviled cards that he's blocking with which will trigger Fight Fair's effect and go up and make it go up to 12.
Like this.
2 Reviled cards being blocked with here.
12, I make a second Vigor.
Make a second Vigor, getting booed from the Clench the upper hand as they don't like to see the Reviled hero blocking while up life.
So you're taking 4, is that correct?
Yeah.
Blocking 8 so far is Noah Beygelman, taking 4, still maintaining the higher life total.
Down to 11 he goes.
And I'll pass it down.
Didn't quite get a peek at what his arsenal was. Let's see what can go into these Vigor tokens, popping in the start of his turn.
1 toughness for Jason Rolfe.
And I'll just throw this thing for 7.
Unexpected backhand comes down for 7. 2 Vigor tokens to the wayside. No value able to be gained from them.
Yeah, normally you see Kayo Strong Arm with Vigor tokens and you get a little bit nervous because that's typically a promise of a KO activation. Noah Beygelman, though, unfortunately had to fully discard them. Chose not to arsenal to clench the upper hand as well on when he decided his blocks in the previous turn cycle.
Tuffnut shows the give him a piece of your mind. So here comes the comeback kid for 8.
I believe there are 4 blues in this Tuffnut deck, Sam, and he just hit another blue off the top as well. In the previous turn cycle, there were 2 in his pitch zone already, so very fortunate for Jason Rolfe finding a blue off the top here. But we did mention this when we were going through his deck. If he doesn't get a toughness token, it's almost certainly that he's hitting a blue card off the top because he barely has any like yellows that aren't 6s. So comeback kid coming in and effectively generating him a toughness token as well thanks to the cheer effect since he is lower in life.
Yeah, such an impressive 2-card play here with the Tuffnut hero ability. Toughness token for the next turn, smacking down for 8. Damn it, this Tuffnut is aggressive. Damn it, it's working.
It was 3-card 11 on the previous turn cycle, and here effectively a 1-card 8 with a Tuffnut hero ability. And then the toughness token as well, if he's able to make use of it on the following turn cycle. Suddenly Jason Rolfe not looking as far behind as the first few turns in this game seemed to have suggest.
And it's just going to be the mocking blow here. Because Noah Beygelman remains higher life, here comes the booing coming in for 5. But unfortunately, the Vigor token will pop next turn. So Noah Beygelman will not be able to utilize that KO Strong Arm ability.
Just 1 life ahead of Jason Rolfe. And Noah Beygelman gets that boo. Mocking blow. 1 card 5 here.
As far as I know.
Access. These 1-card 5s that the Reviled heroes have access to, so incredible when you see them play it out. The Take That is the other one. The Mocking Blow, of course, comes with a Vigor token as well. As Jason Rolfe falls further below Noah Beygelman's life total.
Tuffnut gonna show the fight fair. Second copy. Toughness, resource. 2 cards remaining for Jason. You hear him say interesting as he surveys the arena. Exciting for Jason Rolfe here to really get to show himself off in the limited format on coverage, something that he's done so well in, but hasn't had the opportunity to really strut his stuff. 3-0 the last pod, now coming in, asking the question.
And here we see the inefficiency a little bit of Jason Rolfe's deck over here, unable to use the resource from Tuffnut's hero ability, just effectively just generating a toughness token.
That's good.
Asking the question, who's the tough guy here?
Well, Beygelman blocks this, will get a toughness token, but as the aggressor currently, not sure how much he's going to value the toughness token, but I think he does value staying higher in life. We have seen him pitch some of those Revered cards that care about him being the higher life total, and also want to take a look at his equipment as well. The Mighty Bone Knuckles, also a piece of equipment that wants him to have the higher life total in this matchup. So might be incentivized to block because of those reasons rather than the toughness. And of course has a Vigor token available as well for his offensive salvo on the following turn. Laughing Knee Slappers coming out onto the combat chain. Can he generate a Might token?
Not,
with the not
so
so tough.
Gonna go ahead and get rid of the toughness. Asking Tuffnut, I don't think you're that tough at all.
And generates a Might token for the Laughing Knee Slappers, which now see that he has a Might and a Vigor, and so blocks 3 total, fully blocking out the Who's the Tough guy and generates an additional toughness token. I've never seen Kayo Strong Arm with 3 tokens like this at the start of his turn. Might and Vigor popping over here, giving him a resource, +1 damage his first attack, and on the following turn will have +1 defense for his first action card that blocks.
Noah Beygelman continuing to put on a show here in the feature match area. That Might token also so amazing and impressive for this flex speed that gets to get go again.
Not just
you hear Noah saying, you really hooked me up with that.
Not just a Might token here, basically a Might and an Agility thanks to his flex speed's effect. So many tokens to start of Noah Beygelman's turn. Has a card left behind in hand, card in arsenal. This is going to be quite painful for Jason Rolfe. He has 6 go again already while he's sitting at 7 with no toughness tokens to speak of. Not a position you see Tuffnuts typically in. No added defense at the start of this turn. And doesn't generate a toughness token for the following turn cycle either, because the comeback kid in the pitch zone is a 5 power. Does have a pitch outlet for the 3 resources because he did find a dig in this hand. So can create more toughness tokens, but that will just be for the following turn cycle. He really needed that for this turn cycle when Noah Beygelman has his offensive salvo here with a go again flex speed coming in for 6. Jason Rolfe lining up. A 2-card block over here.
Yep.
Pays a 3 is a call from Jason Rolfe. 3 toughness tokens generated for Noah Beygelman's offense on the following turn. And here we see a take that. Another one of the 0 for 5s. Noah Beygelman, second time he's doing a 1-card 5 in his matchup. 3-card 11 once again. Name of the game for Noah Beygelman. Turn after turn after turn, he's setting up these 3-card 11s. And able to bring Jason Rolfe's life total all the way down to 5.
Good.
And Jason Rolfe, with no cards remaining, just had to pass it over to Noah Beygelman as he faces down 3 toughness tokens. Can he set up something a little bit better here to overcome the 3 toughness tokens? Or are we going to perhaps see the activation of those Mighty Bone Knuckles to maybe set up for the following turn and not give Jason Rolfe the value from these toughness tokens that he's generated?
Mighty Bone Knuckles here, gonna get activated just like you're mentioning. Canceling out in a future turn the value from those toughness, depending on when. Yeah, bask in your own greatness. He's just setting up, saying you got all those toughness. I don't want to deal with that on this turn. It's something we've seen time and time again in this format. I don't want to send my big attack into your staunch defenses. That's not my way to victory. How about 6 Might tokens on a future turn? Can you really pressure me from 9 is the question Noah Beygelman is asking.
I love this. Effectively fully nullifying 3 toughness tokens, because any card Jason Rolfe blocks with would already block for 2 and cover up the basket in your own greatness. There's no point having it block for 5.
What am I going to do?
True.
And that's exactly what Noah Beygelman says. What am I going to do when you have 3 toughness tokens that popped at the start of this turn? Does Jason Rolfe have another dig in perhaps to set up more toughness tokens for the following turn cycle? Looks like not quite.
Yeah, no worries, bro.
Needs to find some way to get a little bit cheered.
Angle.
It might be. I don't think it
To
matters.
set up more toughness tokens, because 6 Might tokens on the other side when you're sitting at 5 is not a comfortable space to be in, Sam. That first attack is already going to be lethal by itself, no matter what it is. But it could be backed up by a Kayo Strong Arm hero ability. Could have Go again if it's another flex speed. Might even have some pumps in front of it as well if Noah Beygelman has managed to find some villainous poses or revolting gestures.
Here, 'cause I'm lower health than you.
Yep.
Block 5, get cheered at lower life.
That's exactly what Jason Rolfe needs. Try and generate more toughness tokens.
If it has one more,
Build up a little bit of a wall
on it.
for these 6 Might tokens that he knows will be coming his way.
Now, what's the follow-up? The salvo going to be? Tuffnut. Going to look for that second Tuffnut. Toughness. Gonna find it with the unexpected backhand.
Toughness, Tuffnut. Definitely a bit of a tongue twister there. As his high-pitched howl comes in, generates him a vigor. Not exactly what he needs. Would have preferred another toughness token. We can't complain about free value. And then for 6, Noah Beygelman, the world is his oyster over here. This isn't even lethal. And he's fully set up with 6 Might tokens. And that's another buff!
Pose. What is the cost curve on the turn? Can he threaten the Kayo hero ability as well with the villainous pose?
If the Arsenal's a 0 cost, he absolutely can. Didn't quite get a peek at what it is, but if it's something like a Mocking Blow, this would be an incredibly strong turn coming out from Noah Beygelman. Goes down to 6, still higher life total than Jason Rolfe as a Reviled hero. Of course, is already going to get booed by the villainous pose, and this is the offensive output that you need to get over Tuffnut's defenses.
Oh, but look at this. Flex Strength now gets to come in.
10 plus 3 is 13.
So just going to go ahead and keep some power for his next turn. Didn't feel as though +4 on this one was...
Well, he didn't have a 0 cost, so the more efficient thing is just to activate KO on this. Just 4+2, but it's still 15 damage against an opponent who is at 5. Does have 2 toughness tokens, however, but this is still so much damage. See a toughness activated over here, perhaps? Maybe he has found a Brothers in Arms to maybe use those resources into.
Brothers in Arms would block 6 on this turn, though I think we can see the hand there, and I'm not sure he's got one.
Does he have a dig in, maybe?
It's hard to remember your deck because the whole 3 and then the toughness. I think you have the 3 for 7 in hand, but maybe it's your next turn.
You hear Noah Beygelman saying, I think you have the 3 for 7 in hand. He's literally saying it's hard to remember your deck. He's tracking the pitch stack. All the cards come down. Is this enough?
You do have the buck on the cast.
Does have to dig in here, so it's going to generate more toughness tokens.
15. How much block is this?
11, I want to say. Goes. Oh.
And that's it! No, Exacxi's over 5 damage. You hear the players, they weren't making a big deal of it, counting it up slowly and calmly, but Noah Beygelman is feeling like perhaps he is the face of this tournament. 11-1 and has made it into your top 8.
What a fantastic run. Didn't have the greatest draft in that pod 1, still managed to come out 2-1, which is a fantastic record given the deck that he had in that pod 1, but over here already coming out with the first win in the second pod and making his way to top 8 of the first and only Super Slam draft being played at a premier level.
Yeah, what an exciting run so far from Noah Beygelman. Already a couple signature moments on camera, and now he's got a chance to make a whole lot more. Let's take a look at how the pod is shaping up so far. What are you seeing, Pankaj?
I'm seeing Rob Catton over here, one of the 2 Pleiades, both Pleiades players, in fact, actually coming out 1-0. Something you'd probably expect because they were the only 2 Guardian players. And speaking of things you would expect, the 4 Tuffnuts in a row, unfortunately, all going 0-1.
Yeah, this is a pretty hilarious bracket as you take a look at the top half, 1-0. Bottom half, not so much. 0-1 for the Tuffnuts, as it seems as though that deck maybe can't support as many players drafting it as something like a KO, though. Lot of games left to play, 2 more before we have our top 8. As you look at the bracket, Pankaj, what's sticking out to you? Who do you think has the best chance? You know, we know these records are getting to the end game here. We're close to finding out our top 8, but again, this top pod, someone's got to 0-3.
I'm fully expecting the 2 Guardian players to show up in the finals and face off against each other. I mean, 2 Guardian, the full 8 packs and all the Guardian cards just going to these 2 players. We saw in the packs when we were watching Jason Rolfe draft, the last few picks in each pack had a ton of Guardian cards in them. I think these 2 players, Rob Catton and Evan Tanguy, have very, very strong decks.
All right, folks. Well, we have got a couple more games to play, but the first player in our top 8, Noah Beygelman. Again, maybe feeling like a bit of a swag energy, baby. A little bit of a face of the tournament. Let's go ahead, and I do want to talk about an exciting tournament coming up as well. We've got the calling in Shizuoka coming up for you in just a couple of weeks. This one's a fun one because these heroes we're seeing in Limited, this is your first chance to truly see them strut their stuff in Classic Constructed.
I will be keeping my eyes peeled for any of these Super Slime heroes to have their splash in the CC format, especially maybe something like Pleiades with the backing of that Armory deck as well. But aside from seeing how the meta shakes out, folks, you can go ahead and pick yourself up one of these amazing Fabled event packages featuring the new art for flick knives as a playmat.
Yeah, we were seeing this package for a while. We were like, what is the card? Please, someone tell me what the card is. Some people did postulate and did speculate that it would be flick knives, and those people were correct. I can also confirm in person. Bully Tactics going kind of wild in the EA Cold Foil, looking pretty nice.
Speaking of things that are going wild, in the other side, in the Revered pack, you've got the Crowd Goes Wild as a Cold Foil available if you end up with that version of the promo pack.
Looking ahead at some artists that will be available. Iconic pieces of art across the table. Hirosuda has done so many pieces of art for Fab. Dakin and, of course, Ryo Sabda, the Shelter from the Storm there. Beautiful cards. You can get signed. Check out their full portfolio as well when you get to the tournament. And we're going to be bringing you all the action live here from the Fab TCG YouTube channel. A couple of my very good friends will be joining me in the booth. I'm looking forward to it.
Amazing talent lineup for this show. I was already planning to tune in, but I'm going to be glued to the screen, especially with these three people bringing us the coverage. We've got Bryce Platts from the AGE side. Simon Byrne, of course, right next to me. Always such a talent, and current reigning U.S. national champion Majin Bay. It's going to be such a blast.
Yeah, Majin is such a treat to work with. You all know him as not only the current reigning U.S. national champion, but the host of our beloved World Tour Weekly. And we're going to be hoping to see if maybe the Razor replay will feature his dulcet tones after Shizuoka. And of course, first look at Super Slam in CC. Make sure you stay tuned to the Fab TCG channel. And if you can't watch the stream because you're at the event, I'm so jealous of you because you have a chance to get these ridiculous pummel cards. What the hell, dog? Look at these. What the hell? Come on, let me get some pummels.
Many things to be jealous about for people who will be able to make it out to this event, Sam. The vibes at these callings, especially a calling so close to a release of a new set, are just impeccable. The energy in the air, people discovering new things about a CC format. It's going to be such a blast. If you have the opportunity to make it out there, I highly encourage that you go ahead and do so.
And bottom left, you can see Dakin. You can get your pummel signed at the event at Artist Alley. It's an exciting time for all the players in the Asia-Pacific region, especially for that World Tour Player of the Year race, and for all of us here watching at home. So we've got a couple more games of draft. Before we do so, we also have a couple gem packs before the next win and in. Pankaj, should we just cheers?
Okay,
together?
let's do it.
Cheers.
Right, open it up together, just like how the players have been doing it too.
Yeah,
instead of the one by one.
Instead of the one by one.
Okay, cool.
What do you want, friend? What are you looking for?
I want the Viscerai headpiece. We've seen two of them open on stream already. I'm so jealous.
All right, ready?
All right.
3, 2, 1, and go back. Boulder drop.
Okay.
Red boulder
not
drop.
Not bad.
Raptures plus and 3, 2, 1. Yeah. Oh, Fast and Furious and Clamp Press.
Oh, wow.
Hey.
The cheers worked.
Yeah, we did it. Cheers. Cheers again.
Woo.
Mech players, notoriously, the both of us.
Yeah, of course.
We love these cards. Actually, this I did want to open this one. This is really cool. I love Azordi Therianto. Special place in my heart. Damn, and it's actually even cooler in person, y'all. We got more gem packs and more games coming up for you in just a couple minutes, including your next win and in, so don't go anywhere. Jason Rolfe, your most recent limited calling champion, fell in his last round, but his story is far from over, and we're going to continue to see if he can find that critical win to move on into our top 8. Sam O'Byrne and Scott Mines going to be bringing you the action. I'm looking forward to this one.
Yeah, me too. Jason Rolfe, a pretty incredible player, very familiar, close friend of mine, actually. Been having incredible success this year alongside a lot of the UK contingent. But they are a limited mastermind. They've been a limited mastermind for much longer than you've been aware of their name. They're constantly dominating these events. Booster pack draft is their bread and butter. If I'm backing anyone, it's probably Jason.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing just how this all shakes out. Let's take a look at the general standings as well to see which of our players remain in contention in this pod and beyond. And there are a bunch of players here that you might recognize fighting for this top 8. At the top of the standings, however, Noah Beygelman, perhaps the face so far, currently locked for the top 8.
Absolutely, just underneath. 2 of the 3 UK folk who are still in contention over here in Canada. Jason Rolfe, Rob Catton, both at 10 and 2. Sonny Yang putting up a pretty incredible performance as well. The hometown hero on this page still in contention there in 4th place.
Yeah, this is an exciting time for all of these players. A lot of Americans and a lot of Englishmen, perhaps, on this page as well. Of Evan Tanguy looking to repeat back-to-back world premiere calling top 8s. It would be a remarkable feat. He's got a little bit of winning to do first. Let's check out the next page of standings as these X and 3s do remain live, and we'll have to see which of these players make it in. Brody Spurlock down there, Michael Rakowski, you can see Jordan Jalbert-Ross, current reigning national champion for Canada. It's an exciting time here in the world premiere calling.
Yeah, Jordan, of course, joined us in the feature match area for the first round of our calling. Fell just short there, but didn't let it shake them. Has since done a fantastic job at stabilizing. Still alive in this calling today. This page very much a smattering of the US, and I'm very happy to see 5 Canadians here still in contention. This country proving that, yes, this might be the first calling that we have here, but we've got a heck of a community on this side of the pond.
Yeah, it's an exciting time, man. I'm looking forward to this one. Not sure exactly how many X and 3s there are past this page. I think we've got just about one more page to look at as we can see which of our players are at the bottom of their chances. No, it's actually just X and 4s here, so you can see which players probably just outside. A couple interesting names. Mengucci fell. Michael Feng, after what an amazing start, just couldn't quite keep the wheels on the bus. Leo Vezine as well down there. Top 8 in Pro Tour of London. Not having the same success here, but top 30 after all of these rounds, 12 total. Still an incredible feat and could still find his way into some cash.
Yeah, Leo responsible for one of my favorite games this weekend, the old 21-24, courtesy of Liath. Well worth going back and watching that one if you haven't done already. These players played on a pretty spectacular show, and I'm sure we're going to see even more games of a similar ilk.
Yeah, let's go ahead. I believe it's time to set the stage, Scott, because you got a winning in for a countryman of yours, like you mentioned, a great friend versus friend of the broadcast, and I'm sure a friend of all of you at home, Mr. Craig Krempels. So this is an exciting one. It's a winning in for Jason Rolfe. It's a win and live for Craig Krempels. I believe the actual record there is like X and 2 and 1. Because of a draw, so it's basically a loss, basically X3, slightly different, but we'll have to see if Craig can keep his tournament alive or if Jason Rolfe is going to make his way into our top 8 and win and in.
Craig Krempels, no slouch if you're unfamiliar. Member of the Runaways, dominant force over the last few years. A player to watch for sure. We'll see these gem packs being cracked open in unison. 3, 2, 1. All right.
It's a pretty tame pack. You can see Craig saying, like, all right.
Steel Victory has popped up in these packs a number of times so far this weekend, and each and every time the person who has opened it has stolen the victory in the game. So I am watching Jason Rolfe. Let's see if we can keep that pattern going. Tuffnut v Tuffnut here. Interesting matchup. Going to be a long battle of attrition, I imagine.
Yeah, no, this one, we're here for a long time, and hopefully a good time, as these players are going to attempt to find the way forward. It might be through fatigue, it might be through damage, it might be through something like a flex speed at the bottom of the second cycle, as we see Jason Rolfe activate Tuffnut here. Not making the toughness there. Again, this deck is actually full of cards that might not trigger toughness.
Yeah, I think this is something Jason has alluded to as they've learned more about this format. You can build Tuffnut in a variety of ways. Sometimes you will have 25 attacks with 6 or 7 power, and that toughness token is a guaranteed thing. But if you want the additional reach and the range of these flex speeds and sources of go again, you have to sacrifice some consistency if you want them.
Here comes 5 from the high-pitched Howl. Gets out of the hand, makes the vigor, and allows a little bit of filtering from Craig Krempels if you'd like. But remember, this one is liable to go to fatigue. So the initial trade on deck damage, 1 card out of Jason's deck, 2 cards potentially out of Craig's.
Best card in hand for this situation for Craig Krempels. We do see Dig in. Unfortunately, no blue card to go alongside it. Does mean that generating that toughness for free on the first turn of the game going to be a little bit difficult. Instead, just 1, courtesy of that red disembody being pitched away. But worth noting, both these players now with powerful reds at the bottom of their pitch stack.
Both players now drawing back up. It's time to see what Craig Krempels is working with. We saw Jason's deck. We saw how potentially odd it was. None of these Tuffnuts impressed in the first round. We'll have to see what Craig is working with here. He's going to get the right behind you. This one is going to make the toughness token. Different than Fight from Behind, which only has the 5 power. Looks like we've got a Look Tough in the hand he might be working with here.
Yeah, Heroic Grit here, turn the crowd grateful, also available. That Heroic Grit will be the play. We'll see more toughness being generated before Craig decides how to continue.
Looks like it might be a Look Tough coming down. I think Craig deciding, does he want to pay into it?
How much is this? I will indicate it with a die.
How much is this is always quite the statement to hear on the other side of the table. 9 appears to be the answer here. Heroic Grit doing some serious work. I think this card was underestimated by a lot of Tuffnut players early during the sealed and draft portion of this event. But we've seen time and again this weekend, Tuffnut more than capable of making 3, 4, even 5 toughness tokens on occasion, turning that card into a really powerful tool.
So I will activate Tuffnut here.
Activate Tuffnut in response to the chest puff. Getting a Bark Obscenities. Just a resource. Not an exciting card in this case, but that means 2 value from the Toby Jugs.
Unexciting, but good enough. 1 resource all is required here for the Jugs to gain that 2 additional block value. Jason happy to add some additional cards here to the blocking, sucking up 7 damage here by the looks of things. 1 card remaining in hand, 1 in arsenal. Have to imagine a very clean 2-card hand will be the retaliation.
Any follow-up? Have to imagine no. Down to Arsenal, Craig goes. Pitch stack to the bottom. 3 cards off the top. Tuffnut remains tapped. 1 card left in hand, 1 card in the arsenal. Interesting to see Craig Krempels, member of the Runaways, and those Runaways top 3 sleeves for Jason Rolfe.
Comeback Kid does come across the line here for Jason Rolfe. We'll see that toughness being generated due to the crowd cheering. Jason, of course, taking a little bit of heat early here, falling to 18. Does mean they are behind on life. And as a result, this Comeback Kid coming in for 8.
Jason, you can see, quite happy with the way this has started. We've got the vigorous smash up and the humble entrance covering 8.
1.
Craig Krempels there. Trying to do the 3-2-1. Didn't get it from Jason. Also didn't win the clash. So gives the vigor to his opponent.
Talk about intimidating your opponent. Just 3 and immediately flipping the card on top of you. No waiting. No patience here. Buck Wild has no time for anyone. Feisty Locals here going to the bottom from Craig. Quite like this. Feels like that's the kind of card that's more beneficial in the second cycle in a matchup like this. Really want to get the life totals a little bit lower before forcing the opponent to make some inopportune blocks.
Craig Krempels here activating Tuffnut, getting the toughness token. We've said friend of the broadcast, but also such a experienced competitor in his own right. Top 8 of U.S. Nationals 2023 with that Lexi deck that was so popular at that time. Shown himself to be one of the true masters of this game, competing at a high level for many years now. Coming in for 6 here, looking for another big top 8 to add to his resume alongside the illustrious casting career.
Make no mistake, Craig Krempels, a juggernaut in the TCG space, has been for a long time. If they're not a name you're familiar with prior to this, hopefully their prowess in this matchup will make you more than familiar. For now, we will be clashing with Jason Rolfe. Let's take a peek at the top card of the deck again. Wrong side of the fight for Jason once more here. Getting punished a bit for all of these flex speeds and additional go-again effects that should prove rather important later. For now, they are allowing Craig to win these clashes.
And interestingly, Jason had the option there to keep the card on top, so he knew what the Tuffnut would grab off of the top, knew it would be at least the blue, but elected to utilize the secondary effect of these slate of clash cards and put the card to the bottom. So now Tuffnut will be random, plus the Vigor token. Let's see what it is.
I like that quite a lot. I think the blue card not only required here, but flex speed much better on the second cycle from the overarching game plan here from Jason Rolfe. Going to want those go-again sources to really drive the dagger into Craig Krempels as the game goes along. Tuffnut will find the yellow, joins the Vigor, makes 3 resources to work with. Can't quite see what we're working with in Jason's hand there. Might be a fight fair at the front they're thinking through.
Switching the card. It's going to be the Buck Wild coming down.
This is a really interesting choice to me here. Buck Wild, again, a card I think for most has found itself as the card you park in the arsenal, get back into the pitch stack, find a way to enable a powerful go-again turn. In this case, Jason choosing to run it straight out into these toughness tokens, earns 2 cards in exchange, so some deck damage being done, but deciding that it is not the priority in this spot. Instead, preferring to arsenal that other card and let that Buck Wild go.
Getting tough with it?
Yep.
Getting tough with it, says Craig. Rapturous applause on top. I think he knew it was in there from the clash. And Craig saying move to Arsenal, just making the toughness, putting a red to the bottom for second cycle. Drawing those 3 cards.
Again, this is fine in the Tuffnut mirror. I think both of these players interested in saving their power plays for later. You often find that Tuffnut can't convert a full 4-card hand, including an arsenal, into meaningful damage outside of these Buck Wilds and flex speeds. And so Craig happy here to take a passive turn, make that toughness token, park an important card in the arsenal, put an important red on the bottom of their deck and just say, Jason, do your worst.
Let's see what the worst is from Jason Rolfe here.
Looking like a high-pitched howl there in the hand. Red copy this time around will be funded with a Red Brothers in Arms. Another card worth watching. We're seeing Dig In go to the bottom there as well. So some red cards available for Jason as we get back to that bottom pitch stack. They're powerful attacks, but importantly, both of these great on defense too if they find themselves on the wrong side of that coin flip once we get there.
Craig looking like he might be lining up a block with this. Tough smash up.
Tough smash up will be the block indeed. Clash coming once more. Brothers in Arms on top. Yellow high-pitched howl. Clash breaking the way of Jason Rolfe this time around. We're going to see that yellow going to the bottom for Craig Krempels. Additional toughness generated for Jason.
Taking 2 here after blocking 4. Down to 17.
Both these players prioritizing jockeying for position in these early turns here. Toughness tokens going a long way to stymie early damage. A lot of what we're seeing right now is setup. These players understand that the final turns of the game almost certain to be the most important here, and therefore carefully sequencing resource cards and impactful attacks at the bottom of their deck for when we get back to that cycle. We're going to see Tuffnut activated here, resources gained from the yellow Brothers in Arms. Unfortunately, that is a 5-power attack, so no toughness being generated here for Craig Krempels. Reevaluating the turn as a result. 2 toughness on the other side for Jason Rolfe does mean that attacks here probably aren't super profitable.
Bash Guardian comes down. Won't be bashing any Guardians. We'll just be looking to bash the most recent limited calling champion, Jason Rolfe. Trying to go back-to-back in his not necessarily preferred format, but his most successful format.
Oh, no, it's definitely preferred. The more I learn from Jason. Limited is definitely the name of the game. It is their preferred way to play. They have a fantastic time each and every time doing so. I'm very happy to see them finding success once again at the highest possible level.
Your toughness rich.
I will choose to pay.
Toughness Rich is the name there from Greg Krempels. Brothers in Arms obviously doing a fantastic job at soaking up damage. Worth noting again, look tough is the red being pitched here from Jason. The goal remains the same. These big, impactful threats have to wait until the best defensive tools are out of the way. Now, I want to talk about a certain card in the hand here for Craig Krempels. No Hero Stands Alone is not a card we've seen too much this weekend, but it is one of the only effects in this format with Ambush. If you're willing to jump through some hoops, you are able to block from your arsenal. You can even block for 6 with a little bit of luck. It's the kind of card that could sway a fatigue-based game entirely in the other direction.
We know this matchup is liable to go long, and go-to players have no cards left in deck. I'm curious, man. We know Craig Krempels already had a draw earlier in this tournament. Will the same thing happen in this one? How will one of these players find the damage necessary to actually close out the game?
Then I'll pass.
Fight fair here. Obviously, no bonuses on this. Tuffnut is a good lad after all. We'll make our way over to Craig, who is happy to activate Tuffnut themselves. Finds a yellow as the reward. We'll make a toughness token.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was yellow 6.
Yes.
We'll not make a toughness token.
No toughness. It's just the darling of the crowd.
I also thought it was a yellow 6.
Artwork all looks exactly the same.
Both players now. Start of the game for Jason, and now here for Craig. Just made the toughness on instinct after playing so much of this hero. Now he's got to think. Leans back in the chair, looks back at the arsenal. That ambush is looking pretty nice to imagine being in there.
Can't quite see what that arsenal is for Craig. If we want to set that no hero stands alone up, they will need to clear it. They will do exactly that with, okay, so heroic grit here. Definitely a bit of a punish for not hitting that toughness token off the top of the deck with Tuffnut's ability. Instead, just the +1 coming across from this otherwise very powerful yellow.
Here comes that familiar stench. This one will have some relevance.
Yeah.
When one or more brute cards defend this, create a Vigor token.
Familiar Stench proving to be one of the better anti-class cards in the set across the weekend. Vigor tokens, very impactful for bailing you out if Tuffnut is not so kind, but also really impactful if you're Kayo and want to chain that hero ability together turn after turn. We see this Vigor token floating carefully into the arena here, but no brute card to be found so far on the other side of the table. So Familiar Stench, maybe not so familiar after all. Never mind. I am being silly. Give him a piece of your mind is, of course, a brute card. Very brutish indeed.
Heroic Grit makes a toughness token. Jason Rolfe just confirming where the toughness came from. He's looking here from the right behind you to decide, does he want the card on the top or the bottom?
And again, this deck control factor of Tuffnut is such an important part of playing this hero correctly. Not only are you building pitch stacks, you can smoke screen information from your opponent. In a matchup like this, both of you are seeing the top cards so very often. You don't always want your opponent to know there is, in fact, a resource card next to that important red. Maybe there's a buff next to your final attack. That's information you want to keep secret. And these ability to do that, look at these top cards, control what's happening, make sure Tuffnut is hitting the resource cards. This is all an incredibly important part of the game plan here that might not be obvious given that most of it goes completely unseen.
3 floating resources. Who's the tough guy is the question once again from Jason Rolfe. Hands to the sky for a moment. 20 minutes remaining somehow in this round that feels like it's already gone for hours as these players jockey for position back and forth. 6 points of offense on offer. 15, currently playing 14. Both of these players trying to fight their way into the top 8 of the one night only Super Slam limited calling here from Montreal. $20,000 USD on offer, and the majority of that, of course, to the top 8 and to our winner. Either of these two gentlemen on your screen looking to be in consideration. If Jason Rolfe wins, he is in the top 8. If Craig Krempels wins, his reward, 1 game for all the marbles.
Okay.
First step here for Craig, blocking with that toughness token. He's keeping that life total high.
It's 3 or 4. Yeah.
Clash from the Smash Up. We'll take a peek at the top card once more. Smash Up and Buck Wild found. If that's a blue Smash Up, it will be the Vigor token going over to Jason Rolfe. For those otherwise uncertain, the question, who's the tough guy? That's me.
Bigger breaks.
Vigor breaking here for Craig likely gives him the freedom to activate Tuffnut regardless of the resource cost found. Will be a yellow, makes another toughness token, and we will indeed spend those resources perfectly to come right back in for 7.
Chest puff, baby. Coming in for 7. Ambush card still waits in the arsenal for Craig Krempels, I do believe.
Yeah, well remembered, Sam. No hero stands alone. He's indeed going to play a pretty important role in the resolution of this game. I think one way or the other, Craig will find themselves with a stalwart defense, so they might find themselves relying on it to stay in the game. It's going to be a card well worth watching. On Jason's side, we can see a Buck Wild peeking out of the corner of the hand. Does have the flexibility perhaps to go a little bit wider if they're happy to eat this damage. You do eventually kind of have to make a stand in the Tuffnut mirror. You can't just both block forever, and it's going to be the turn for Jason Rolfe. Decides to take a stand. It is time to go wider. Jason falling to 8. Let's see what he can do.
Do mine eyes deceive me? Has Tuffnut taken a big chunk of damage? Jason Rolfe falls down to 8 after eating 7 to the face? What does this turn spell out for Jason? Up to the 3 floating resources once again. 3 cards in hand. It's looking like it might be the punching gloves entering the equation. No current 6 power in the pitch. Flex speed going to go ahead and get the go again thanks to the punching gloves.
So it is going to be the go wide approach here from Jason Rolfe to try and leverage the hand they have found. Omelette du damage, if you will.
I will not. Omelette? Like an omelet?
Of course.
Okay.
There's no cheese in the feature match area, but we've got plenty of damage. We'll work with that.
I will now do it. I accept your phrase.
6 points coming across here from Flex Speed. Again, I think this is pretty telling of the different ways you can draft Tuffnut in this format. We saw Jason's previous deck in their first draft, 25 6-power attacks, all consistent all the time, heavily revered. This time around, multiple copies of Buck Wild, Flex Speeds of various colors, these punching gloves on tap to enable these effects. Jason is the kind of Tuffnut deck that's going to have an edge in the Tuffnut mirror because they can convert 4-card hands.
Toughness from here. And where was the second toughness from?
Your attack.
No, this one. Yeah, you're right.
Craig here in the tank, taking a moment to decide how best to utilize these cards. We are on that Disembody here, I believe, which I believe was the first card pitched from Craig Krempels at the very start of the game to dig in order to make a toughness token. So we are back in pitch stack territory, which means these big, speedy, go-wide attacks are going to be the name of the game here for Jason Rolfe, and we're going to carry that on. Buck Wild is the follow-up. Technically, does have go again, but unlikely to do very much, I would think.
I would think you are correct. Craig Krempels, it looks like he's looking at that arsenal. Is it the time to deploy it? Yes, it is. From the arsenal, no hero stands alone. Jason's got to give this a read, because even though Tuffnut might be looking across the table at Tuffnut, one Tuffnut has another Tuffnut behind him, damn it.
Guys,
no hero stands alone.
Guys, gals, non-binary pals, this is a big clash. Watch the top of the decks. Okay. It's going to be that feisty locals coming back to bite Craig Krempels. If they had remembered the feisty locals was there, they would know that right now, that block not going to achieve anything. -3 given to no hero stands alone. All 7 damage going to make its way across here against Craig Krempels.
That's a tough break for Craig. No hero standing alone, but the Tuffnut behind Tuffnut actually ran away at the last minute. The top of the deck not cooperating for Craig. Should be down, I believe, to 6 after taking that full 7. And this Feisty Locals, so unfortunate. I believe that Feisty Locals was also just put to the bottom with a clash earlier in this game. So this Feisty Locals now just 2 times going to the bottom of the deck for basically no resources. It's time for the right behind you to come forth, but that might be the difference maker in this one as both heroes count their decks. 8 cards for Craig. Not sure for Jason, but that's a huge blowout for Craig. Feisty Locals here really coming back to bite him.
I believe Jason ever so slightly ahead in that attrition fight.
Tuffnut? Yes.
I think I would have favored Craig's position if they had an extra 6 life to work with. But unfortunately, flex speed here being pitched away, going to be used to fuel, dig in to create another toughness token. Jason contemplating additional blocks here, or whether or not they'd be willing to take some damage.
And take 3.
Taking 3 is the name of the game. Toughness token being created from Tuffnut's ability.
Unfortunately, not finding the blue there for Jason Rolfe. So only the 1 creation of the toughness token. Now that fight fair comes back around, coming in. Attacking for 6.
I think Jason was fully aware there was a red card on top of their deck there. We're deep in pitch stack territory, and they also knew they were going to be throwing this fight fair with the last card in their hand. Neither of these wants to be in the arsenal, so Jason, knowing they would otherwise be wasting their Tuffnut activation, just happy to get that red back on the bottom, get that toughness token, and continue the flow of the game. Craig here debating their defense, does find themselves with another smash up to clash with to further inform these final turns of the game. It's a vigorous one. We're fighting for a vigor. Let's take a look. It is going to be a Howl versus Obscenities. The vigor going to Craig Krempels here. May allow a turn to function, otherwise was slightly awkward. I do believe it's a yellow Buckwild and a blue card in hand.
Rapturous applause, yeah.
Maybe no impact. We're going to see that Howl going to the bottom here. That might be the most important part of this equation. Again, these smash-up effects allowing you to choose whether or not the card stays on top, giving control over Tuffnut's activation and where cards are in your pitch stack.
As we've seen many times in this format, and with these style of decks, a lot of blocking early, and then finally, in the space of about 8 minutes, we just see that life totals begin to truly fall by the wayside. It's going to be that Rapturous Applause coming in. Looks like it was a red, actually, so coming in for 7. Only facing down 1 toughness token on the other side of the arena, but Krempels is now down to 3. Had 8 cards in deck a moment ago. We saw Jason Rolfe once again put the flex speed to the bottom with the Tuffnut ability, but I wonder if it'll ever really be able to come into play.
Flex speed, just not what Jason is looking for here. Needs to sink a final blow into Craig Krempels. Knows they are now at a life total that allows them to force cards out of Craig's hand. We're going to see Jason falling to 4 in order to keep a card. And I imagine we'll be seeing a rather important Tuffnut activation. If I know Jason, they know what's on top. It is going to be that yellow card to generate 2 resources. A quick nod of the head. Jason taking a moment here to fan on through that yard, figure out exactly which cards remain in their deck. Again, nod of the head. We see the Helm cashed in here. This is the turn where Jason wants to set up the following turn. We have Comeback Kid going on top of the deck. This is very, very heads up. Jason understanding they're likely going to be on the lower life total by the time that this attack is being thrown. Good one indeed, Craig. Big tip, big pickup. Cards on the bottom, Comeback Kid on top. Will it be Jason Rolfe making that comeback, or is Craig Krempels likely to steal it away? We see a Tuffnut activation will be that right behind you, generating resources and a toughness token for the trouble.
2 floating resources. Both players now sub 5, 3 plays 4. Lot of cards to work with here for Craig.
Can't quite see the arsenal there, but it is a Buckwild. Okay. So Craig masterfully holding on to that final go-again source here. Going to allow them to put the screws to Jason Rolfe, who correctly picks up the deck, doesn't count. Needs to understand where they are in comparison to Craig. What happens if they are the defender this turn. We're going to see the red 8 power attack pitched away with Tuffnut to make a toughness token and likely fuel Brothers in Arms.
You literally heard Jason say on this turn when the card was being played, he said, Buck Wild. He knows what's in Craig's hand because these players are both tracking each other's pitch stacks and decks so well. So the overbearing presence might be getting in the way with this Brothers in Arms. That toughness token is for the next turn, it has not triggered on this turn.
I've been constantly impressed by the depth of these Tuffnut matchups. I know a lot of people believe this hero to be innately simplistic, perhaps because the hero leans towards suggesting it might be with his demeanor and his attitude, but time and again we've seen the top players in the room demonstrating a mastery of when to activate this hero ability, how to correctly use it to fuel copies of Brothers in Arms, copies of Dig In, when they need to have Garland of Spring or Vigor tokens to make sure they remove the risk from a proactive activation. I'm just finding more and more depth to this hero.
Big blocks here from Jason. This is about as momentous a turn as they come in this game. Feels like the decisive one. Can this turn of offense be enough to push Craig Krempels forward, blocking a total of 5 on 6, down to 3? Brothers in Arms huge on this turn, and it's time for the disarm to come in for 6. Jason just going to go ahead and put 2 cards in front of it immediately. Keep his offenses around. And that was potentially the big turn, honestly, that Craig Krempels has been building towards. He's thinking about his pitch stack. He's thinking about what card does he want to activate Toughness 2C right here.
Worth knowing here, that comeback kid was, of course, just a block 3 here, but the Helm did give Jason an additional card in deck, which is going to be something worth noting. If I'm not mistaken, Feisty Locals now has to be in the hand for Craig Krempels. That card is going to be worth 5 value here. We know the composition of both players' decks. Jason will have to respect it. There's too many actions in the way.
A cool little moment there. You saw Jason say, hey, can I see what you're pitching? And Craig said, yes. But let me shuffle it first so you don't see exactly how I've pitched them, because that is information only for Craig. Shuffled it a little, handed it over to Jason, and then allowed for the repitch in the right order. Feisty Locals here, like you mentioned, an important piece, but the question is, will it be enough, and when? Jason down to 3. Tuffnut mirrors often come down to this state. Feisty Locals, Tuffnut, going to be activated right behind you. That's no toughness generated, and Craig put that there. He knew where it was.
Right? No, yeah, I do. Why not? Why would I not have a toughness? I just moved it from there.
Why would I not have a toughness?
No, he pitched.
Because
he pitched the look tough on his.
This, and then I paid with the Brothers of Arms. It was a red. Yeah.
Yep.
I also have a toughness.
Happy to see both players communicating clearly and efficiently here, guaranteeing the board states are accurate as we make our way into these final all-important turns. 2 resources made here from Craig. Now, are you evaluating the situation, knowing that toughness is active? Trust me, I've wanted to reach across the table and remove my opponent's permanence too, but that is not going to fly in this big finale.
Small correction from my end. It is the right behind you that has the 6 power, not the other one that is the block, or the one that has 5 power. So this one comes in with that toughness token. So the high-pitched towel now gets just to come in and make the vigor token. Because of that 1 toughness, this is very important because this allows for Jason Rolfe to potentially block with just 1 card. This toughness might be the difference maker in this game, allowing Jason Rolfe now to come through and actually utilize both cards in hand to send offensive value towards Craig.
2 in hand here for Craig, taking a moment to fan through the yard, contemplating the card to the left if they're not entirely sure already. Jason doing the math. Understands. I love this, by the way. There's a smash up in the hand for Jason, choosing not to block with it. There is no reason to clash if you already know what cards are on top, and therefore falling to 2 has the damage coming over here from the high-pitched howl. And we'll make our way back to Jason Rolfe for what is likely to be a punishing barrage of damage for Craig Krempels.
Just breaks. I'll toughen up.
Does not Arsenal that copy of Feisty Locals.
How many cards do we work on?
Gonna want to make sure they have cards in deck for the Tuffnut activations. We see Jason Rolfe massively ahead on that fatigue situation. It's going to be the comeback kid coming across. Jason, of course,
look at this.
Jason fell to 2. Jason chose to take the damage on the previous turn cycle, enabling this blue copy of comeback kid, gets cheered, and is now threatening 6 as a result.
This is looking like potentially the final moments of Jason Rolfe's Concerto de Top 8 as he looks towards putting together another sterling performance throughout the Swiss rounds. He's got the toughness. He's got the cards in deck. Does he have the win here as he potentially puts forward an attack for 6 that's got to be blocked by a fair amount of resources? You hear Craig saying, I don't want to lose.
Not looking good. There's the equipment.
It is not looking good.
I was in a tough seat in the draft.
I empathize.
Seems like
I was in a tough seat in the draft, says Craig. I actually think I admire that quite a lot. I think it's worth acknowledging when that's the situation. Craig obviously doing a fantastic job here, still playing a fantastic game, but an understanding of the environment that you're in, good way to be. Happy to see them having some jovial conversation when so much prize money, glamour and reward is on the line.
There's no way I can win.
Craig just double checking, of course. Is there a way I can win? Is there a way I can sneak this out? Tuffnut activation will reveal a yellow. Going to pay for Brothers in Arms.
Take 1, go to 2.
Block for 5, down to 2 goes Craig.
I pass the turn.
The question here is, how does he utilize these remaining cards? How does he get over to the defenses? There's so many cards for Jason to work with. You can see the card comes up. It looks like finally the feisty locals are going to come down, and I don't think that's going to be enough. Jason Rolfe can put 2 cards down, arsenal his final card, and see what the final true offensive salvo is total from Craig Krempels, because that deck soon will be empty, and then Tuffnut says nothing.
Jason here just taking the moment. Again, I think this is important. It's so easy to get swept away in these moments when victory is all but secure, and miss-block this feisty locals, maybe not block a goon battery, have a game slip away you may otherwise be guaranteed. But we're going to see Jason here taking the time they should just to make sure that everything is above board. Feisty locals, of course, causing some hiccups. There is a toughness token on the side for Jason Rolfe. And so will indeed have...
1 card now, 1 card, 2 cards in deck?
What, yeah.
Okay, so that means I always do this.
And I love this. I love, again, just taking the time, understands the toughness token is going to give an extra point of value here. Happy to go to 1. Just taking a moment to consider if there's any tricks or cards in this set that would deal 1 damage over the top of this attack. Tuffnut not known for the combat tricks, but it would be a pretty embarrassing way to have this game slip away. So.
And the flex speed, however, here finally gets utilized. We've seen it pitched twice to Tuffnut, then it gets used to block, and now the rapturous applause can come down, and the fist bump is extended. In the tale of 2 Tuffnuts, we see Jason Rolfe making his way into the top 8. He won the last limited calling on offer. The question is, can he do it again?
This hero has proven to be a tough nut to crack, but Jason Rolfe is exactly the type of player you're looking for to solve that equation. That game was masterful. 2 very different styles of tough nut deck there. Very excited to see Jason finding success with this kind of go wide version of tough nut. Less 6s, less guaranteed toughness, but more aggression for those mirror matches.
Yeah, what a great game. It really just came down to the use of the equipment, that ambush not hitting from Craig Krempels. Maybe it was the difference, maybe it was not, but Jason Rolfe just played it beautifully. You could see him pretty much in control that entire game, was able to fall exactly to 1, but had all the resources to attack with that final moment and take down the game as Craig Krempels was fatigued. Congrats to him on a great run so far, though Jason Rolfe moves on and joins Noah Beygelman in the top 8. We should have our pod updated to be able to show you just how the pod is shaking out. Let's go ahead and check in with that briefly to see exactly how this one has come together, and it's a pretty interesting one. We see Jason Rolfe 1-1 locked his way in, couple of those tough nuts at 2 and 2. 2, but we have, or 0-2, excuse me. We got some players that are doing quite well. Sunny Yang at 2-0 and Noah Beygelman at 2-0 as well, but I believe we're going to be looking at Rob Catton, a world's top 8 competitor, on a win and in with Pleiades coming up next.
Yeah, Rob Catton, not just a one-time world's top 8 competitor, the 2-time, has done it twice.
Yeah, baby.
He's one of just 2 people to have that accolade to their name, and in my opinion, one of the best players in the world today. It's going to be a pretty incredible feature match. I know a lot of you have been looking forward to seeing some Pleiades in the feature match area in the draft format. Not an awful lot more you could ask for a winning in.
Yeah, those are some big words, Scott. Let's see if Rob Catton can back him up coming up next.
3, 2, 1. We're about to have another entrant into our top 8 of the calling event here in Montreal. Howling Minds, Pankaj Vachwani. How are you, my friend? Enjoying the show?
Excited. Last round of Swiss before we go into our top 8 for our last chance at watching Super Slam draft at such a high level. I cannot wait to see how our top 8 is.
I'm going to be entirely honest with you. I have enjoyed this a lot more than I expected to. Guardians, Brutes, not my typical wheelhouse when it comes to decks that I enjoy.
Relatable.
Fair enough. Every time I've watched a game in this format, I've learned new things, I've figured out new play patterns. It helps that all of our players are incredible, of course, but I'm having a really good time with Super Slam, and I can't wait to get to my local pre-release.
It is very telling that as someone who hasn't enjoyed those classes similar to you, I'm actually considering these classes in CC. I'm wondering whether Pleiades or Live has maybe my calling in the CC format, and just goes to show how exciting this format is, despite perhaps leaning a little bit towards just a classic melee style battle, but it has a lot more in store for it than what it may seem on the surface.
Draft is exciting, Classic Constructors is exciting, and our standings are also rather exciting. Let's take a look at how things are breaking down. I want to be clear here. The top 5 players on this graphic are locked in place. Noah Beygelman, Jason Rolfe, the home country hero Sonny Yang, Adam Kershaw, and World Tour competitor, chaser, juggernaut, Jacob Clements is guaranteed to be in this top 8.
Globetrotter Jacob Clements, and I'm going to take a moment to glaze this guy. Not only has he been doing such an amazing job the past few months, almost catching up to Brody Spurlock on the World Tour leaderboard. Do you know what his record was at the start of day 2? Scott?
Enlighten me.
It was X2. This man has won out all the way to the final round of Swiss here to lock his top 8 before even the final round. He's had a blast of a weekend alongside his extremely stellar performance these past few months.
The matchup we are going to be watching this round. Rob Catton has a chance to be the 3rd Brit in this top 8 here in Montreal. We'll be taking on Nicholas Porter in Pleiades against Tuffnut in our feature match area this round.
Excited for that. We haven't seen too much Pleiades in the feature match area so far. It's been a lot of Tuffnut, a lot of brute action going on. I'm excited to see how one of the few Guardians face up against a Tuffnut.
Also want to give a quick shout out to Jordan Jabber-Ross, the current national champion here in Canada. In our feature match in round 1 of the calling yesterday, took a rather untimely loss. Now sitting at 10-3 and alive for top 8 in this event. Now, the last time that happened, rather certain Max Diekman over in Copenhagen happened to make a bit of a charge all the way through that event. I'm watching you, Jordan. I know how this goes.
Definitely going to try and repeat history, as they say.
Can't wait to see exactly how this top 8 breaks. So let's make our way down into the ring for the win and in for our top 8 here in Montreal. Rob Catton will be representing the revered Guardian Pleiades. The brick wall, Nicholas Porter on Tuffnut on the other side of this fight.
That's right, the battle of the revered heroes here in our last round of the Swiss at this World Tour Montreal, with the revered Brute going first.
I'm really intrigued about how this matchup plays out. I don't think it's one we've seen on camera all that much so far this weekend. I think going first, definitely something Pleiades would rather, but not something she's against. Happy to play those instant speed auras. I imagine she'll be happy if she opens something reasonable in this pack. Nicholas.
Ooh! Cold foil
clam
clam
presses. Mech cards turning up all over the place. That looks like a rainbow foil one there to me. Yeah, absolutely. Gorgeous cards all around for our players this weekend, and I'm slowly realizing how much money I'm about to have to spend on all this bling for my beloved mechanologist.
I'm sure a lot of the viewers are in a similar boat as you, Scott, as our players reveal their equipment. Taking a look at Nicholas Porter's side of the battlefield, we have the Helm of the Adored, definitely a very important game piece for the revered heroes, as well as a tough leather boots. Let's see if he has some vigor generation in his deck to go help him turn on those boots. And before we move over to the other side of the equipment, I just need to take a look at what he has pitched here. Jaws of Victory, the super rare available in these Super Slam packs. Pitch to the bottom. Going to try and set that up in the second cycle and go wide and perhaps close out the game.
We alluded to this a few times in our last round, with it being a Tuffnut mirror. Those red cards going to the bottom are going to be the ones to watch as Nicholas attempts to set up a game-winning sequence. On the other side of the table for Rob Catton, however, quite a selection of armor. Walk me through this, Pankaj.
A little bit on the weaker end compared to Nicholas Porter's quality of equipment over here at Garden Spring. That's fine. Punching gloves is more of a, okay, you didn't find the other RMPs. You didn't find a hold firm, so you play that. Stand strong. Pleiades already typically has fairly easy access to confidence tokens, so could come in handy. I imagine that's mostly just going to be used as an Iron Rod boots, to be honest. And I want to call out Nicholas Porter's play over there, where he just activated Tuffnut and held back his action point, asking Rob Catton to blink first, so to speak. Are you going to empty your hand to put some instant speed suspense auras on the field and maybe let me punish you with a 2-card 7? And Rob Catton says, no, I'm just going to come over to my turn and attack you with this Familiar Story. Don't want to play into any sort of punish Nicholas Porter might have had.
Yeah, rewarded, actually. In fact, Rob Catton here pitching away a copy of Act of Glory. Would have been very happy to establish that on the first turn of the game. Instead, is more reserved, doesn't want to take unnecessary damage, chooses to take the pass. It will be Nicholas Porter activating Tuffnut, revealing Brothers in Arms. Going to fuel a second copy from the hand to prevent any damage for now, alongside that toughness token.
The pitch off the top was a blue Brothers in Arms, which is not a 6 power, so no toughness token generated here for Nicholas Porter going into Rob Catton's next turn. Perhaps a little bit of an opening for Rob Catton as he faces down this rapturous applause. Have to point out, a lot of these cards so far from Nicholas Porter's side haven't been 6 power that turned the crowd grateful in the graveyard, as well as a 5 power blue, not a 6. And there were 4 Tuffnuts in this pod, and so this is perhaps what's going on over here.
Yeah, we've kind of seen success from multiple variations of Tuffnut so far over the weekend, some with more 6-power attacks than others. Definitely looks like Nicholas would rather be a 6-power centric Tuffnut deck, but tension caused by 4 copies of Tuffnut in the pod means they are kind of stuck playing a copy of some suboptimal choices.
And we see that again over here with Rob Catton winning a clash against Tuffnut, not something that you see often. Nicholas Porter, of course, did reveal a 6-power on the top with Rob Catton with his red copy of Turn the Crowd Grateful at the top of the deck. Once again, coming in with his 2-card 7. Bread and butter plays from Pleiades over here in between the turns, where she's setting up these suspense counters to come up with a bit more of an explosive turn cycle. She shores them up with just decent value. 2-card 7s here and there. Has a toughness token on her side as well, thanks to winning the clash. So doing a best Tuffnut impression here on this turn cycle in particular.
It's quickly becoming my favorite part of this format, I think, so far. It's just clear there's numerous different ways to draft and navigate each of these heroes. Pleiades very capable of being aura-heavy, aura-centric game plan, big, giant attacks. But you can also just play this bread-and-butter game plan of blues and big 7 and 8 power attacks. It's working well for Rob Catton.
Bit of a spicy pickup here in Nicholas Porter's hand in the form of that Cutting Retort. Currently, the toughness token on Rob Catton's side will, of course, expire at the start of Nicholas Porter's turn. But it could set that up in Arsenal, and at some point, if Rob Catton finds himself with a confidence token that he's trying to set up for a big explosive salvo, Nicholas Porter could just go ahead and deploy that Cutting Retort and destroy the confidence token to try and stymie Rob Catton's setup. Let's see if that's the line he ends up going for.
Tuffnut activation finds a Not So Mighty on top of the deck. That's one you want to watch as it makes its way back in the pitch stack later on. For now, fueling a Who's the Tough Guy. Spoiler alert, still me.
Once again, no hit off the top for Nicholas Porter here. Second time in a row, no 6 off the top. Just, you called it out, Scott, the tension of having 4 Tuffnuts in the pod. All these players didn't get as many 6s as they would like. At least so far, we haven't seen any cracked bobbles come out from the Tuffnut side, and let's hope it continues that way.
It could be worse. Pankaj Pachwani, 2025. Let's take a look at the hand for Rob Catton here. Tough smash up joining Sit. Rapturous Applause blue and a Fight from behind in yellow. So the Reds are the choice for defense here.
Sit, of course, was revealed off the top from the clash in the previous turn cycle. Wants to go ahead and join this tough smash up in blocks, so we'll be overblocking slightly, but perhaps Rob Catton's confident in winning another clash against this Tuffnut. Since he's putting this red to block, wants to get another toughness token. Name of the game is Rob Catton loses this clash this time, hands over a toughness token to Nicholas Porter. But that was a Cheers on top of the deck. Is he putting that to the bottom here, Rob Catton? Cheers will create 2 confidence tokens across 2 turn cycles for this Pleiades. Could be exactly what she needs to set up some insurmountable offense, but does want some suspense auras to go along with those confidence tokens, and currently Rob Catton doesn't quite have them.
I'm very curious to see where this copy of Cheers goes. It seems like Rob deliberating.
I'll leave it on top.
Leaves on top. You could see how tough a decision that was. Reached to pick up the deck, almost put it on the bottom. Instead, choosing to leverage that effect now. Going to be interesting to watch how that choice affects the rest of this game. For now, Rob Catton will again play this bread and butter efficient attack game plan this time. Yellow copy of Fight From Behind, not quite as exciting as some of the other options, but still pressuring Tuffnut nonetheless.
And his higher life total, so won't get the additional effect of the Fight From Behind, but does have a Cheersaurus available at the top of the deck, as both players know. No auras of suspense. I was half expecting Rob Catton to have a suspense aura to deploy on this turn, knowing that he has a Cheers on top, and he left it on top as well. But perhaps has other plans with that token. Maybe there's a suspense aura in Arsenal. You have to imagine a player of Rob Catton's caliber understands that against Tuffnut, you need to set up some explosive, powerful turns, ideally with some evasion behind them as well. The Arsenal on his side has not moved for quite a while. Wouldn't be surprised to see a pump of some sort in that Arsenal. And it could promptly be replaced by the Cheers for a confidence token on demand when a suspense token is ready to pop.
Multiple copies of Heroic Pose being reached for here to play defense for Nicholas Porter. Toughness token will disappear as we make our way back to Tuffnut. Activation will reveal a yellow 6 on top this time. Toughness generated, resources made. I believe that was a pass from Nicholas Porter here, with 1 card in hand and 1 card in Arsenal.
How interesting. Typically the attacks only cost 3, so if you had 3-cost attack in Arsenal, you almost certainly could have sent it. But maybe this goes to show you maybe a 3-cost attack in hand? Very, very interesting sequence from Nicholas Porter over there. As we head over to Rob Catton's turn, Toughness token expires on Nicholas Porter's side. Rob Catton looks like he didn't play any instant speed auras at the end of Nicholas Porter's turn. Perhaps Nicholas Porter was also maybe trying to bait Rob Catton into expending the hand for some suspense auras, and Nicholas Porter could maybe follow that up with an attack punish.
Looks like Rob unable to completely convert this hand here. He's going to be pitching away that Cheers to utilize the punching gloves, get the most out of their cards. We do see a couple of auras that were quite tempting for Rob to play on the pass in hand. Up on a pedestal and Tension in the Air are both available in hand here. Garland going to be reached for as a resource this turn as well.
Cheers hitting the pitch zone is a very, very important card to take note of, offering some evasion for Rob Catton's endgame.
It's a power play coming from the Arsenal. This one makes an awful lot of sense to have parked for the perfect opportunity. +5 and those punching gloves here, turning this yellow into a very respectful 9 damage.
And he popped the Garland as well for 2 floating. It has to be Pummel. Oh my god. Nah, it's just a Tension in the Air coming out from the hand over here. Blue variety, so can't be too happy about that one. But of course, up to the pedestal as well coming in. Gonna give him a choice of an attack action card to put on top of his deck.
Up on the pedestal here, definitely a impactful effect. We're gonna find one of those various reds. It's gonna be a tough smash up here. So Rob choosing to prioritize reds that will be efficient should they be left in their hand, but also efficient if they decide it is time to defend. More importantly, Pleiades here can move some counters around to get this Tension in the Air up and online right now, if that's what Rob wants to do. Feisty Locals is found from Nicholas. No toughness, no yellow or blue, no play once again.
It's been a very unfortunate sequence of turns for Nicholas Porter. 2 turns back-to-back where he just didn't use his action point, and for this past turn cycle didn't even create a toughness token to boot and leak some damage on Rob Catton's side. Rob Catton firmly in the driver's seat here in turn 4 of our last round of Swiss at the Super Slam World Premiere.
Rob happy to let those auras tick on down. We do see a rather interesting hand on their side as well. That red smash up was found. It's double Act of Glory as the remaining cards here. The red copy is the play for Rob, willing to go much bigger, much taller, and park that smash up in the arsenal. We see a Pleiades activation to move the counter across onto the pedestal. Next turn, +6. And some more juice from that tension in the air.
+8 total name of the game here for Rob Catton, while he's sitting on a comfortable 6-point life lead as well. Can Nicholas Porter finally mount some pressure on this turn?
Bash Guardian.
Bash Guardian is the choice. This one is gonna be somewhat annoying for Rob here. Extra juice for attacking a Guardian, but thankfully only aura tokens being removed by this powerful attack, so no immediate threat to that Act of Glory.
No confidence token on the side of Rob Catton to begin with right now, so no on-hit of this Bash Guardian. As long as it isn't defended by a Guardian card, it will stay at 6 power. Because Rob Catton probably has quite a few of those Guardian cards in his hand. Looks like it's a Cheers, not a Guardian card, but is, importantly, another source of confidence token generation, but has one at the bottom of the deck already, so perhaps happy to let this one go.
Second copy of Cheers being deployed on defense as it stands. Rob with a few options in their hand to join it if they'd like. Edge of their seats, shoot your mouth off front and center, alongside a red copy of Heroic Pose.
So Heroic Pose alongside a +8 he already has, thanks to the tension in the air and Act of Glory, could make his attack in Arsenal come in for quite a large amount here, Scott. And the opponent is at 14 with only one toughness token to juice up the defenses.
It is time for all of the power. You see the Rock's eyebrow from Nicholas Porter as the confusion takes over and the pain sets in. Confidence token being generated. Heroic Pose being joined by the smash up. Rob Catton is swinging for the hills.
Looks like it's a total of 19 from this tough smash up. Opponent only has 3 cards to block it. Oh, 18, excuse me. Math must have been slightly off there, and there's a toughness token to juice up the defense on Nicholas Porter's side, but you know for a fact he's certainly going to leak some amount of damage on this turn. And there's a confidence token for the following turn cycle to boot.
Full hand committed here, sinks Nicholas Porter down to 6. However, they are through the worst of it. Those auras have been utilized to force their damage. Up on a pedestal is going to rebuy that tough smash up for a 3rd time in an attempt to line it up perfectly with this confidence token.
Question is, does he have more pumps to go with this confidence token to juice up that 2-card 7? Looks like not quite. And it's a hand of all reds here, Scott. Not what Rob Catton needed while he's sitting here with all the tempo in the world.
Okay, we're finally going to see that cutting retort emerging from the arsenal for Nicholas Porter here, burning away that confidence token before the damage can be done. 5 damage, very respectable. Rob, thankfully, wasn't in the best spot to make the use of that confidence token anyway. Kind of bailed out by a hand he otherwise was rather upset to see.
And we called this out when Nicholas Porter even put that card in his arsenal in the first place. Leave it there until the opponent sets up a confidence token, which you know they are wanted to do, especially against a hero like Tuffnut. Nicholas Porter finds that opening, destroys that. No evasiveness from Rob Catton's side, but 7 damage is still a lot to contend with when you are sitting at 6.
Make our way back to Rob, who will indeed lead with tension in the air, of which there is very much to be found. The follow-up, 2 reds being pitched for the tension, card parked in Arsenal.
And those are some high-impact reds as well, which we missed as Rob Catton goes ahead and moves his pitch zone to the bottom of the deck. Tension in the air here. 2 suspense counters to begin with. Rob Catton could play another suspense aura here on Nicholas Porter's turn and have both of them tick down to 1 at the start of his following turn to try and set them all up to do another massive offensive overlap, as we just saw happen on the previous turn cycle.
Look at the hand if we can. Full of bravado. Who's the tough guy? To be continued and fight from behind. That yellow copy of Turn the Crowd Grateful available in the arsenal as well. So more reds to be found here for Rob. Plenty of efficient options, but not exactly what you... Blocking 4 here doesn't sound particularly appealing to me.
But Full of Bravado will create a confidence token, and you can activate Pleiades on your turn to tick down the tension in the air and have it leave the battlefield so that the +4 goes onto your next attack, which will be confident thanks to the Full of Bravado block. Rob Catton, I think perhaps thinking of that line here, it'll be +4, 11 damage attack with evasion behind it while the opponent's at 6.
Okay, so we do see this Full of Bravado making its way onto the combat chain. Blocking, triggering, confidence made, confidence rising in our 2-time World 8 competitor. Rob here setting up for a gigantic turn. Nicholas setting up toughness tokens to try and survive the assault. Going to work through the graveyard, take a look at what they've expended so far, and then we'll make our way back to Rob.
I wonder exactly what Nicholas Porter is thinking about. He didn't quite get a look at his hand. Is he almost deciding whether or not to Arsenal? He doesn't have the instant speed. He doesn't have the Helm of Hindsight here to go ahead and activate. Looks like it's going to be a pass.
Does look like the debate was whether or not to Arsenal that card. It looks like the decision was no. Nicholas Porter takes the IP1 to keep that Arsenal slot free. Interested in having that card in hand. It will be confidence token expiring. Pleiades activated. The air is full of tension, and the tough guy, it might just be Rob Catton after all.
11 attack with confidence behind it, as we predicted. Gonna be coming in. Nicholas Porter, though, as if something's saying about it, looks like he can use the blue off the top to pay into the dig-in, but still only gonna be able to block 7, taking 4 all the way down to 2. At this point, I want to go ahead and point out Rob Catton's boost over here. The Stand Strong can give him yet another confidence token. We also know he has a copy of Cheers in his deck as well. One more turn like that for Rob Catton could absolutely seal the game for him and lock his top 8 at World Tour Montreal.
It's a pass once more from Nicholas Porter. Rob taking a moment to contemplate their choices. We see a blue Act of Glory available in hand. They could choose to fire right now. Red, Turn the Crowd Grateful, both in hand and in arsenal here for Rob.
Has a heroic pose as well, which will buff up his attack on this turn and give him a confidence token for the following turn as well. Looks like instead going to choose to take a little bit of a setup turn. Very, very heads-up play when your opponent's representing 3 toughness tokens. There's no point just ramming your head into a brick wall like that. Instead, take this turn to set up Act of Glory and the Stand Strong being activated, as we predicted, Scott. Confidence and a +4, the promise of the following attack from Rob Catton in the next turn cycle. Can Nicholas Porter set up more toughness tokens to protect himself against that?
Counter removed. The volley prepared. Nicholas Porter has one hand to work with. We will see that Jaws of Victory returning. Our first pitched card this game has been in the arsenal for Nicholas Porter and will enable the crowd to cheer. It will gain go again. It will make a toughness, and the turn will continue.
Is he sending lethal on this turn, Scott? I would not have expected this from a Tuffnut, but that Jaws of Victory, that was the first card pitched this game. Nicholas Porter seems to have been setting that up from the beginning. Gets an extra toughness token as well. And you know, a player of his caliber knows what the top card of his deck is right now. If that's another 6 power, that'll be a second toughness token generated to perhaps help him survive against a +4 and confidence token that Rob Catton is presenting on the other side.
Let's take a look at the hand for Rob if we can. That Cheers has come back around. Yellow Act of Glory, blue Tough Smash Up, and a blue copy of Full of Bravado.
And we know the arsenal is a red 3 for 7 as well, so currently already has a 2-card 11 setup with confidence.
Rob Catton falls to 3, takes the heat from Jaws of Victory. We'll see a Tuffnut activation, makes 2 resources to keep the turn going. More importantly, another toughness generated here, courtesy of Turn the Crowd Grateful.
What is the follow-up over here to try and pressure Rob Catton's hand?
I believe that's a blue Disperse in hand there for Nicholas Porter. I can't quite see the other card just next to it.
This would be incredible because he has been cheered this turn thanks to Tuffnut's hero ability, and this will confer yet another toughness token for him, bringing him up to 3 toughness tokens for Rob Catton's 11 power attack.
I think the other card might be a blue tough smash up, maybe not a blue. Nicholas deciding which of the 2 attacks to send as the follow-up here.
The next attack will guarantee ask for 2 cards from Rob Catton's side. If he has a 6 power. If he sends a Disperse, that would only take 1 card from Rob Catton, and he could go all the way down to 1.
Seems like an incredibly difficult decision here for Nicholas Porter, and one that ultimately will likely decide the outcome of this game. Which of these 2 players will be entering the top 8? It looks like a copy of Not So Mighty to me in the hand there as a block card, which of course would be a really inopportune arsenal for Nicholas Porter.
But if you hold on to it, that gives you an extra card to block the Confidence with, because Confidence only stops you from blocking with non-block cards, and Pass is the name of the game for Nicholas Porter over here, it seems like.
We understand the only attack that was in hand for Nicholas Porter here is a 3-cost option. They can either keep the block card in hand to defend themselves from Confidence, or continue the turn with Disperse and pressure Rob Catton. The choice here to hold on to this block card is one of the most difficult things to do in a game of flesh and blood.
Let's take a moment to talk about the math over there. Had Nicholas Porter sent the Disperse, that would have given him an extra toughness token, which would be an extra point of block against the opponent's confident attack. However, holding on to this block card, which is a block 2, instead gives you an extra 2 points of block against what you know is going to be lethal damage with evasion behind it. Nicholas Porter recognizing the line that leaves him with 1 extra life. IPs both cards, doesn't even arsenal the attack here. Scott keeps the card that he knows is the action, so that he can do a full 3-card block against this attack that I think is only coming in for 11. Rob Catton forced to be a little bit inefficient because Nicholas Porter didn't follow up that attack.
No additional cards able to be utilized for Rob. It's going to be 11 with Confidence. And that Not So Mighty worth its weight. No! We can't quite do it. It's not enough block value. The Feisty Locals is only a 2-block. It's not enough alone. Nicholas Porter falls to 0, the block card. Not enough to save our player. Rob Catton is joining us in the top 8 of Calling Montreal.
I have to shout out the Tuffnut play over there. If that Feisty Locals was a 3-block, he survives at 1. He left himself open to his only out over there, getting the +1 value on block by holding on to that block card. Unfortunately, the 2-block left in his deck, and I mean, it was a 4 Tuffnut pod. It's a bit tough to get all the 3 blocks that you want, but huge congratulations to Rob Catton for locking up his top 8 on Pleiades.
I am awestruck. I talked at the start of this round a little bit about how I just felt like I was learning. After every round went by, learning new things about each of these heroes. I learned things about Pleiades there from Rob, but I think I learned a lot more about Tuffnut from the other side of things from Nicholas. I don't think I'd have held that block card, and they could have been massively rewarded for doing so.
It was a fantastic play for Nicholas Porter, for sure. Rob Catton, though, also amazingly played by him. Did so many setups into the Tuffnut and was able to overcome that Tuffnut to crack, if you will, off the back of some confidence tokens and some massively large attacks.
Let's take a look at how things played out. We're going to take a look at the results after this round. Let's throw them up. I'll take a look at the pod first. We'll take a look at how this pod played out. Let's see how our players that we were following did finish up. Jason Rolfe thankfully locked for top 8 because that last game may not have broken their way. I will note on the other side of the table, Noah Beygelman on a charge on Kayo.
In the previous pod today, went 2-1 and then 3-0 here on Kayo Strong Arm both times. 5-1 across the 2 Super Slam drafts that we've seen Noah Beygelman in. Fantastic performance from him.
Both of our Pleiades players finding their way to 2-1. Sunny Yang, hometown, home country hero, I should say, also finding 2-1 on Kayo. And then a bit of a lackluster performance for all 4 of our Tuffnut players.
As is to be expected. Gonna shout out once again friend of the coverage team, Craig Krempels, unfortunately finding himself in a really rough Tuffnut seat with 3 Tuffnuts to the right of him. Still managed to get 1 win, but unfortunately fell just short of top 8 here at World Tour Montreal.
A rough nut seat, if you will. Let's take a closer look at how things played out across the standings in the room. So, of course, it's time for us to look at our final top 8 competitors who are joining us in the draft pod one more time. At the top, 13-1, Noah Beygelman. Number 2, Jacob Clements, lost twice and decided that was enough.
Lost twice yesterday, day 1 as well. Started day 2 with an X2 record. Had to win out, and boy, did he do so, making his way all the way up to the 2nd seed at top 8. Looking down a little bit further before we talk about the rest of the top 8, just want to have some feels for Hunter Platt over there, being the only X3 to not make it. Bubbled out at 9th. Unfortunately for him, tie breaks didn't quite go his way.
There are so many names to watch in this top 8. I'm normally quite lonely when I come this far away from home, but would you believe there are 3 of my countrymen in the top 8 here in Montreal?
I'd certainly believe that. That area of the world definitely has some fantastic Flesh and Blood players. One of them is sitting right next to me in the booth, actually. Speaking of the other nationalities, we've got 2 American players here, Noah Beygelman and Adam Kershaw, representing the US of A, and 2 Canadians as well, representing their hometown in the form of Sunny Young and Jordan.
Some incredible stories here. Evan Tanguy is our last world premiere calling champion. Ooh. They are the winner from the world premiere in Taipei for High Seas. They are in 7th. They have the chance to become the first ever back-to-back world premiere calling champion. In 8th place there, Jordan Jalbert Ross, still on the max story, loses round 1, submarines the way back up, and is joining us as the 8th seed.
So many incredible stories here. I mean, which player here doesn't have some sort of accolade of it? We've reached a point in Flesh and Blood history where you see these top 8s and all these players are household names at this point. You know where these players have been. You know what they have achieved. This is going to be a fantastic one, Scott.
Absolutely. Let's look at roughly how this pod plays out. Remember, of course, seats are shuffled. That's an important part when it comes to top 8. We're going to be following along with Evan Tanguy. Of course, that story is the one I am interested in the most. It is not very often you get an opportunity for a 2-time world premiere limited calling champion. Evan Tanguy has the chance to do it back to back.
And what an incredible story that would be. And also, I want to set the stage a little bit more, Scott. This is, once again, as we've been reminding all the viewers at home, the only time Super Slam Draft will be featured at this high of a level. Whoever wins this one will be the only Super Slam champion in history, the only last person standing in the arena.
Yeah, so maybe the only thing better than being a 2-time is being the only 1-time. No one else will have that accolade for whichever of these 8 players is able to take down the calling here in Montreal. Now, I understand that not everyone had the ability to join us in Canada for the world premiere. That doesn't sit right with me. I want everyone to experience Super Slam. I want you to get in the ring. I want your tightest singlet. I want the ropes up. I want the music blaring. So get down to your pre-release. I want to see you next weekend rocking the pre-release kit for Super Slam.
I mean, if the coverage these past few days haven't convinced you, I don't know what will. This set just offers so many sick pulls and just fantastic gameplay.
Let's take a look at what you'll find inside your pre-release kit. Cold foil, extended art promo cards for spew obscenities, offensive behavior, uplifting performance, and old leather and vim. You'll find one of those inside entirely at random. More impressively, this extended art cold foil suite of equipment going to look fantastic in the binder, fantastic on the table, and can be played in your deck at a pre-release.
I had the pleasure of opening that up at the pre-release kit here, and boy, is that such a a joy to open for sure. You're definitely going to want to get your hands on that, as well as these release day celebration promos that you can get at the release day of Super Slam in your local game stores.
There's a word I could use to describe these. What it is on the tip, they're charming. They're absolutely charming. You need to do your best to grab these release day celebration promo packs. You're going to want these cards. They're going to see play. They're very thematic. They look beautiful. I can't think of anything.
You've certainly got away with words, Scott. That's why they pay you the big bucks and put you on the coverage booth here.
I'm not sure everyone would agree it's a good way with words, but I will try my best to keep you mildly entertained. You know what, Pankaj? Speaking of entertainment, how about we open some more packs for the day? I'm not done cracking mechanologist foils for myself. Everyone else seems to be having the fun, so let's try again.
All right, we've been having a lot of who goes first, who goes second in the booth since yesterday, but this time, Scott, let's just open it together, shall we?
Let's do that. Let's do that. Let's see if I can beat you in a one-to-one competition that isn't in the feature match area.
All right.
Okay. Yava Trade is pretty good. This is my second low blow. I think someone's trying to send me a message at this point.
This is my second yaw. I think people are trying to tempt me to play Guardian for some reason. All right, 3, 2, what? Okay, never mind. You did it first. All right, Buckwild.
No. This is a good luck charm. We've established so far that I believe every person who has opened Steel Victory in the feature match area has stolen the victory from their opponent.
So the next time you open the gem pack, you'll be stealing all the good luck from the other person you open the gem pack with. Okay, I don't want to be that. Let's get Sam in here for that one.
I feel like I got to get this to one of our British contingents to try and increase their luck in the feature match area. Our top 8 will be coming at you very soon. We're going to have that draft pod with Evan Tanguy available. But before that, I want to remind you of the, biggest personality in the room this weekend. Take a look.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to dive right into the new Flesh and Blood set, Super Slam. And if you know anything about me, you know I love a good Super Slam. You know what I love more than a Super Slam? I love a good low blow, which is exactly the card I'm trying to pull today. Oh, and right off the top. Would you look at that? The king doesn't fail. That's my third copy, actually. I already opened 2 of these, so looks like I'll be building Kasai very soon. Remember, we're looking for low blow. It's the main card in the set.
It's the most important card in the set.
It really is.
No card is more important than low blow.
Oh, we got the truth or trickery.
Yeah.
There's just so many cool cards, I forget to look which ones are like wrestling things. Love a good revolting gesture, you know? Prime the crowd. That's what I like to do. I like to prime the crowd. I like to get them ready for my match. Get them hyped up during my entrance. You know, my favorite thing about this set, got the little bait. Goon tactics. I love some early morning goons. The Reviled and the Revered, it's a lot like pro wrestling in a way. We have our heels, we have our baby faces, we have our good guys and our bad guys. But not only that, it's not just flavor. You know, it actually adds to the mechanics of the game. You know, if I had to pick a side, we got Kayo, we got the short little gold mane, kind of looks like me. I got a gold mane, so I'd have to go team Reviled, my friend. We got a lot in common with Mr. Lyeth, you know. I got a few inches on him, but, you know. Oh, hit the gas with the max specialization. I mean, we got this card here. It's not gonna, you know, do too much for him. I don't know. He's not the best deck in the world, but I don't know. I mean, maybe I'll give it a try. I think this is gonna be my new finish in wrestling. Yeah, I'm just gonna come in with an unexpected backhand. Comeback kid. It's a good one. He's still in the fight, you know, he's coming back, the crowd's behind him, he's set. It really understands wrestling, you know what I mean? So often in wrestling, we tried to keep it behind the curtain and stuff, but in the modern day era, people understand what we do, they understand it's entertainment, and clearly this set, you know, with its very insider references to, you know, cheering, booing, comebacks, they get it, you know what I mean? They understand wrestling, they respect wrestling. Obviously, there's some other themes in it, you know, there's a little bit of rock and roll. Privilege for me to be here and to be able to share it with you guys. Bask in your own greatness. You know, this is something I do every morning when I wake up. I look into the mirror and I bask in my own greatness. Darling in the crowd, that's something I've experienced. I've seen a few darlings in the crowd. I've met quite a few of them. Turn the crowd hateful. That's pretty cool. That's every time I come out the curtain, the crowd becomes hateful because they hate me.
Does it ever hurt your feelings?
No, because I know deep down they love the king. You know why they love the king? Because I always turn heads. Everywhere I go, I turn heads, whether it's my beautiful hair or my beard Always turning heads. At the airport, I turned heads. In the tournament, I was turning heads all day yesterday.
All day.
All the heads were turning. And another thing I don't do, I never give up. The king never gives up. Which is why I'm the best flesh and blood pro wrestler in the history of flesh and blood pro wrestlers. There's no other flesh and blood pro wrestlers that are better at flesh and blood pro wrestling than me. So mark that down.
Your pairings are up, bro. CC, we gotta get
Oh,
you
really?
BDC.
Where is he? Where is he? 387? Where's 387?
Hello.
How are you?
Good, you?
Ready to rock and roll?
Yes, sir.
Thanks
What you
today.
got today? I got Prism today.
Prism, mother.
Prism Gaming.
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap, rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She know this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She know this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, topping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on ya, flexing on lean. Flexing on ya, flexing on lean. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go,
from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pop. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah.
What's up, y'all? Welcome back in. We've got the top 8 currently drafting and getting ready, or about to sit down to draft, basically. So we've got a Pro Tour champion and renowned Goliath draft expert, Michael Feng here, just to check in, chat a little bit. I want to hear about the tournament, hear about the format. But first of all, how you doing? How you feeling after a long weekend of gaming?
I feel pretty good. I feel like I would love to have been drafting with these guys, but just it was a good time. I feel like this is one of those things where I played the world premiere and I was like, didn't really learn much. But every single round I've been playing of this format, I've realized it's just deeper and cooler, and there's like more nuance than I thought. I don't know. I just wish I could be playing again. That's all.
That's awesome. Man. That's awesome. Honestly, I think that's a sentiment I've heard shared by many players over the weekend. Like, came into this, no idea what to expect. So weird, so different, no weapons. What? But as we've gotten to play more, as we've gotten to see more, the depth is starting to show. Flesh and Blood is renowned for its limited play, and you're really starting to see that even in a set kind of wacky like this one in terms of both theme and also execution, the trademark depth, execution, and satisfactory play still remains. So I'm glad to hear that that's been true for you. Talk to me about just the tournament, dude. You know, you're a friend of the show. We will be seeing Michael shortly in the broadcast booth later this year.
Yeah.
So talk to me just about, playing again, getting back out there, limited format, and this was the kind of one time only.
Yeah.
So just talk to me a little bit about it.
Yeah, this whole weekend has been really cool. But for Sealed yesterday, I played 8 rounds of Tuffnut.
Yep.
And I did it begrudgingly at first because me and some of the guys, some of the boys, shout out, of course, to Team Armory and Evan and Jacob, who both made top 8. We had done some looking at pools and kind of figuring out what makes a good Pleiades pool, what makes a good Tuffnut pool, what makes a good Goliath pool. I got none of those boxes checked except for Tuffnut. So I was like, I don't know. I don't really have that much experience playing this, but according to what we know, this is a good Tuffnut pool, and it ended up 7-1, so that was really sick. And Tuffnut's really fun.
Really?
Yeah.
Because I had a pool that was also a Tuffnut pool, and I was like, I don't want to do this.
Okay. You gotta kind of play a few rounds to get the hang of it, and assuming you have the Garland, the chest, I think he's just like. He's just maybe a guardian player. A kind of a value seeking.
All right, old him.
Min, max.
All
I
right,
attack you, then I block, then I attack, and then I block. Like the numbers every turn, they're good. They're really good for limited. He does have some limitations. Sometimes you might not be able to spend your whole hand if your opponent says, "Good luck spending your whole hand."
Yeah, totally.
So you gotta have to have some plans for that. Cards like Buck Wild, cards like any of the Revered cards that make tokens. But yeah, he's a lot more fun than I originally thought, and I really feel like I kind of got this groove of playing him throughout the day. Like every round, I would learn a little bit more. I would learn actually how to cast Buck Wild because it's not a card that you can always reliably cast unless you know the top card of your deck. Because if your top card's a blue, not 6, bad news sometimes. Maybe you have a punching bag and you gotta way to get out of it. But I was learning a lot about it, and I really I felt really comfortable with the hero. And then in our first draft pod, I was like, I don't mind being Tuffnut again. And I ended up Goliath.
Yeah, the one of Goliath. One of Goliath. I just got to say it. One of Guardian. I mean, I just got to say it. One of Goliath, one of Guardian.
I think I navigated the draft portion of this correctly.
Did. Yes, you did.
I went 1-2. So in my first game, I had some auras popping.
Yeah.
And I had an attack action. And I didn't want to send it that turn because all my auras were popping the next turn. And I was like, you know what I'm going to do with this one attack action in my deck that only has 2 left in the top 10 cards? I'm pitching it to make a confidence token. Then I drew 5 cards, and none of them were attacks. And I was like, I think I lost.
That is a way to do it.
Yep.
I said on the stream, I was like, dude, if Michael doesn't 3-0, he's trolling. And then I was like, he's trolling. And you trolled, dude. You trolled. You pitched away the attack. But okay, so when that 1-2, how'd the second draft go?
I nutted.
Whoa. Excuse me.
I played Tuffnut again.
Okay.
It was great. I feel like
my life just flashed before my eyes, dog.
I feel like it was just so easy. It felt like going back to my roots almost. My games were pretty good. I messed up one of my games against, I think it was Sunny in the first round of the draft, but it was super fun playing Tuffnut again. I think that's just like, it's just like a, you only have 3 cards, so your actual decisions are a little bit less during the game.
Almost like you don't require as much intellect, perhaps.
True. But The depth of that game comes in the fact that you do often hit second cycle.
Yeah.
Especially in Brute Mirrors. I ended up playing a Tuffnut Mirror in my last round. And basically the entire second cycle, I knew what card I was about to Tuffnut over. And it was really nice. I was able to do a Buck Wild play. I was able to do another play where I just had a 3 for 6. I needed to hit a blue. And I was like, I actually know the top card of my deck is a blue. And I also did a play where we're clashing on my Buck Wild, and I know the top card after that is going to be a good one. So I Tuffnut in response to the clash, and I win the clash. So like cool things like that, I feel like maybe are more complexity than you would think. When it's just 3 intellect, Tuffnut, attack. So I enjoyed a lot of that aspect. I think I'll miss maybe just being able to do that again, kind of at a competitive level. Because,
in the limited format.
Yeah,
Totally. Might have to do it in your pre-release, which I do hope you'll all join us for at your
Next
LGS.
weekend.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun one. Now, let's talk. We've talked about limited a good bit, which is an exciting time, but I do want to hear from you as these cards eventually join us in Classic Constructed. I don't know if
and
you're
Living
flying...
Legend.
And Living Legend. Oh, yeah. No, that's a very true thing. We'll get into that probably later. But I don't know if you're flying out to Shizuoka to see the culling. I had a feeling you were. That doesn't surprise me at all. This guy's everywhere all the time. But talk to me about what's beginning to tickle your fancy in the Classic Constructed meta. Where's your brain starting to go? What do you want to build? Any of the heroes? Because everybody got something to work with.
Everybody got a little
slot.
something. Yeah. I think first and foremost, it's Gravy Bones, right? Like our team is known for Gravy Bones. We've still been doing some iterations of Gravy Bones. He's not as strong as he was, that's for sure. This new card from the expansion slot, I'm not positive really fills any of the holes, but I think we'll still try to give him some more love. But the first and front runner for me is just original Kayo, or Kayo from Heavy Hitters.
Yeah.
It feels like he's gotten so many tools. I don't even know how to build a deck at this point. It feels like it's a good problem to have. And you know this is when a deck is really good, is when you have like over 100 cards you could see playing, and they're all really good. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's kind of the first guy I want to look at.
The new blue dude. What's smashing strength or instinct or something?
The Arsenal Destruction one. Is that what you mean?
Are you kidding me? In your blue? Come on, dog. I like to brute game myself. I played a little bit of that. I still have a lot of that KO deck sleeved up, so I might be joining you there. Well, congrats on a great weekend. What a run.
Thanks for having me.
Well into the cash. We're going to be seeing more of you on the cast for a couple callings later this year. You'll get to see Michael on the cast on back-to-back callings with Bryce Platts. That'll be very exciting. Looking forward to seeing you there, and looking forward to seeing you all at the top 8 draft, which will be coming up just after this short break.
Where hundreds once stood, only 8 remain. One of them will be the best there was, the best there is, and the best there ever will be. It's almost time for the top 8 here at the Calling in Montreal. Pankaj, how are you feeling?
Feeling really excited, Scott. The competitors in the Coliseum have been falling one by one, as you pointed out, with only 8 remaining. What's going to be the final feature draft, not just for this event, but for Super Slam at a premier level in general?
I could not be more excited for this draft, I don't think. I'm really hopeful we're going to get a even spread for the first time.
Yeah, we could use that, I think.
I think there's been some biases in the pods so far. I expect people to have learned from those, though. I imagine they weren't the only pods on the floor like that. People now making more informed choices in this final draft for today. Lots of prize money, lots of gold foils, lots of prestige and PTIs up for grabs.
And these are the best players so far in Super Slam Limited. And they have had the most experience, too. They're the only ones here with 2 drafts under their belt, 2 officially sanctioned drafts. I know for a fact a whole bunch of them were also drafting last night. I'm curious to see where their experience has led them.
Quick reminder for folks, if you would like to draft yourself, the easiest way to do that is mostly buying product from your local game store. But if you prefer not to do that, ta-da! Box of Super Slam will be available to one lucky chatter just before the finals. So you'll be around, stick around with us, make sure you're watching the broadcast, make sure you're popping a comment in that chat about how great either us or Super Slam is. I'm fine with either, really. And you might get a chance to win this and take it away with you and hopefully draft with some of your friends.
Shout out anyone, even the players on stream, bringing us such great games of Flesh and Blood, some grindy, some explosive. Can't wait to see what our players have in store for us.
I want to take a look at the pod for our top 8. Let's see how things are shaped. Don't forget, Pankaj, players in the top 8 here are shuffled, so they're going to be seeded randomly in this draft, not next to any particular one person. We'll be following along with Evan Tanguy.
But the nice thing about the way this has been shuffled, for those who might be a little bit concerned about that, is that if you were in the top half of the bracket, you are still guaranteed a matchup for your quarterfinals where you do have the highest seed advantage, which is very, very nice. So, like, for example, if you are third, you're not going to be matched against the second or the first and not have a higher seed advantage. The top half of the bracket will still get the decision of play or draw.
Lots of stories worth following here. Evan Tanguy is going to be our featured drafter. They are on course to become a back-to-back world premiere calling champion. Noah Beygelman, the people's champion so far this weekend. Just 1 loss on the day. Jordan Jalbert-Ross, current Canadian national champion, lost the first feature match of the weekend, now here with us at the dying hours.
And joining them are 3 people from your side of the world, Scott. 3 people from the UK, Rob, Catton, Jacob Clemens, and Jason Rolfe, all being represented here at top 8 in World Tour Montreal.
Adam Kershaw joining the pack, very much still in contention. Want to give some airtime as well to Sunny Yang, big favorite with the chatters today. Everyone is behind Sunny, home country representation. Hopeful to see them on camera very, very soon. Of course, Sunny, former Canadian national champion as well, so the prestige in this pod, off the charts.
Hometown advantage here as well for Sunny Yang and Jordan as well.
Absolutely. Let's get ourselves dialed in, ready to go. It is time to draft once more alongside Evan Tanguy, who will open up their first pack of the top 8. If this is you, what are you hoping to find inside?
A strong piece of equipment. I think you really want Sips in most draft formats, and Super Slam Limited is no different. Having a strong piece, maybe the Reviled headpiece, for example, Horns of the Despised, maybe Horns of the Revered as well. Just a strong card that keeps me open in 2 lanes, which the equipment pieces do, and is just a solid pack 1 pick one that I can never complain about.
Yep, can totally understand that. Personally, I'm looking for one of those bigger, flashier Majestics, a big bully, a bully tactics. Let's see what Evan Tanguy happens to find. Scrolling through the pack, we see some goodies. Gonna see Never Give Up, my card reveal. Offensive Behavior there in the pack, a blue card I know many of these players are interested in. Red copies a Turn the Crowd, Grateful. Some other bread and butter cards here, Helm of Hindsight. What are you looking at here, Pankaj?
So Offensive Behavior seems to be one of the stronger cards in this pack, but it is incredibly narrow, and I'm not entirely sure if it's strong enough to warrant it being the pack one, pick one. So I kind of like Evan Tanguy's choice here to bring the Chest Puff to the front. Just a generic action that's decent in all of the heroes, leaves yourself very open as well. Offensive Behavior is narrow, it's strong, but a bit narrow. I think those are the considerations for him right now. Also want to point out one unexpected side effect of this being the only Premier level Super Slam draft. These are the only times you're going to get stamped Super Slam cards, Scott. There's no other event where you can get stamped Super Slam cards, so these cards might be worth a little bit more, even if they're just the commons.
Yep, drafters, if you're listening, please come and find me. I am a stamp enjoyer. I would like to acquire your things. Chest Puff, Offensive Behavior are the two choices here for Evan. Looks a little indecisive about this, honestly. We know they have a little bit of a preference for the Reviled Brute. Might be influencing their choice here. We see them thumbing the Behavior. They want to take it. Chest Puff will be the pick. So, reserved choice, controlled behavior from Evan Tanguy. Love to see it.
I prefer that pick, I think. Offensive Behavior, obviously strong. If you do end up in KO, you will miss it. But as a pack one, pick one, it is simply way too limiting. I mean, not that you're locked to KO on that, but Chest Puff goes in all the heroes. You're not sad to play Chest Puff in any of the 4 heroes that you end up in. So a little bit more reserved pick. You sacrifice a little bit of power, but you get a whole bunch of flexibility for it.
Pack 2, not so tough. Strongest Survive, Prime the Crowd. Immediate standouts here. Red, Unexpected Backhands too. Some premium cards across the entire pool here.
Another Helm of Hindsight here, not the premier headpiece you're looking for. Bluster Buff could go along with his Chest Buff over here, just keeping the train going of picking some strong generics at the beginning, trying to figure out what seat you're in. I think that's going to be the pick for Evan Tanguy, just staying incredibly open. This is very, very open, Scott. Normally, in these early picks, you can pick to be in one of 2 lanes, for example. Like you can be in the Reviled seat or the Guardian seat. But Evan Tanguy can be in either of those 4 lanes right now.
Spew Obscenities front and center. Suspense is killing me. Red feisty locals. We see fight from behind. Blue dig in, punch above your weight. Even a blue flex strength at the back there. Plenty of playable cards. What's grabbing your attention?
Wouldn't be surprised if he takes a punch above your weight or the feisty local, just more generics to go. Because currently these signals, they're not screaming too much at Evan Tanguy right now to be in a particular seat. Just pick these strong generics. Once again, these cards can really go in any of the 4 heroes. Feisty Locals has been a bit of a standout in KO, I want to say, as well, where it's going to be pumped up more. Opponents very incentivized to block it, and it'll get its +2. In Liath as well, if you find yourself in that hero, you buff up a Feisty Locals, they have to block it and give you their value.
Looks like Evan here looking at Bark Obscenities, Dig in and Flex Strength. It looks like the Bark is going to be the pick here. That's a very intriguing choice.
I actually missed that blue flex strength. I think that would have also been a very, very fine pick. But again, quite limiting. Bark Obscenities, you're happy to play it in a Tuffnut or your KO. Whereas flex strength, the blue one, you're kind of only happy to play it in KO. So Evan Tanguy still leaving himself quite open, but starting to choose the Brute lane isn't beholden to either the Revered or the Reviled Brute right now.
Interesting stuff. Bark Obscenities, of course. Pretty spectacular against any Guardian opponent. Not easy to get 4 value from any single card in this format.
I think at this point, coming around into pick 4, Evan Tanguy wants to take a closer look at the signals that he's being sent from his fellow players on the right side of him to try and maybe carve out the lane a little bit more. So far, he's been very open, and let's see whether that rewards him and whether he'll be offered his pick of the litter in the following few packs.
We go back to Singapore just a few months ago. Evan was the one who came out on top of that world premiere. They did a fantastic job at navigating that draft in the dark. Managed to take home that event with a Conqueror of the High Seas to win the game. It was quite an impressive and flavorful way to secure that calling title. I'm hopeful maybe, just maybe, they might be able to leave someone hanging or similar and do the same thing again in this format.
So it was a stamped Conqueror of the High Seas from Singapore. That is absolutely incredible.
Gorgeous card. So Evan here just awaiting the next pack to arrive. Of course, a very deliberate pick there. We will see Wrecking Ball hold firm here at the front of this pack as well. Very appealing choice. Cheater's Charm got a few people in trouble over the weekend, but definitely a card worth watching. Hold Firm standing out to me here pretty aggressively.
I'd agree with that. Hold Firm sip pieces, as we've spoken about. I don't think we've seen it being activated on stream yet. We've seen the Reviled equivalent being activated. It sounds like, yes, we have seen Hold Firm be activated as well. I mean, a sip piece, you're not too sad about that. Does lean him towards the Revered Brute a little bit more than the Reviled one.
Hold Firm, a very potent choice, but a bit narrow, as you say. At this point, I shouldn't say that, really. Evan has done a pretty great job with these two big rares early by picking powerful generics. By kind of picking up one card of each lane, they're still perfectly open. They're not making decisions. They're just picking good cards.
I like that the Hold Firm also opens them up to the Pleiades side as well, because he only has one Brute card right now. He could absolutely, depending on the way the signals go in the following few packs, be happy with Chest Buff, Bluster Buff, and Hold Firm in the Pleiades side as well. I'd say just the hero he's furthest from right now is Lyeth, but again, to your point, Scott, even if he goes into Lyeth, it'll just be two dead picks.
We do see a red vigorous smash up at the front of the pack here. Red fight from behind as well, alongside some more revered yellows. Lots of revered cards in this pack at the moment, Pankaj.
I think we see two revered cards and two reviled cards as well. I think we saw a Basket on Greatness and a Take That, I want to say. So two common revered, so not too much to read in the form of signals over there. And the class side, I think we saw Tension in the Air and a Dramatic Pause. So two Guardian cards still left in the pack as well.
Yeah, maybe the count is off slightly for me here. Looks like, I think, 3 revered cards there. So a slight leaning just about, but we do see that vigorous smash up as the choice here. I like this quite a lot. These smash ups have been very impressive in both Brute heroes across the weekend.
Definitely. Tough leather boots here. Now that's a little bit of a signal, I'd say. Of course, for the players to the right, it might have been a bit too early for them to commit to the Revered Brute, but here we have Tough Leather Boots in passing over to Evan Tanguy when he's already quite leaning towards a Tuffnut seat to begin with. A vigorous smash up in the previous pick as well. Very, very strong in that hero. Loves to have 6 power attacks in his deck and is very likely to win clashes as well. And yes, we see him pick up the Tough Leather Boots. I think at this point he is starting to move closer and closer to the Tuffnut seat.
Evan Tanguy has found the lane and is hoping the packs continue to oblige. Another red bark obscenities here at the front of the pack. Uplifting performance in this one as well for the Pleiades, who might be down off to the left. Couple of handful of cards here worth thinking about. Truth or Trickery being red here, maybe for the first time.
Could go for the blue Vigorous Smash Up. Not the ideal pick in a Tuffnut build. It obviously doesn't have the 6 power.
Heroic Grit standing out. We've actually seen a few games on camera this weekend where Heroic Grit has done some, frankly, unreasonable things. And I think this card is very quickly coming up the pick order estimations for the average Tuffnut player. Good to see Evan hovering over it. Looks like it will be the selection over that second copy of Bark Obscenities. The card has looked pretty impressive if you can get that Toughness generation online.
And he has a Hold Firm as well to go with it. So that those two pieces, the arm piece and this Heroic Grid, could combine together for some offensive output from a Tuffnut deck that you may not always be expecting.
Yellow Rapturous Applause here is pretty much a bread and butter piece of the Tuffnut deck. 6 power attack, 3 block value, some incidental gain if you happen to win a clash. Seems like the perfect kind of role player to find at this point in the pack.
Yellow 6, I think it's a fairly straightforward pick over here. With the Yellow 6, we saw Jason Rolfe in the previous draft pod struggle a little bit to find those resource cards that were also 6. He passed them early on. Looks like Evan Tanguy might be deciding between, still deciding between the blue as well, looks like. I won't be surprised if he just slams the Raptures of Pearl at this point.
That red flex speed at the back of the pack there as well. We definitely saw Jason finding success with that more wide variant of Tuffnut, especially in the mirror matches.
So
sorry, go ahead.
Still 2 to 3 Brute cards, it looks like, in this pack, all the way in pick 8 here. So Evan Tanguy definitely found himself in the correct seat, the correct class at the minimum. And, you know, still a couple of revered cards as well. So pretty good going so far for Evan Tanguy in this pack 1.
Give him a piece of your mind. Still just looming towards the front of this pack. Evan seems to be thumbing it over fairly consistently. Would be surprised if it were the pick, if Tuffnut is the choice, and it looks like it will not be. Rapturous applause. As I say, super solid role player in this spot. Bread and butter piece of the deck. Pretty happy to have found it nice and early.
It blocks 3 as well. Yellow 6. As you point out, incidental value when you win a clash, which Tuffnut is really good at clashing and wants to pick up models of vigorous smash-ups as well, whether in red or the blue.
So I can't help but notice so far in this draft, Pankaj, that we're seeing 0 blue cards selected from Evan. Is that a deliberate choice for Tuffnut? Do we need to just focus on yellows and 2-cost attacks, or are those blue cards something we're hoping to find a little bit later on?
I don't think Tuffnut is too upset if they're in the smaller blue count range. They really want the yellow 6s in particular, and if you can find the chess piece that generates a resource, then or some vigor generators as well, like the vigorous smash-ups, that's how you can sort of smooth out your cost curve and actually resolve your 3-cost attacks. Garland of Spring is the chess piece. Name escaped me for a little bit there, but yes, that one.
Found it in the end. Okay, turn the crowd grateful front and center here. Red copy does meet the criteria you're looking for in Tuffnut as a big 7 power attack. Has been quite impressive across the weekend. Helm of Hindsight at the back there. Not exactly the early pickup you're looking for in a headpiece, but it has been an important part of many Tuffnut shells we've seen. It's going to be that big 7 power attack, turning the crowd and making its way into Evan's deck.
And that was the first pick of the wheel there, so seeing the turn the crowd grateful wheel all the way back, very, very positive sign for Evan Tanguy, as is his vigorous smash-up as well. He has perfectly read his seed, picked up the yellow vigorous smash-up, yet another clash card, yet another yellow 6. He is really happy right now, as he can still have choices at this pick 11 in his pack 1.
Yeah, it looks like a red copy of Fight from behind the selection this time for Evan. Another 6 power. All that's important in that case. Red's a little more awkward, but getting cheered from this card, quite impressive sometimes.
And this one's a 2-cost as well, so if your resource base is mostly yellows, you can still go ahead and just resolve this card when you flip off a yellow off the top to Tuffnut's ability.
Bask in your own greatness, sit and to be continued are the cards available here. That blue Bask being taken away seems like a reasonable card to deny from the resource base of your nearest enemy.
Ooh, this is an interesting pick. You can go for the heroic pose, which is another cheer and a little bit of a buff to go wide, but Brothers in Arms also works very well with the Tuffnut hero ability. It looks like heroic pose was in the end the choice, and the last pick, what happens next, not really going to come into play.
So a pretty well-rounded pack 1 for Evan Tanguy. Stayed open and rewarded for it. If you're down here in this draft right now, Pankaj, how are you feeling about the seat we're in?
I think we'd be feeling really good. We got 2 premium equipment pieces with the tough leather boots and the hold firm as well, just in pack 1 already. Just need to find 2 more pieces in the head slot and the chest slot in the next 2 packs. Also the signals towards the end, especially the wheel of the turn, the crowd grateful, and the yellow vigorous mashup, I think are pretty clear signs that Tuffnut isn't too contested here in this pod at the top 8. So I think Evan Tanguy's got to be feeling pretty good.
We enter pack 2 and a new set of cards makes its way into our hands. What do you think Evan is most hoping to see?
I think he wants to find horns of the Helm of the Adored. Again, just focusing on the equipment pieces first. Those are the ones that will be most contested, because there'll always be 2 heroes that are contesting for that same card. Whereas if you look at some specific brute cards or specific revered brute cards in particular, such as the tough leather boots, that's just one other hero that's contesting it. But the reviled and revered equipment pieces, those are hot. You got to grab them once you see them.
Makes an awful lot of sense. Evan enjoying their review period here. We kind of saw them placing those blues off to one side. They understand that the cards at the front here, this selection of reds and yellows, they are the cards that are unquestionably making the cut when we get to the deck building stage. Everything else a little bit more liquid. We'll be moving on to pack 2 in just a moment. Evan reaching for the pack there, going to crack this one open and hopefully find something rather juicy inside.
So from that pack 1 of the 14 picks, 3 cards he's either not allowed to play or not going to be too happy to play, and 2 equipment pieces. That leaves him with still 9 cards that he's happy to main deck, except the Bark Obscenities. So 8 cards he's happy to main deck in against almost any other hero. So it's to find the remaining 22, the next 2 packs. I think he's feeling fairly comfortable right now.
Okay, we will see what is in store for our former calling champion. Let's flip the pack over. Red instill fear up front. Act of glory. Red power play. Yellow right behind me. A standout performer across the weekend. Gonna see that blue copy of Comeback Kid making its way to the front of the pack alongside a red copy of Vigorous Smash Up.
Yellow right behind you. Definitely not going to be unhappy to pick that one up. It's a yellow 6. It checks the boxes. Blue Comeback Kid. Not a bad pick either. It does block 3, but not having a 6 power can be a little bit costly in Tuffnut. You almost wonder whether maybe that's a card you can hope to wheel.
Way directly back into this draft and get you back with what we saw last. Thanks for bearing with us there for just a moment.
So I believe we last left Evan. He had picked up the red Vigorous Smash Up over the yellow right behind you, probably hoping to wield that one. This comes back around the table. We'll see if that works out for him as he thumbs through this pack to pick 2.
Empowering Ruckus and High-Pitched Howl. The cards are making their way to the front here. Yellow copy of Buck Wild in the mix there as well. Red Power Play and Familiar Story at the back, looking very appealing to a nearby Guardian player perhaps. But some interesting choices for Evan as well.
2 yellow 6s could be the pick here for Evan Tanguy, but he's also considering his High-Pitched Howl. Looks like that is his pick for him, opting again for the red 6 instead of the yellow 6. Perhaps maybe making the read from the pack 1 that Tuffnut is slightly less contested, so wants to potentially hope to wheel those yellow 6s rather than pick them in the first cycle of this pack 2.
I think we're also seeing Evan really prioritize these red 2-cost attacks. So they don't need to be obliged to play blue cards if they don't want to build out a resource base, instead hoping to use those yellows to play their attacks courtesy of Tuffnut's ability. We're going to find a tough Smash Up at the front of the pack here in red this time around. Is joined by a blue Vigorous Smash Up at the front of this pack and a Not So Mighty in the mix there as well.
The Not So Mighty is quite interesting. You know your opponents are going to try and set up my tokens to counter your own toughness tokens. Looks like instead it's going to be the blue Vigorous Smash Up, not a 6, but offers yet another clash in this Tuffnut deck and generates a Vigor, very, very likely, when you win that clash, which can help smooth the cost curve for those annoying 3 costs that he has quite a few of already.
Yeah, tough Smash Up, worth Toughness, Vigorous Smash Up, going to help make that cost curve come together. We can see Evan favoring the latter this time around. Okay, some really premium Reviled cards in this pack. Looking for trouble here as well. The block 4 in this set, alongside a copy of Cheers and another blue Comeback Kid. Some really high value cards here.
The Toby Jugs as well, he already has the boot slot accounted for, but I also want to look at this red Brothers in Arms that Evan Tanguy has brought to the front. Brothers in Arms, quite strong in Tuffnut. You get to use your hero ability on the opponent's turn, which means you're not guessing what your resources are on your own turn. And you still get value. You get the +2 block on Brothers in Arms. You create a toughness token very, very likely as well, regardless of the color that's pitched on top of your deck, because it's always at minimum a red. But of course, Comeback Kid is a natural block 3, not a 6 power. It's a pretty tough choice for Evan Tanguy over here.
Some premiums available. Comeback Kid looked incredibly impressive earlier on in our feature match area. It will be the selection for Evan. Makes his way into the deck, starts fleshing out that resource base ever so slightly. next pack in hand for our calling champion. Flex Speed front and center. Another copy of Not So Mighty. Who's the Tough Guy? Yellow, also a fixture here. So some 6s available, but maybe not the most preferred ones.
Who's the Tough Guy? Not So Mighty. I think going to be the considerations here for Evan Tanguy. One's a blue, one's a yellow 6. And we keep coming back to this when you're looking at these Tuffnut ratios. I think he's starting to move towards perhaps not as many 6s as he would like. And that's exactly why he picks up the not Who's the Tough Guy over here, the yellow variety of it. You can only have so many non-6s in your Tuffnut deck. Otherwise, you'll find yourself lacking toughness tokens to survive your opponent's offensive onslaught.
A tale as old as time. Brute Heroes and the number 6. An all-important aspect of this draft format as well. Evan making sure they will be able to generate enough toughness to dance with the rest of the heroes in this format.
I'm very interested to see whether some of those yellow 6s that he passed will come back around on the wheel. I think Evan Tanguy hoping at least 1 or 2 of them will come back around, based especially on that pack 1 seemingly not being very Tuffnut contested, especially because of the tough leather boots that made its way all the way to him pick 5 or 6, I believe. So perhaps making that read that these yellow 6s will come back around, and for now wants to pick up the more premium reds, including this copy of Fight Fair that he's taking a look at.
Fight Fair, definitely an intriguing card for both revered heroes. It's joined by another blue copy of Tough Smash Up at the front of this pack. That extra toughness generator in the form of a resource card, also appealing to a hero like Tuffnut.
Fight Fair as well is a 2-cost attack, which I don't think he'll be too unhappy with. So it's going to be the blue Tough Smash Up, another non-6, but it's a blue 3-block. And I think having Clash cards in Tuffnut is still incredibly strong, even if they're not 6 powers. I think that's where Evan Tanguy's mind is, as he went ahead and picked up that card for his pick 6. And now we're looking at pick 7 here. A couple of Reviled reds here at the back of the pack.
Blue copy of Cheers, also front and center, worth some consideration alongside these Toby Jugs. Been a big fan of the smash up effects in Tuffnut in general. I think finding your way to control the top of the deck, underestimate how easy it is to move the reveal card to the bottom and control the flow of your turn. Kind of worth its weight in gold, much like the beverages we see in Cheers.
One other aspect of the Clash cards, such as Tough Smash Up and Vigorous Smash Up, even if they're the blue variety, they do let you manipulate the top card of your deck as well, which lets you guarantee, to some extent, the resource curve that you're working with on your turn as Tuffnut. And here we see the blue copy of Cheers being picked up. Can offer more toughness generation.
Cheers, of course, a blue block 3 at worst. Does offer resilient levels of defense at best. We see Bash Brute Red, Who's the Tough Guy? Another copy of Heroic Grit available in this pack. So some interesting choices, but this red 7-power attack seems like a slam dunk.
As opposed to the pack 1, where it seems like he had 0 blues picked up. This time in pack 2, Evan Tanguy picked up 4 blues so far in just the first cycle of this pack. And a few strong reds go along with them as well. Now we're coming back on the wheel. Let's take a look at what the wheel has for us.
Okay, blue Fight from behind. Heroic Pose yellow. Blue Who's the Tough Guy? These don't feel like the type of cards that Evan was hoping to see.
Not ideal for sure. Wouldn't be surprised if he just goes for a blue over here.
Yellow Rough Up, of course, does meet the criteria of deck building here. It will be the selection for Evan Tanguy. Brute card, blocking 3. He has the ability to be a 6-power attack in a pinch, but will not be generating those toughness tokens from the top of the deck.
Yellow Brothers in Arms, perhaps the most in line with the sort of play Tuffnut wants to do. I mean, so it's either that or the yellow Heroic Pose, and yeah, it's going to be the Yellow Brothers in Arms. That's, again, yet another 6. This pack, a little bit light on the 6s for the Tuffnut hero ability, but Brothers in Arms, as we've discussed, does allow you to use the Tuffnut ability on the opponent's turn, which does have some inherent value.
Absolutely. Middle of the pack for the middle pack here in our top 8 draft at the Calling in Montreal. We are playing Super Slam Draft at the Premier level for what is the final time. We see Shining Courage up on a pedestal, Not So Mighty, immediately slammed here by Evan as we make our way towards the end of this pack.
It was the only legal pick. All the other cards were Guardian cards, and in this one as well, Red Flag Speed, the only allowable pick for our Tuffnut drafter here. So not too many decisions to make there. And as we come into this second last pick, looks like Story beats the pick up there.
And a blue copy of Tension in the Air to bring us to an end of pack number 2. Overall, a less exciting pack than pack 1, I think. Evan, now a pretty clear goal in mind.
Find the last 2 pieces of equipment. Of stark contrast here compared to pack 1. He didn't find any equipment pieces. Needs to fill out the chest slot and the head slot as well. Really hoping to find those early in pack 3 because it won't be too long before those completely dry up. Also, we noticed that this pack 2, the yellow 6s that he was perhaps hoping to wield did not come back around. I mean, Tuffnut is at least a little bit contested, but it could be contested in this reverse direction. Of course, in pack 2, you're passing to the right instead of the left. Pack 3, though, we'll once again be passing to the left. Maybe Evan Tanguy can find a little bit more Tuffnut-specific cards in that direction.
Can't help but notice the final few packs there, very dense with Guardian cards. Have to wonder if we're in another 1 to 2 Guardian pod once more.
That would be a trend that's been established so far in the earlier 2 draft pods that we had featured already. The first one, of course, having 7 Brutes and 1 Guardian, and the second one having 6 Brutes and 2 Guardians. We definitely expressed our hope that this pod will have a little bit more of a wider spread.
Absolutely. So Evan running through these cards, doing that quick red count. We are a little red dense for where Tuffnut normally wants to be. So it feels like pack number 3 has a couple of goals in mind. Yellow 6s, big, powerful, iconic cards, and round out that equipment suite with some extra relevant effects.
It might be a little bit red heavy, but there are a fair number of these smash ups. So if you are able to block with them and manipulate the top card of your deck, you could maybe mitigate a little bit of that variance of pitching a red on your turn due to Tuffnut's hero ability. So maybe I'm a Tanguy, not feeling too uncomfortable with that, but I definitely do agree with you. I think he wants to try and pick up some of those yellow 6s, and if he's really lucky, maybe the blue 6 as well.
Pack numero 3 making its way into the hands of Evan Tanguy here. Double checking the numbers, giving it a quick count, making sure everything is as you would expect. Low blow, front and center. Red, who's the tough guy? Bad Brute not helpful here. Vigorous smash up red, an interesting pickup. Again, high pitched towel here. Plenty of 6s to be found. Karting Retort at the back of this pack. Very powerful card. Not one we're necessarily going to fit well into Tuffnut. Look tough. Looks to be less of a choice than these other powerful reds.
Cutting Retort, one of those cards you really want to see at the correct time. Save your Pleiades opponent sets up a confidence, or your Kayo opponent sets up a bunch of mites, but you can only destroy one of those mite tokens anyway, and that's perhaps why Evan Tanguy isn't opting to consider that very much, looking instead at some of these premium red cards at the start of the pack. High Pitched Howl could help with the currently very red-dense deck that he's got going on. Go ahead and generate a Vigor for the following turn cycle. Also blocks 3 alongside his Vigorous Smash Up as well.
These red cards capable of fixing the variance that Evan Tanguy may find upon themselves. It will be the smash up that is the pick, assuming that all these red attacks will be vigorously bolstered here. Extra resources available to make these turns come together.
And 2 yellow 6s here at the beginning of this pack 2 for Evan Tanguy. No hero stands alone all the way back. A red Dig-In as well. The first copy of Dig-In that we've seen so far in this draft. And this is exactly what Evan Tanguy wanted, right? He knew in this other direction he would have more chances to pick the Tuffnut cards that he really wants, and he goes ahead and picks, slams that Majestic down, the stamped Majestic, only available here this weekend.
Somewhat unfortunate for Evan to find so many premiums in the same pack. We don't see too many things returning on the wheel for them in this draft pod. I feel like that's likely bound to be the case again. Dig-In clearly disappearing pretty quickly in this pod, given the first copy we've seen was right next to this must-have Majestic.
Still can't be too unhappy picking up no hero stands alone. Let's see if he's able to find that headpiece or the chest piece. I think, I'm not even sure if he's going to look through the rest of the pack. I think he's almost going to slam this down. Another door immediately added only a chest piece missing for Evan Tanguy after pick 3 in pack 3.
That is a gift for our featured drafter. Helm of the Adored, one of the most important parts of tying these revered heroes together. One equipment slot filled, one left to find as we make our way through this pack. Evan here, thumbing through, seeing what might come back on the wheel. Red copy of Buckwild, yellow Tough Smash Up right behind you. There's some cards we're really hoping make their way back.
4 of those cards he's happy to wheel over here, so very likely he's going to get at least one of those pieces back, perhaps on those yellow 6s. Speaking of yellow 6s, yellow Buckwild already in this pack.
2 steps ahead.
Yellow Disarm as well.
Lucky Lyeth, yellow Disarm is the flavor of the pack. Red Rough Up here as well. So plenty of cards of interest here for Evan. We know many of these Tuffnut players have been picking up that first Buckwild very highly to enable a wider turn than this hero is otherwise capable of. But Disarm is an incredibly premium effect.
Blocks 3 as well, has a defense effect and an offense effect.
Making additional toughness, very much the name of the game with our boy Tuffnut. Disarm will be the pick, making its way into Evan Tanguy's deck.
Already we're seeing the difference between pack 3 and pack 2. When you are in the pack where the flow is going your way, like in pack 1 and pack 3, you're just getting more of your pick of the litter here.
Some really good options here for Evan. Again, blue vigorous smash up, red right behind you. Even a visit the boneyard there. Goes with the blue smash up once more. Clearly a pretty obvious preference for these effects. Thinks the high density of reds is going to be winning these clashes.
Definitely hoping to find these in hand to block with or in hand to pitch from hand. Doesn't want to see them off the top through Tuffnut's hero ability most of the time because it won't give the toughness token. But it does, of course, in the end blocks 3 as well and creates a vigor token when you win the clash, which you are very likely to do, which does help you with the resource curve of a lot of your attacks costing 3.
Evan here enjoying a prosperous third pack of this draft in their attempt to become a 2-time world premier calling champion. We'll find another pack making their way into their hands. Red Brothers in Arms immediately of interest here. Darling in the Crowd, the last card to be found.
Be a block card, which could insulate him a little bit against maybe confidence tokens of Pleiades. I think he's seriously considering that. I think there's a Red Brothers in Arms in this pack as well. Might be considering that, or the Rapture's Applause. He does have quite a lot of Clash cards, Scott. Looks like that is going to be the pick. Going to give him an additional cheer if he wins the Clash off of that, which he has so many smash-ups at this point. I have lost count. We're going to need to take a look at that when we do the deck review later.
Absolutely. Incidental value gained by playing a game you already want to be playing is pretty spectacular. Blue Rapturous Applause here, another blue block 3, very well-rounded card, and it's going to occasionally just generate you a bonus toughness, which is worth its weight in gold.
And that always feels so bad when you're on the opponent's side. You lost the clash and your opponent got some extra value out of it. It feels so unfair. Speaking of things that are unfair, yellow, turn the crowd grateful over here. Yeah, another yellow 6 for this Tuffnut.
Red copy of Rough Up also in consideration here for Evan. Flicking through the rest of this pack, noticing there is a cheap shot there, one that's worth remembering as you find yourself playing against the reviled heroes of the pod.
Now that's an unfair card if there's been one.
It certainly felt like it at times. Red Rough Up is looking to be the pick here. Evan back and forth between that and this yellow copy of Turn the Crowd Grateful. It will be the Rough Up selected here above all else, looking to occasionally push that extra point of damage.
I think he's favoring the 2 cost of this as well, as opposed to the 3 cost of the Turn the Crowd Grateful. It can be quite awkward when you're a little bit light on blues, as Evan Tanguy seems to be. So at this point, you've probably given up hope on finding a chess piece. Yes, of course, this is going to be the wheel. This was the last pick for packs that you have not seen before. So Evan Tanguy will not have a chess piece for this draft pod, but has a very strong equipment slots in the head, legs, and arms.
Red Tough Smash Up is the pick here for Evan. Not a bad one to find in your last fresh pack. Now begins the final picks of this draft. It is time to see what is making its way back around the table for Evan.
I think it's either pack 9. I think pick 10. Pick 10 was where he had the pick of a litter of so many yellow 6s. that I think that's the one he's really looking forward to in terms of what he's expecting from the wheel. It was a pack with the no hero stands alone. Which had a whole bunch of other premium cards for Tuffnut.
Oh, Red, high-pitched Howl still in the pack here.
Red, who's the tough guy as well.
Red, who's the tough guy. So some pretty premium 7 power attacks available here. 2 cost in the form of high-pitched Howl as well. Got to feel pretty good if that's the pack that's coming back first.
Definitely. If you can pitch a red off the top and you have a Vigor from the previous turn, for example. Also, an additional point of value for these Vigor tokens, he does have the tough leather boots, which wants him to have a Vigor token and a courage token for it to block 3. So a whole bunch of these Vigor generators from these high-pitched Howl can go a long way, aside from just smoothing out the cost curve, also giving you additional defense because of your tough leather boots.
Empowering Ruckus, filling a role, yellow, 6, it blocks 3. Right behind you on the wheel is an absolute gift here for Evan. We'll find that making its way into the deck as well. These last 3 cards, however, nothing here really for Evan.
I don't think he's too upset about it. Scott, his previous 2 picks here in pack 10 and 11 yellow 6s. Exactly what Tuffnut wants. I think Evan Tanguy has navigated this draft incredibly well, found his seat, and was absolutely gifted for it.
2 cards remaining. Visit the Boneyard and Fight from Behind. Both cards technically playable.
The Boneyard's interesting. Could guarantee you win some clashes. Creates a Vigor token to boot as well. Looks like he's not going to be cute with it. Just picks up the blue Fight from Behind.
Let's make our way into the breakdown for this draft. We find ourselves with quite a diverse split this time around. It will be Evan Tanguy on Tuffnut, joined by Jason Rolfe and Sunny Yang. In the court of Kayo, it is Adam Kershaw, Noah Beygelman once more, and Rob Catton. This time, 2 Guardians joining us in the pod, one of each flavor.
Once more, only 2 Guardians in this pod, just like the previous one that we just watched. But I want to focus a little bit on Evan Tanguy's seat here. I think it was pretty clear that when the packs were passing to the left, he was getting quite a few options, and now we see exactly why. No Tuffnut to the right side of him, but to the left, 2 Tuffnut players in the form of Sunny Yang and Jason Rolfe, which explains why his pack 2 a little bit lackluster, but pack 1 and pack 3 absolutely stellar for our feature drafter.
Let's head into the deck breakdown, take a closer look at what Evan Tanguy has to work with if they want to become a 2-time calling champion. Overall, this entire card pool looking pretty well-rounded.
I think it looks amazing. So many Clash cards, which will give him incidental value in the form of creating Vigor tokens and also allowing him to manipulate the top card of the deck. Has 3 stellar pieces of equipment in the form of Helm of the Adored, Hold Firm, and Tough Leather Boots. I think this deck absolutely has the potential to take it down.
Absolutely. Tough Leather Boots, Hold Firm, and Helm of the Adored. Very much towards the top of the pick order for pieces of equipment for a revered brute hero. Maybe just a little bit below the number of 6s required if you want to put this deck together. 19 of them will be the case here for Evan. Not a small number, but maybe a few less than they would have preferred.
Definitely want to be in the more 21 to 22-ish range if you can wing it. But of these 19 6s, 7 of them are yellow, which is very, very notable. Still a fair number of resource cards that are also 6s for the Tuffnut hero ability.
That no hero stands alone, standing out as a way to balance the ranges amongst these cards. If Tuffnut is hoping to beat back those 2 Guardians, they're going to need to make some toughness. Best way of doing that, making sure you're getting cheered consistently. There are 9 cards in the deck for Evan that can cheer in addition to that hero ability.
And the one that absolutely stands out here, Scott, is the headpiece. Helm of the Adored, an on-demand cheer. Can be so incredibly powerful when the opponent Reviled hero perhaps sends a bask in your own greatness at you and creates a whole bunch of might tokens to set off for the following turn. You can answer that with your headpiece, creating 1 more toughness to combat those might tokens.
Just want to take a moment to talk about the revered card pool here as well. I think a lot of people are figuring out very quickly there are numerous ways to draft a hero like Tuffnut. Leaning into a more revered-centric build just gives you access to all of the smash-up style effects. Make sure you're clashing, and you get access to Rapturous Applause and these other cards that would benefit from winning a clash too.
Speaking of those clashes, let's go ahead and take a look at the Brute cards available, because that's where most of the vigorous smash-ups are available. And here we see 6 copies of that card, 3 in red, 1 in yellow, and 2 in blue. I think bringing out the total of smash-up cards in his deck to in the 8 or 9 range, which is quite a lot. A lot of these clashes going to be winning and just going to be getting a whole bunch of incidental value, both from the clash winning and the cards like Rapture's Applause that you might find at the top of the deck.
Pankaj, if this is you, this is your deck at the end of a top 8 draft, somewhere between 1 and 10, how are you feeling?
I'll give it somewhere between 7 and an 8, I think. Maybe, yeah, it's a 7.5, I think, where I'm happy with it. Some things will probably need to go his way to take it out on top, but it absolutely has the potential to win out the pod.
Evan was my prediction back in the production meeting for this event to take the whole thing down. Still alive. I am hoping they manage to do so. Let's take a look at the bracket they will face if they want to become a champion. It's going to be the People's Champion, Noah Beygelman, on the other side of the equation. First seed will get the choice of who plays first.
No mirrors to speak of as we look through this entire quarterfinals bracket. Let's go from top to bottom over here. Adam Kershaw, one of the US players, against Jacob Clemens, hailing from the UK, trying to catch up on that World Tour leaderboard. And right after that will be Rob Catton, also from the UK, against hometown hero Sunny Young. Evan Tanguy, of course, against Noah Beygelman, which will be the match that we'll watch for our first quarterfinal. And finally, to round out the quarterfinal matches, we have Jordan, also hailing from Canada, against Jason Rolfe from the UK.
I love everyone being strategic and dodging the friendly fire in their own country. Everyone making sure they're staying out of each other's way until the semifinals and the grand finals. These are going to make for some pretty impressive matchups. No mirror matches, no talent crossovers, all kinds of variety on display for our top 8 here in Montreal.
I think that's enough waffling at this point, Scott. I think the viewers are ready and the players are ready to go ahead and knock out this quarterfinal match. It's going to be Evan Tanguy on Tuffnut against Noah Beygelman, drafting Kayo for the 3rd time in a row here today. He's going to leave the Super Slam weekend, where this is the only time you're going to get to draft this set at a premier level, having drafted only one of the 4 heroes, as of the other 3 are complete jokes to him.
I hadn't really thought about that. Noah has pretty clearly demonstrated a preference for Kayo as a hero. Maybe, with a little bit of luck, the hero may guide them to a calling win. Let's make our way down towards the ring. I want to see whether or not Noah can do that alongside Kayo. On the other side of the table, it will be our featured drafter, Evan Tanguy on Tuffnut. Tough choice. Going first means Noah here choosing to go second alongside Kayo.
And as is tradition here at the feature match arena for these players that come on to come under the cameras, we do let them have a little bit of gem-packed battle here. Noah Beygelman has gone 3 for 3 so far in all the packs that he has opened on stream. Let's see if he's able to keep that luck going as well as our players rip open the gem-pack 3 packs.
I'm looking for steel victory. I want to hint how this game is going to go. No stolen valor for Evan Tanguy on the other side. Oh! Cold foil! Backup, Protocol Red, Noah Beygelman not interested in missing. The glory keeps coming, the good cards keep coming. Will the victories keep coming for our first seed today?
He cannot keep getting away with this, Scott. How has he been so fortunate with all the gem packs on stream as our players reveal their equipment over here, starting with our first seed player. We've got the Mighty Bone Knuckles in the arm slot and the Overbearing Presence in the chest. And of course, Evan Tanguy, a player we followed throughout the drafting process, has 3 premium pieces of equipment: the Revered Brute legs and the Revered headpiece and arm piece.
Tuffnut activation finds a smash up, makes that toughness to kick things off for Evan. We do see a copy of Cheers in the hand if they'd like a little bit of extra toughness as a treat. Another vigorous smash up there and a flex speed on the side there for Evan as well. So deciding how to best navigate this first turn of the game, it will be time to smash as we send this big 7 power attack directly at the face of Noah Beygelman.
Is that a not so tough in Noah Beygelman's hand? I believe it is, to combat the toughness token that Evan Tanguy just established, and will give Noah Beygelman a might token as well. These brute heroes, these Kayo in particular, not well known to be getting advantages on the first turn of the game when they're going second. But Noah Beygelman here with a very timely, not so tough, gets to subtract on defense from Tanguy effectively and generate my token for himself. Have to point out the cost that it came at though. There was 3 cards in deck out from Noah Beygelman's side for just 1 card in deck out from Tanguy, which is absolutely a relevant equation in this format when Tuffnut is involved.
Well, that not so tough definitely seemed rather painful. You could see Evan did not blink. I think they were also happy with the way that transaction played out. As you pointed out, card value, card attrition going to be a very important part of this quarterfinal match. Villainous Pose will be an equally important part here. Vigor being generated courtesy of a booing crowd, and Fear quickly instilled as the follow-up.
This Instill Fear, the blue variety, only going to be coming in for 4 currently, but of course Kayo Strongarm's ability can be used in this to give it a whopping +5, bringing it up all the way to 8. I believe it should be 4 currently, yes.
Easy to forget that might token when you didn't remember generating it.
And pretty face up there. Noah Beygelman resolved a couple of blue cards on this turn. You have to imagine he had a blue card left over in hand as well, making it Instill Fear go all the way up to 9, leaking a little bit of damage into Tanguy. Want to take a moment to talk about Intimidate in this matchup against a hero that only has 3 intellect. Even a single Intimidate is that much more powerful because that's effectively 1/3 of the hand that you're taking away.
Want to note that the cards that did go to the bottom of Noah Beygelman's deck there as well. Multiple go-again sources being saved for later as this battle against the toughest nut will continue. Flex speed will also be the play here from Tanguy, looking to go in just for 5 here. No go-again gained. No extra power knocking around.
Not only is it no go against Scott, there was no toughness gained here either because the card in the pit zone was a 5 power. Contrast with Noah Beygelman's side of the field where he does have that Vigor token to go ahead and activate the Kayo Strong Arm Cure ability. Let's see if he'll be able to make efficient use of that Vigor token. I have to say, so far in this second turn of the top 8 over here, going to give the advantage over to Noah Beygelman very slightly.
Mocking blow, pretty premium attack for Kayo Strong Arm, 4 power for now. Of course, the boo effect will take place. Noah at a higher life total here. KO activation still available.
And it creates another Vigor token for the following turn as well. Already Noah Beygelman able to chain those Vigor tokens from the previous turn thanks to the blue Villainous Pose, and from this turn thanks to a Mocking Blow. This KO activation going to be incredibly efficient, offering effectively a +5 at instant speed, making his Mocking Blow go all the way up to 9.
On the other side of things, Tanguy playing defense this time against this Mocking Blow. Working with an interesting hand of cards. Red copy of Turn the Crowd Grateful front and center there. Got to be interested in throwing that one on the offense against a reviled opponent.
It's a tough card to hold on to because then you're hoping you get a blue off the top from Tuffnut's hero ability, but we know from his deck he doesn't have too many of those cards. At the same time, you don't really want to just put it as a blocking piece here. It's Tanguy in a bit of a rough spot right now. Tempo and numbers currently in Noah Beygelman's favor. Have to also remember Tanguy missed the 6 power off the top in the previous turn cycle, so I had no toughness. Just put the Turn the Crowd Grateful as a defensive piece.
An unfortunate situation to find yourselves in. Battered, beaten, and broken being pitched away here. But no, maybe not. Looks like tear down the idols. We haven't seen much of this one at all this weekend.
That is a scary card to see sent to the bottom if you're on Tanguy's seat. That card is so incredibly strong in the second cycle. We've already touched on how important Intimidate can be against this 3 intellect Revered Brute. And to see that come down at the start of next cycle would be incredibly scary for Tanguy.
Well, worth watching, much like this vigorous smash-up. Currently looking to make a name for itself. Evan here taking a sizable amount of damage in these first couple of turns. We're only 2 turns in, and Tuffnut already down to 12.
Already saw a shake of the head from Tanguy as well as he activated Tuffnut's hero ability once again, Scott. Just a 5 power there. It was a blue, perhaps regretting the block of the Turn the Crowd Grateful. Would have been able to send that instead of the vigorous smasher, but of course, he had no way of knowing that and made the safer play, not relying on the blue off the top, but a little bit punished there, no toughness token, and has to settle for sending this vigorous smash up instead of something stronger like the turn the crowd grateful.
Defenses here will be clenched the upper hand by the looks of it from Noah. Doing some quick pocket math as to how exactly the rest of this turn will play out.
I'm currently higher life, so I'm going to get...
Will get booed again because he's higher life. It is only a block 2, but the additional generation of the Vigor token can effectively make that still a 3-point value block if he's able to use both Vigor tokens efficiently. Not always easy for Kayo Strongarm to do with a hero ability that costs 4.
Going to see Turn the Crowd hateful as the play of choice here. Pitching Bask in your own greatness alongside, leaving one resource floating as the powerful blue makes its way across. Going to boo if it hits, generate more vigor in the process, but getting much larger on account of attacking a goodie.
Currently coming in for 6. Kayo Strongarm's hero ability is available for Noah Beygelman if he's holding on to a blue, which will make this go up to 9.
We clash for Vegan. Sure.
Rapturous applause, and the vigorous smash up gives us a clash. Take that does meet against a big red on the side here for Evan Tanguy, therefore vigor token being generated for a future turn. We're going to have top in this case before a Noah Beygelman activation of KO. Going to make this a 9 power attack, bringing Evan Tanguy down to 9.
Left the chest puff on top, did Evan Tanguy. Doesn't want to miss on the toughness token this time. Also had the vigor token generated thanks to the clash, so still has 2 resources floating after the Tuffnut hero ability, despite it pitching a red. High-pitched Howl going to come in now, regenerate that vigor token, doing a little bit of a Kayo Strongarm cosplay here as Evan Tanguy chaining these vigor tokens turn to turn, which, as we know from the texture of his deck, is something he really appreciates given the number of reds that he has.
Efficient sequencing here from Evan, making the most of that vigor token gain during the clash, making sure toughness generated for what I think is the first time this game has really struggled to bring those defensive options online. As a result, down to 9.
He did create it on turn 0, remember, but it was promptly destroyed by the not so tough and converted into a might token for Noah Beygelman.
Noah here, considering her defenses, it will be right behind you, joining that known copy of Take That to bolster itself. Take a peek at the top card, better inform Noah about their future turn cycles.
Has the option as well to send it to the bottom. And this time for Noah Beygelman, no vigor token on his side of the field, so unlikely to see a Kayo Strongarm activation here.
Yep, take one.
Bottom it is for Noah. 1 damage coming through, down to 12. Goes the world's top 8 competitor. Toughness token being triggered as we make our way back over to our Reviled Brute. It's time for those mighty bone knuckles to generate some might tokens. Front-loading damage for a future turn, parking that attack in the arsenal.
I wouldn't be surprised to see a whole firm activation from Evan Tanguy to match the might token generation from Noah Beygelman's side here.
4 resources available following that Tuffnut activation. Again, blue card found, but no toughness generated. We'll see how these 4 resources can be best used to create a potent turn for Evan. Looks like a handful of 6s will make those hold firm more appealing. Resources spent to make 3 toughness to beat back against the might tokens of Noah Beygelman. Until then, it will be another high-pitched howl coming on through, bringing a vigor with it for a future turn.
Both players just exchanging arm pieces over there for equivalent values on both sides. 3 mights versus the 3 toughnesses. So effectively a wash there for both players. Very interesting turn sequence there.
See if we can take a look at what Noah is working with. We see flex strength, flex speed, smashing, ground in the hand here, alongside turn the crowd hateful. Some pretty powerful options available to our first seed.
I have to wonder with the arsenal there as well. He noted that previous turn cycle was where he could get most value from cracking the Mighty Bone Knuckles. So definitely arsenal a card that perhaps can take value of those might tokens very well. Maybe another copy of flex speed.
6 damage coming across the combat chain here for Noah. Is clearly debating taking a chunk of damage to go a little bit bigger.
Do that.
Some napkin math being carried out while Evan Tanguy picking up the yard. fanning through, getting information about how this game was played so far. Of course, this is an important part of draft in general. For the most part, these players will have seen some of the cards that went past each other, and so noting them as they go does mean you have a better idea about what you may find in the opposing deck.
Speaking of cards that Evan Tanguy certainly noted during the drafting process was that cheap shot that he called out, Scott. Noah Beygelman, of course, on the opposite end of Evan Tanguy, so perhaps not the recipient of that card, but if Evan Tanguy notes the Reviled players to his left, might expect a cheap shot later on. Should he make it past Noah Beygelman, who goes ahead and takes the full 6 damage to the face and drops down 2-6. The first time we have seen him be in the life deficit in this matchup.
It's going to be that flex speed, the beneficiary of these might tokens. Coming on in for 8 with Go Again. Noah Beygelman decides now is the time to make a stand despite the 3 toughness tokens staring them down from Evan Tanguy.
Incredibly strong start here because you are also tempting Evan Tanguy to use the toughness defense on this flex speed, and he's about to follow it up with a Turn the Crowd Hateful in his hand as well, which will have the on hit of getting booed because it is going to hit a revered hero. So a little nice piece of bait coming out from Noah Beygelman.
Tough Leather Boots joining the tough smash up on the combat chain. We will see the clash being won by Evan Tanguy. Stay on top is the line here. This toughness token being generated. Fairly big deal. Tough Leather Boots now looking a little bit more premium than moments ago.
Yeah, that's fine.
This did end up being a slight overblock, but yeah, got the full value from the Tough Leather Boots as well, thanks to the winning of the Clash of the Tough Smash-Up, which we did note during the drafting process had 8 to 9 copies of these Smash-Ups, and here's exactly why we see Evan Tanguy value them pretty highly, even though they are blues that are not 6s and so will not trigger Tuffnut's ability when they are pitched off the top, does give him these incidental value in the clashes.
We see that no hero stands alone in the hand here for Evan. Does need to make sure they're being cheered to enable that. And so we'll see a block for 4 with a clash trigger. Now, this is really important, winning the clash here on this copy of No Hero Stands Alone. Bolstering these defenses up to 7 allows Evan Tanguy to take a total of 1 damage that turn through one of the biggest turns we've seen from Noah so far.
And Evan Tanguy still has an offensive turn on this side and is set up with 3 toughness tokens as well. And just like that, his match, I think, has flipped. We saw Noah Beygelman have the lead in the first few turn cycles of this game, but Evan Tanguy with that incredible defense. That was 2 cards he used to block Noah Beygelman's, what was that, 17 damage turn? It was 8 from the flex speed and then another 8 from the Turn the Crowd Hateful. So 16 damage, excuse me. Still 2 cards used from Evan Tanguy plus some equipment to put him firmly in the driver's seat in this quarterfinals match.
Tough Smash Up is the response here for our former champion. 7 points of power coming across the line, forcing a defensive choice here from Noah by the looks of things. Hand is already sideways.
And you have to remember, Noah Beygelman took 6 damage to make that line in the previous turn cycle and just got 1 damage through to show for it. Gonna do a quick deck count, are both players. Let's tune in and listen to what they say.
14, 15, 16. Okay. And you? 12, 17.
16 to 17 is the current count in favor of Noah Beygelman. Now, that's kind of interesting. I know it's definitely possible for these KO players to grind out Tuffnut with repeated activations of their hero ability.
So it doesn't quite count the card that's on the combat chain right now. So if you include that, they are actually 17 even, but 7 damage coming Noah Beygelman's way. And here, once again, we see the card equity difference. 1 card out of Evan Tanguy's deck for 3 of Noah Beygelman's.
Pretty effective exchange for our Tuffnut enjoyer. That offensive behavior did make its way to Noah by the looks of things. Coming across here. No tokens available, but on hit will generate some.
Just coming in for 2. Noah Beygelman recognized the 3 toughness tokens is not something he wants to send a lot of damage into, so opted instead to use his hand on defense and just send his offensive behavior. Sending those 3 toughness tokens to waste is Noah Beygelman, but full tempo on Evan Tanguy's side, as well as deck damage currently.
Fight from behind on blocking duty. Who's the tough guy? Found on top. Toughness generated. One resource available from the Tuffnut hero ability. We're going to see Heroic Grit generating another Toughness token here, giving +2 to a gigantic swing from the Arsenal here from Evan Tanguy. Bluster buff coming in for 7.
I love this card in Tuffnut because of the flexibility it gives you. In this case, Evan Tanguy pitched a red and just said, all right, I won't pay the extra 1. This gets a -1. That doesn't matter. If he pitched a different color, could have paid the extra 1. Incredibly flexible card here. And remember, this was his pick 2, I want to say, in pack 1.
Very flexible tool being rewarded for staying open early with a powerful play right now. Noah Beygelman on the defensive here will be forced to give some cards up. We see clench the upper hand, buck wild, punch above your weight, and flex speed available in hand. Lots of blues, lots of resources here.
And now with him going down in life total, unlikely to be able to make that up again unless he's able to somehow set up a strong turn, perhaps off the back of some Might tokens. So doesn't get the boo effect from blocking with the clench to the upper hand. Now setting up a flexer in the red version, perhaps the weakest color in Kayo, but still not something you're sad about. Does represent a 3-card 9.
Falling to 4 for Noah. Another deck count here. 9. How many cards? Not enough. The answer quickly given. Flex strength here, as you say, representing 9 damage. Evan with a hand full of defensive tools. We see Brother in Arms alongside a pair of blue smash-ups. More than happy to put some of this right in the way.
I can't stop thinking about that no hero left behind on that turn when Noah Beygelman had his big pop-off with the flex speed. Very timely find for Evan Tanguy there. Untimely here, though, is this clash with the tear down the idols at the top of Noah Beygelman's deck. We saw that being pitched many turns ago. Finally, he's come back to it, but would have preferred Evan Tanguy to be at a little bit of a lower life total for the Intimidate to close out the game. Currently, though, that by itself doesn't even need to be blocked at all.
Does win the clash, however, here for Noah. Does score them a Vigor token in the process. Noah debating whether or not they want to spend time activating KO, while Evan, of course, taking the bottom and a Tuffnut activation to fuel Brother in Arms here. Toughness token generated in the process. So we see a Buck Wild there in the hand for Noah.
You have a card in your hand right now? Yeah. Okay.
So it looks like this is already a full block, even if Noah Beygelman activates KO. 1 resource is paid to Brothers in Arms. There were 2 Toughness tokens as well. So that card blocks 6, and the Vigor Smasher blocks 3 already. Evan Tanguy already blocking 9 with 2 cards here. So Noah Beygelman deciding whether he wants to activate KO despite that, maybe to set up the 3rd cycle that would be, or maybe just Arsenal, his blue card. Looks like that's going to be the name of the game for Noah Beygelman.
We'll make our way back over to Evan, who does have 2 cards to work with. It's going to be Disarm coming from the Arsenal here, which I'm going to be honest, that's a rather disgustingly named card when you're playing against a one-handed brute.
Rude is what it is. Not what you expect from the Revered side of the field. But yes, Disarm coming out against a 1-armed Reviled Brute. This is also lethal. No cheer so far for Evan Tanguy because Tuffnut's hero ability was used on Noah Beygelman's turn. So no additional toughness going to be gained from this Disarm, but I don't think he's too upset about that. Already got the toughness token on the other side of the turn cycle as he sends lethal against the 1st seed here in the quarterfinals of World Tour Montreal.
We know about that Buck Wild that is lurking in the Arsenal. Noah working with an interesting hand here. Vigorous smash up that tear down the idols we saw in the clash, and a pair of yellows to go alongside. Difficult to keep a wide hand to make the most of that Buck Wild when you're already down to 4. We'll see the smash up on defense duty. Gonna see tear down, no, sorry, turn the crowd hateful on top of the deck here. Not going to be enough to win the clash. Falling down to 1 Vigor token being generated for Evan Tanguy. Noah Beygelman will make their final stand starting right now. Vigor token being popped. 4 cards available to work with. They need to put the screws to Evan Tanguy.
Very difficult to win a clash against a Tuffnut hero. So Noah Beygelman lost that one, gave Evan Tanguy a free Vigor token. has a blue Buckwild in arsenal, needs to get a 6 in the pit zone if he wants to give that go again. And he took damage to make this line. I think this is the last offensive output from Noah Beygelman to try and get back in the driver's seat of this game. Just going to be an Instill Fear coming in, intimidating one card.
Instill Fear yellow, not the most premium of colors, will knock a defensive option out of the way. We'll see how Evan Tanguy chooses to respond in this situation. It's going to be a block 4-4 with the comeback kid. It's going to be a KO activation with that last yellow in hand, knocking Instill Fear up to 6. Of course, that activation costing an extra resource. Both players knew about that card, knocking Evan down to 6. We're going to see Vigor broken, Toughness gone, Tuffnut activated, blue card found, 3 resources available to pay for this chest puff. A large amount of damage here, forcing Noah Beygelman on the defensive once more.
And a breakpoint as well forces out the overbearing presence to be blocked with as well, since Noah Beygelman is at 1. Sends over the turn the crowd hateful here for 7. It is lethal, but I don't think Evan Tanguy is too upset about just blocking 6 on the 7.
That deck for Noah Beygelman is just looking too thin for me. Must be a small handful of cards left total. The deck not much bigger for Evan on Tuffnut, but looks to be perhaps just about big enough. We'll see the turn going back to the nut.
Oh, okay.
1 damage taken down to 5. Of course, Vigor token generated, Tuffnut activation. Going to send in who's the tough guy. Another breakpoint with the entire deck in the hand for Noah Beygelman. Will declare no blocks. It will be enough for Evan Tanguy to make their way through to the semi-finals of the calling here in Montreal. 2 games between now and a back-to-back calling world premiere champion.
And the first seed here at the Super Slam top 8 is taken down by the 7th seed in the form of Evan Tanguy. Huge shout out to Noah Beygelman for playing that game excellently well. He set up that flex speed turn, had a 16 damage turn, but unfortunately for him, Evan Tanguy had the perfect response he needed. A few toughness tokens and the no hero left behind as well to stuff that offensive output, and from there Noah Beygelman was not able to come back and have another turn like that. But Evan Tanguy as well played that incredibly well. Huge shout out to him. We're going to see him again in the semifinals.
We certainly will, yeah. I think that clash on No Hero Stands Alone proved to be one of the most valuable parts of that game. I think if that goes the other way, it's 3 less defense even for Evan, and things get a little bleaker much faster than you might expect. I'm excited to see how things are playing out currently in our top 8, so let's look at how the matchups have broken. The Canadian contingent is making me look bad. There is 2 of them available in the top 4 here. Sunny Yang, chat's favorite of the weekend by far. Gonna have to get through Jacob Clements, the one of Liath, and the World Tour juggernaut if they want to continue their run this weekend.
Seems like both the Americans got eliminated as well in the quarterfinals. Have to point out the class breakdown here. Scott, 2 Guardians in the 8-person pod both made it to the semifinals, but I think more curious than that, 4 Tuffnuts in the pod, 2 of them making it to the semifinals.
50% conversion rate, not bad stuff across the board. More intrigued by all of our KOs falling short in the quarterfinal.
Excuse me, 3 Tuffnuts in the pod, but 2 of them making it to the semifinals. And yeah, all the KOs fell a little bit short, it looks like.
Impressive stuff. Looking forward to seeing how this semi-final bracket shakes out. However, Pankaj, there is one more thing I'm perhaps a little more excited about than the semi-finals.
Pray tell, Scott.
There's an event in November in Philadelphia.
The event in Philadelphia doesn't ring a bell. Remind me, please.
The World Championship of Flesh and Blood is almost here. The biggest event of the year is just around the corner in Philly between November 13th and November 16th.
Let's go ahead and talk about the formats that will be available at World Championship Philadelphia. The main event, of course, going to be Classic Constructed, and for the first time ever at a Tier 4 level event, Living Legend, folks. For those of you who miss the OG heroes of Flesh and Blood, you definitely want to try and make it out here to participate in the World Championships.
If you're not qualified for the main event, don't panic. Both formats available at the highest level. The calling will be Living Legend, Battle Hardened, Classic Constructed, so a wide variety available for all players across the weekend.
Taking a look at what's on offer for the World Championships, of course, it's a total of 300,000 USD going across the top 64 players, with the lion's share of it going to the first place. 100,000 USD, life-changing money for sure.
6 figures is not something you see every day. The winner of this World Championship walking home with life-changing money, gold foil legendaries, another invitation to the next big dance, and most importantly, that Champions prize card, of which there are very few right now.
And for this event, the first place will get 2 Champions prize cards, 1 each for the CC Hero and the LL Hero.
Why is that exactly? Well, the top 8 this time around, playing things out a little bit differently. Best of 3 going to be the format of choice. If you wonder how it works, let's walk you through. In game numero uno, Classic Constructed or Living Legend, the higher seed is going to choose either the format or whether they would like to go first or second.
And then game 2 will be whichever format was not chosen in game 1, and the loser of game 1 chooses first or second.
If necessary, we'll wrap things up with a third game back to either format. The loser of game 2 will choose whether or not they want to pick the format or whether they want to choose to go first or second. Long story short, highest seed's going to choose, lowest seed's going to choose the format if required. Going to be a fantastic showcase of Flesh and Blood. Best of 3, a brand new way to play. I'm excited to see how it plays out.
Taking a look at some of the goodies that will be available in Philadelphia for our wonderful cosplayers out there. The cosplay prize is going to be Frankie Make Ends Meet, the beautiful Marvel version of which we had the pleasure of revealing the text for the first time on this stream.
Yeah, do you know how long I spent last night looking at the price of contact lenses? It's not easy to make yourself look this snazzy. Frankie here doing a fantastic job with this gigantic pair of scissors. Very unique effect. Looking forward to seeing how this one plays out in the UPF format in particular. I am looking forward to stealing my opponent's Snapdragon Scalers, which should be an awful lot of fun, I think. If you're more inclined for a different selection of promo cards, well, American Diner vibes are front and center for our selection of heroes here.
Featuring 3 heroes, 2 of them currently legal in Classic Constructed, and 1 old favorite in the form of Prism Sculptor of Arclight. Yes, you heard it correct. This is Prism Sculptor of Arclight, not Awakener of Soul, the 40 health Light Illusionist hero that terrorized the CC meta a few years ago.
Absolutely. Florian Watwood Harbinger looking like they belong in Greece, which is very impressive stuff. That Dash.io, beautiful. Can't wait to get my hands on that card. If you feel the same way, there are numerous ways for you to do that. If you're playing the World Championship, you will find yourself with one of these hero promo cards at random alongside a rather unique looking playmat.
Speaking of other packages that you can pick up at the World Championships, let's not forget the souvenir package, which gives you 1 each of all the 3 hero promos that you have seen so far, alongside the panoramic art on a playmat.
Yeah, that deck box really stands out to me there as well. The iconic artwork of Super Slam, front and center. These things, we get them in every souvenir package at the World Championship each year. They're high quality. The artwork looks incredible. I still use them in my armories on a week-to-week basis when I'm able to get across. That Mastery Pack Rosetta, full of goodies for multiple heroes that currently see play in the metagame. Well worth cracking open some packs of that one as well. If you're more inclined to be reviled, there will be a Fable package for you. A little bit of an accent on this one, though. You may have seen that foil Pleiades mat not so long ago over in Singapore. How about we bring out the foiling once again for our small bad Goliath?
And a whole bunch of event entries as well in the Fabled package, allowing you to play in the Calling and several side events as well for those of you who perhaps didn't qualify for the World Championships or maybe want to play a little bit more of the low-stakes events that are available all throughout the weekend.
Beautiful stuff. If you're joining us in the Calling, you'll find yourself gaining one of these rainbow foiled hero cards at random from our most recent set, Super Slam. If you're looking for something a little extra, you can join in alongside the Battle Hardened. Find those Reviled and Revered promo packs all over again. Of course, that is somehow not all. World Championship Philadelphia, full of events, full of people, the biggest celebration of the year of everything Flesh and Blood has become. Make sure you come and join us on November 13th through to the 16th. Going to be a pretty incredible event, Pankaj.
So many things to look forward to at the World Championships in Philadelphia, but of course we have more things to look forward to later today as well, Scott. We have the semifinals and the finals as well of our wonderful calling here in Montreal.
We certainly do. 4 players remain. Only one champion can ever be crowned. Stay with us. There's more to come.
It's all coming down to this, folks. Only 2 more games to determine the calling Montreal champion. Only 2 more games of Super Slam Limited before we have to say goodbye to this fast-paced and explosive format.
I'm going to miss it, which was not something I expected coming into the weekend. I was like, it's Bruton Guardians. You know, it's probably going to be fun. I did enjoy Heavy Hitters, but this has been a blast.
Yeah, an incredible time just watching people sometimes explode from 20, sometimes have long, grindy games of Tuffnut grinding value out, sometimes watching Pleiades move some counters around. More on that in just a second. So let's go ahead and take a look at the updated bracket because it's really getting interesting. Look at the nationalities represented on the list. A couple Americans falling down, but we have 2 Canadians still in contention for the first calling in Canada. which means there's a good chance we have one or even maybe both of them in the finals.
We also have to shout out Evan Tanguy here, who won the calling attached to the previous world premiere. We have a chance for a back-to-back world premiere calling winner.
Yeah, no, that's an exciting storyline. It's one I was really looking forward to seeing how Evan did, especially after we finished through that draft. And now this is Evan's chance to go back-to-back world premiere callings, which would be kind of an unheard of feat. But in his way, the Canadian national champion, who is trying to do something else that is nearly unheard of, lose the first game on stream and end up back in the finals. So a lot to ride on for both of these players. Let us waste no further time and descend down into the Deathmatch Arena for the semifinals here from the calling, live from the world premiere in Montreal. It's Evan Tanguy versus Jordan Jalbert-Ross, Pleiades versus Tuffnut. It's a battle of the good guys.
As excited as I am about the semifinal, Sam, as is tradition here in the coverage section of the booth for World Premiere, our players will, of course, face off in a gem-packed battle before they go ahead and start the match itself. And that's been pretty exciting, too. We saw Noah Beygelman hit 4 times on stream over the past couple of days. Let's see whether these two Revered players can do the same as well as they rip open these packs.
He may be lost and is out of the tournament, but he's up on the weekend overall. You can see, ooh, there's the Summit, the Unforgiving. I think that's the gold foil. Let's see. Let me just the regular one there. We've got the Courage and the Good Clean Fight. You see, players are like, listen, we've got a lot more on the line than just these gem packs. We've got the full 5K, the Stonewall Gauntlet, and of course the PTI on the line.
And they're about to engage in a good clean fight themselves. Battle of the two Revered heroes. I want to take a moment to talk about this matchup a little bit. It seems like the Guardians have a little bit of a natural positive matchup into the Tuffnut because of their access to the suspense counters, which very naturally let them set up what we call offensive overlap turns, which is what you need to get over the strong defenses on the Tuffnut side already being established right now on turn 0 with 1 toughness token already generated. Disarm going to come in, generate a second one as well. Evan Tanguy already setting himself up for some incredible defense for Jordan's first real turn of the game.
Yeah, I feel like the first draft of the day was dominated by Reviled heroes, but now we are looking at nearly an all-Revered endgame as the Tuffnut and the Pleiades both throw down here in the semis. And on the other side of the bracket, we have, I believe, Eliath, but then again the Tuffnut. So the Revered hero really coming out strong so far in the semis.
Jordan with a little bit of setup on his own, not in the form of a suspense aura that you normally expect Pleiades to be able to establish, but in the form of this dig-in that is being used to block with. How much is he going to pay into it to generate some toughness tokens for the following turn cycle?
Jordan Jalbert-Ross, 8th seed, just sneaking in. Looks like we're going to go ahead and pitch 1 into the dig-in here to make a toughness of Jordan's own.
And that is a strong card to pitch over there. Shoot your mouth off. One of the few natural 2-card 8s available in this set. Unconditional, does not rely on your opponent being a certain class or a talent. Just 2 cards, 8 damage.
Evan Tanguy, of course, proving to be one of the masters of the limited format here in the top 4 of a world premiere calling after taking down the calling in Taipei during the High Seas world premiere. 2 different classes, a whole bunch of different shenanigans going on as we see the tension in the air played out from Jordan.
Played out on his action phase over here. So going to come in with 2 suspense counters. Pleiades, of course, could go ahead and subtract 1 from it if Jordan chooses to do so, which will ensure that it pops at the start of his next turn. We're curious to see if he chooses to even send an attack Evan Tanguy's way. He chooses not to, and we spoke about this at the beginning. The natural advantage that Pleiades and both Guardians, in fact, have into Tuffnut is exactly this. Those 2 toughness tokens sent completely to waste, and you're giving Tuffnut the full 4-card hand and the pitch off the top, saying, can you even convert it while I set up and do a massive turn 2 turns from now?
Toughness popped for Pleiades after the first dig in. It's going to be a fight from behind. Evan not able to utilize these cards well at all. And saw using the Tuffnut ability just to search for that toughness token, but that's going to leave 2 more cards left in the hand here for Evan.
And he didn't even hit the toughness token of the top. That was a 5-power fight from behind at the top of there as he sends a red version at Jordan. And I really like the setup from Jordan where you have 2 suspense auras with 2 counters. You can play another one on the opponent's turn, and then they all have 2 counters and all tick down at the same time and give you an incredible turn. Looks like he didn't find any further suspense auras, so these 2 tensions in the air will just tick down at the start of his turn. Plays instead of what happens next on his own turn. Very, very strong card to leave around. Because thanks to Pleiades' ability, he can move counters onto this and just keep it around even longer than it normally should be.
2 big suspense auras about to tick down, and the third joining. I feel like I need to ask the question, what is going to happen next? As I, too, am in suspense, waiting to see just what Jordan's got packed up for us here. Looking there is the Helm of the Adored, and this is an interesting attack from Evan because he's attacking, he's making the Vigor. He doesn't have the toughness. He's giving Jordan the option. You block with the Helm of the Adored. You get cheered, you get that confidence, and you get a whole lot of evasion on what's shaping up to be potentially quite the big turn with both of those tensions popping.
The Helm definitely going to be a very tempting block for Jordan here. And speaking of equipments, I think Evan Tanguy wishes he was just 1 point of life lower than Jordan, so he could have perhaps activated his own hold Feng. We saw him do this against Noah Beygelman's big pop-off turn, and that those additional 3 toughness tokens did a lot for Evan Tanguy. Of course, we have to remember, Tuffnut hasn't been activated yet this turn, so Evan Tanguy might be able to find a toughness token once he activates that hero ability, which he is so want to do. It's effectively free value you don't want to give up on.
Jordan saying, all right. Current reigning Canadian national champion fighting for a place in the finals of the first ever Canadian Calling.
Aside from these tensions in the air, have to remember Jordan also has access to those punching gloves. If he goes in and pops both equipment, the Helm of the Adored and the punching gloves, this could be a very, very large evasive attack.
I heard Michael Feng say on stream he had a number of big auras popping, but then had no aura, no attack in the hand.
Definitely a downside to Lithe, especially when you get all these pumps and you focus so much on the pumps and the suspense auras.
He reaches for it. The Helm of the Adored gets to come in and join the party here.
So, take 3? Yep.
Take 3, get cheered, make the confidence. And Evan
just pass. No Tuffnut ability here.
Can I activate Tuffnut?
Oh.
Yeah, and you can see Jordan saying, okay, but look, there's no toughness token there. So Evan, a little bit of smile saying, yeah, I guess I deserved that. I technically did pass the turn. Jordan there allowing for it to be resolved, but no harm, no foul. What happens next? Ticking down.
And it looks like Punching Gloves is activated here from Jordan. So popping both pieces of equipment. Helm of the Adored on the opponent's turn. Punching Gloves here. Also have to shout out his sportsmanship there to allow Evan Tanguy to go ahead and activate Tuffnut.
I will have one floating here. So sorry.
And this comes in with the shoot your mouth off. You said the one went to the bottom. How's this one coming from hand? 2 tensions in the air. We got the Punching Gloves as Jordan Jalbert-Ross is looking to punch his ticket into the finals with a huge attack for 17. Backed up by that confidence token. Pleiades is rocking out here and looking to see if there is anything that Tuffnut can do on defense.
17 with evasion, only 2 cards allowed to be blocked with on this card thanks to the confidence token, and no toughness tokens to speak of on the Tuffnut side. Leaks a full 9 damage, dropping all the way down to 9. 11 damage, excuse me, dropping down to 9 is Evan Tanguy.
So that's I feel like that's literally, I mean, this is half of the equation for Jordan. 2 big attacks with confidence probably close out this game. And as one of 2 Guardians, there's a good chance his deck is just full of straight gas. And Tuffnut, clearly, we're seeing good at grinding out many of the heroes in this format, many of the decks. Pleiades, perhaps one of the main answers to this problem.
And thanks to his stand strong right over there, he doesn't even need another source of getting cheered to generate the confidence token, just needs an aura of suspense on the field. Go ahead and activate the boots, and that'll be the second confidence token he needs to perhaps close out this game. But it does also need to be backed up with enough pumps. Question is, can he set that up again? I believe we see an Act of Glory in his hand. And remember, there is a what happens next on the field right now with 1 counter on it, which means this Act of Glory can be paid for cleanly with the other blue that he has in his hand.
Two cards I really wanted to work together in my first sealed pool, and I never seemed to find a what happens next when I had my Act of Glory. My what happens next were at the bottom of my deck every time. Jordan, I'm happy to see you working with them together, my friend.
Sounds like a skill issue on your end, Sam. If
It is a skill issue, dog. It's a straight up skill-ish. It's a skish. It's been a long couple days. Here's the attack for 6. Evan Tanguy all the way down to 9. 1 toughness token on this turn. And Jordan's looking at exactly how he wants to play this. As we take a look at the hand, there's the up on the pedestal there.
A little bit light on resources here is Jordan, and the remaining cards also block for 2, so doesn't have too much of an efficient way
Wow. Look
to
at this.
navigate his hand.
Just going ahead.
Taking the full 6.
This is interesting. Taking the full 6 down to 11. The end of the turn with the what happens next still on the field.
So what he can do here is activate Pleiades on his opponent's turn, move a counter from Act of Glory to the what happens next, which means what happens next will stay around on his turn to discount an attack on his own turn that will be pumped by the Act of Glory. I'm still not entirely sure if the resources work in his favor, even if he makes that play, but I think that's the math he's trying to do right now.
Tension in the air comes down. Pitching away a red to do so. Tension in the air now has 2 counters. Will Pleiades be activated?
Looks like
yes,
it will.
It will. So that means the what happens next is going to stick around.
Yep.
Have to tap Pleiades to do so.
Also, excuse me, is that another red shoot your mouth off going to the bottom?
Doc, he's one of 2 Guardians. Like, of course it is. Like, the man probably just kept...
And Life doesn't want this.
Yeah, and the other one's alive. So he's probably just keeps like, yeah, sure, I'll take another one. I'll have another one. Yeah, why not? Thanks, everybody. It's going to be the uplifting performance here coming in alongside, buffed up by the tension in the air, and the what happens next gets to stick around.
So currently it does have 1 floating. Of course, won't have much of an outlet for it. Uplifting performance coming in for 9. 1 toughness token on Evan Tanguy's side, but very incentivized to block this out completely. A confidence and a toughness is quite a bit to hand over to your opponent. And going to Arsenal, the Act of Glory, which is a very heads-up play from Jordan here, which means any blue he draws off the top now can pay for the Act of Glory on Evan's turn. Thanks again to what happens next. That aura is so incredibly strong. The fact that it discounts cards on both sides of the turn cycle, I think might have been missed by a lot of players when they read that card initially. But here, Jordan Jalbert Ross in the semifinals of the last time we're going to see Super Slam Draft being played at this level, showing us the power of what happens next.
I mean, this is a beautifully played sequence, right? You just keep around the card for when you draw the hand with a little more resources. Jordan there, you could have played it out with the blue, but it would have been a little awkward. He found the line to keep his what happens next around, still have an opportunity for that sick Act of Glory play, and turned a blue into an attack for 9.
I think we're going to see a play Evan Tanguy made in the previous game already, clashing with a card that creates a Vigor and the boots as well. So going to trigger the Vigorous Smash-Up class. If he wins that, can activate Toughness, a Tuffnut as well. That will generate the Toughness token on top of the Vigor generated by the Clash winning and make the Tough Leather Boots go ahead and block for the 3 total. Helm of the Adored also going to come in the equation here. Maybe doesn't want to activate Toughness here and Toughnut's ability here and instead rely on the Helm to generate the Toughness token. He needs to win this Clash, though. I think he's really banking on this Clash going his way to generate the Vigor token so that the boots block for the extra points of value that he needs them to.
I will cheer.
Gonna get cheered. Hooray! Woo! Getting the toughness down.
Is that a tie?
I think it was a tie.
Oh, that's quite a bit of loss of value for Evan Tanguy there. He wanted a +2 defense, also might have wanted the Vigor token for his own turn. That's basically a loss of 3 points of value, losing that Clash.
Wow, and that's pretty massive. Down to 7 goes Evan.
And he gets the on-hit.
Wow, create a confidence and a toughness there. The confidence token, so important in this deck. And with that Act of Glory, if it is in the arsenal, you can pair that very nicely with the what happens next and the confidence on the next turn.
And you can activate Pleiades on your opponent's turn as well. Unfortunately for Jordan, it looks like he drew a handful of blues. So perhaps doesn't have something he wants to pair with the Act of Glory. Does have the blue shoot your mouth off, which is fine. But he has the confidence. I think he has to go for it here, Sam.
Another blue attack getting buffed up. This time on Tuffnut's side of the table. Heroic Grit paired up with this vigorous smash up. And see the what happens next ticking down. This game has already been full of suspense, and it promises a whole lot more. Which of these two heroes will be the first to become the Super Slam champion? I feel like it's not just the calling that's on the line. One of these heroes, canonically, has to be the champion of Super Slam. Only one will stand at the end of this tournament. Will it be Pleiades or Tuffnut in the finals?
Jordan here lining up a full 7 block thanks to a toughness token that he also had access to from the uplifting performance hitting on the previous turn cycle. Is the Act of Glory going to come up now before the what happens next leaves the arena? Yes, it is. Doesn't have an attack to pair with it, however, so isn't going to be activating Pleiades. Very disciplined play from Jordan. I think he decided, I'm just going to give up the confidence token because I don't have a red attack to pair it with.
Yeah.
And now the question is he, given that he has an aura of suspense on the field, is he going to activate stand strong with the blue in his hand here, or is he just going to resolve that 0-cost suspense aura in his hand, which I believe is it's the one that gives +1. The name is escaping me at this point. We'll see it in a little bit. There we go. The suspense is killing me.
Oh.
Yes, the one that gives +1.
Dude, I didn't hear you for a second. I thought you were making a toughness joke. Like the aura that starts with a T that gives something +1? No, toughness?
I was just leaving the viewers in suspense because the suspense was killing me, and I'm sure it was killing them too.
No, dude, Funkage, you're killing me, bro. Toughness comes in thanks to the Tuffnut activation. Let's take a look at the hand here for Jordan. He needs to set up one more big turn. Act of Glory, there's the heroic pose.
Ooh, does have a comeback kid as well.
There's that red attack.
If he can fall below in life, the comeback kid might look quite tempting.
And interesting, that suspense is killing me. Could have been saved for the what happens next, but clearly knowing the cards in his deck, knowing his pitch curve, not really needing that extra discount anytime soon, instead wanting that +1 damage on this turn we're about to see as this flex speed comes in. Once again, Evan Tanguy can't use all the cards in his hand. Jordan saying, listen, dude, I'm just going to set up a couple big turns. I do not think you can put enough pressure on. I know you can fatigue some KOs. I know you can use those toughness as well. I'd like to see how you can deal with my Act of Glory and my sheer confidence.
Playing out the suspense is killing me also leaves him open to activating Pleiades to move a counter off of it onto the Act of Glory. Should he feel like maybe he wants one more turn, maybe he didn't find the attack again in this hand, does have the option available to him. But this flex speed coming in for an easy 5, which will put him exactly 1 point lower than Evan Tanguy to turn on the comeback kid, which will generate yet another confidence token on the following turn. Taking 5 is Jordan, goes down below his opponent. The Revered cards will be online now as his Act of Glory gets popped as well. +6 to his first attack of the turn.
Heroic pose, the crowd cheers Pleiades as she takes that lick. Looks as though she's down in this fight, but she is but the comeback kid. Crowd cheering once again, comes in with the +1 and the was that 6 with the Act of Glory?
And then +3 from the heroic pose as well, plus another 17. Oh, 18 looks like coming in this comeback kid. Just 1 toughness token on Evan Tanguy's side. Can he survive this?
Canada rides behind Jordan Jalbert Ross and Pleiades as 18 damage is the offer. Evan Tanguy puts the hand down, puts the hand to the face, does some quick maths. Is the toughness token enough to keep him alive?
Yes, the extra +1 was coming in from the suspense is killing me here. 18 damage comeback kid. We saw him survive a huge offensive salvo from Noah Beygelman in the previous game. That's how he is here in the semifinals. Can he do it again? That was off the back of a no hero left behind. Don't think he has that in his hand right now.
Dude, once again in this game, we are seeing Jordan Jalbert Ross say, listen, I know you have to attack me to win this game. I'm going to let you attack me. First time, get cheered with my headpiece. Second time, go exactly 1 life below for both of these cards' effects to be fully online. Double confidence might not matter, but the +1 on this this comeback kid certainly does.
Who needs evasion? Just let your opponent block their whole hand, but send an attack that is so tall that even if they give you all the cards, it is still lethal.
Now let's see here. 2 cards down. What is this from hand? Oh, look at that. It is the no hero. Stands alone from Arsenal. You can see Jordan lean forward Evan attempting to keep a card in hand here. It's time to clash with a vigorous smash up.
Did he lose the clash?
He loses the clash. Is he able to put it on the bottom?
Which means the winner gets to choose -3 attack or -3 defense. Jordan might be able to choose -3 defense on the opponent's blocking card here.
You can see here, it's a familiar story for Jordan Jalbert-Ross as he looks towards the finals of this calling, and the fist bump is extended, and Canada continues to dominate here in the home country. Jordan Jalbert-Ross is your Canadian national champion and into your finals.
The suspense was definitely killing me there as both players revealed the cards to that clash, which came out Jordan's way, surely the hometown hero here in the semifinals.
Mutt, an incredible match. We've seen no hero stands alone do great things on both sides of the table now in multiple matches. Some incredibly exciting clashes, and it's now time to see what the final match is. Let's head to the bracket, and it's a double Canadian finals for the first calling here in Canada. We have two Canadian national champions subsequent years, 2024 in Sunny Yang and 2025 in Jordan Jalbert-Ross. You couldn't write it any better, Ponkage. I know they say the Super Slam is scripted, but it's certainly not.
A guaranteed Canadian winner here at the world premiere in Montreal. A repeat of a Canadian national champion as well, and two revered heroes. Sam, we couldn't have written this better.
The good guys. The good guys are Scrap and Tuffnut versus Pleiades. And I do want to take a moment to look. A name that we've talked about literally all year long and never got the chance to actually showcase on coverage. Jacob Clemens, once again in the top 4 of a calling, falling to Sunny Yang. But man, the dude is on a tear.
I never thought I'd be able to say the sentence, there is a player in contention for Player of the Year that is not Brody Spurlock, but Jacob Clemens is absolutely that player. He has had an incredible run this year and repeating it here once again in the Super Slam.
But oh boy, the story is Canada. Sunny Yang and Jordan Jalbert-Ross here in the grand finals. This has been such, honestly, an incredibly fun experience here to bring you this event live from Montreal. And it is time to crown not only the champion of this calling, but the champion of Super Slam. And I know you out there at home want to be champions of the ring too, so you got to get to your local pre-release and try out this set. This has been such a great time. We're broken records, but it's because it's the truth.
This pre-release kits offer so much for all you players who are going to make it out to your local game store to participate. 4 cold foil equipment pieces, all in extended art, which you can also go ahead and play in your pre-release games.
Yeah, I do hope you'll all join us at your LGS. Take a look at these gorgeous cold foils. We all got to open these in one of the sealed events yesterday, so I got the chance to actually check out and play with the EA Garland of Spring. And yes, he is that nice looking in person. But honestly, it's the Toby Jugs that take the cake for me. Just a fantastic name, fantastic EA. And those EA cold foil dual class cards, class and talent cards, those also look quite nice. You can get yourselves at the pre-release kit at your LGS, as well as these release day celebration promos. Have to imagine right on release day as Super Slam slams into your LGS in just a couple of weeks.
That's right, a full 8-card promo pack for the drop of Super Slam at your local game stores. Make it down there for a pre-release and make it down there right after for the release weekend of Super Slam as well.
Do it, or else Slyeth will find you. All right, folks, it's time for the finals. Before we get there, we're going to let the players sit down in the arena. We had a chance to catch up with many members of the community here to find out truly what is revealed and what is reviled. What's up, everybody? I'm here at the world premiere of Super Slam in Montreal, and it is time to ask the age-old question: revered or reviled? All right, here's how the game works. I'm going to ask you about a couple cards.
What if I don't know the cards?
I'll help you. I need you to tell me if the cards are revered or reviled.
Hit me.
All right, first up, Spinal Crush.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, yeah.
After today, revered.
Reviled. Cringe effects. Reviled. Garden, but revered.
Reviled.
Revered because it's good.
Revered because it's good. Easy, okay? Pummel.
Reviled.
Oh, come on. Watch that feature match back and tell me the Pummel's not a revered card. It's like absolutely perfect in every way, and I would not change a thing.
Revered.
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 If I'm doing it to my opponent, but reviled if it's against me.
Reviled.
Reviled.
Why?
No clue. I'm new to the game. I'm having fun.
Let's go.
I'm new to the game.
Okay, incredible. Speaking of effects that are not cringe and totally pog, Channel Lake Frigid.
Reviled. Are there any good cards?
Anyone who puts it reviled is no sense of fun or enjoyment, so easily revered.
Couldn't agree more.
Reviled. Pay one more. For what reason?
Revered because I like my opponents not playing the game. Reviled.
I would say Reviled.
Yeah.
Hello, little one. Hello. What are you biting me for? You are so revered and reviled.
I'm going to ask you a couple questions. I need you to tell me if the cards I'm going to ask you about are revered or reviled.
Okay.
Blood Rush Bellows.
Ooh, Blood Rush Bellows. I'm gonna go reviled on that one.
Reviled. Cringe.
Oh, reviled.
Top of the reviled.
Reviled because it's evil. He's literally ripping bodies on top of a pile of guts. It's so sick. It's one of the best fab arts that got me into the game and turned me into a brute player. Blood Rush Bellows, that is reviled. We don't like swinging for 25 in a turn.
No, we do not. Next card. This is from Welcome to Wraith. Lunging Press.
I get revered. It's a soft tap.
Oh, Lunging Press is super revered. I know it's like a cheesy way to win, but that's kind of why it's so cute. And it's a good card. We love Lunging Press.
Okay, revered. If you're playing it, you're just him.
Revered.
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 Lunging Press has an 100% revered success rate.
It's 100%, yeah.
Everybody loves Lunging Press. Terra Sunder.
Revered.
Reviled.
Revered. We're going revered there.
I'm gonna say revered.
That's reviled.
Censor.
Oh, reviled. That card is so sick. Did you put this in because of me? No.
Revered. That's based.
Reviled.
Censor's probably reviled.
I'm gonna say reviled.
Oh, no, that is definitely revered. The best flavor text. Silence your flapping flesh.
Last card for you. Reckless Swing.
Reviled.
Oh, reviled.
100% reviled.
I mean reviled. I guess I'm a reviled guy. We love that one. I love killing people on their own turn, so we're gonna go with revered because it's funny.
Reviled.
And what do you think, the little one?
It's weird because I want to say reviled, but I actually am gonna say revered.
My final question for you. Are you Team Revered or Team Reviled?
I'm reviled. I'm a sociopath. Team revered. I always play the base heroes.
We are revered.
I have to go with the villains.
Yeah.
I'm Team Pleiades.
Obviously, I'm Team Revered.
Come on.
Come on.
Team reviled. It's like revileds just want to have fun. Yeah, revileds just want to have fun. I'm not here to have respectful games. I'm here to disrespect. You know what I'm saying?
I know what you're saying.
Reviled. Check me out. Kayo.
That was as cool as what he did.
I don't know, man.
Well, folks, we've heard from the community what is revered and what is reviled, which means there's only one question left. Who will be the champion of Super Slam and the champion of this calling live from Montreal? Sam O'Byrne and Howling Minds ready to bring you through the finals. What a weekend we've had.
One question left. Do you know how many people were wrong in that segment right there? I have several questions. I need to understand what the community is thinking.
All right. Well, what do you think are the main problems, man? What's going on? What's going through your head?
I think we won't ever get to our finals if I end up going through my list of problems over the course of that. I want to talk about this incredible match we have to watch. There are so many story threads at play here. First Canadian calling, which is incredible. 2 Canadian finalists. Current Canadian national champion, former Canadian national champion, one from Montreal, the other from Toronto. Some rather notorious gimmicks there. And more importantly, Jordan Jalbert-Ross was our round 1 feature match. Lost in the feature match era. It's Copenhagen all over again.
I know. What is it about you in the booth?
You
in the booth, and we have someone lose the first round, and then they end up in the finals. So I guess if you're in the booth and you lose your first round and Scott's here, you'll do fine. Folks at home, we have the time for the Super Slam display giveaway. I ask you to just simply be active in the chat. Say what's up. Say, hey, how you doing? How's it going? What's up? I hope you all have enjoyed this weekend. I hope God, it's been so nice to talk. We haven't talked in such a long time, and it's just great to connect once again. And I really do hope you out there, and you know who I'm talking to, it is you. I do hope you win, and I hope you won all 3. I hope they all went to the same person because, man, it's been a while, and I'm happy for you. Super Slam display going away to a random person in the chat. Just hang out with us through this incredible match, and let's set the stage one more time with this bracket.
Alrighty, we'll take it from the top. Adam Kershaw, Jacob Clements was triumphantly taken down by Mr. Second Place himself. Jacob Cummins there doing a fantastic job right until, well, that semi-finals. Rob Catton, Sunny Yang was the matchup there. Brit falling in this case. Sunny making their way through to face Jacob in the semis. Evan Tanguy, Noah Beygelman was a bloodbath for the ages. Evan Tanguy, my pick for the event, unfortunately falling to Jordan Jalbert-Ross in the semi-finals. Jordan taking out Jason Rolfe on an absolute hot streak this year. Unfortunately, couldn't take it any further than that quarterfinals. We find Sunny and Jordan as our victors in the semi-final, setting us up for this clash of the ages to round us out here.
Could you ask for anything more, folks? It's time for the one night only event. It's time for the Battle of the Ages. Damn it, it's time for a Super Slam! Let's get down into the arena as it's time for the Battle of Canada. Jordan Jalbert-Ross versus Sunny Yang. Only one can be the true champion of the Super Slam. Only one hero can walk undefeated from the ring. Bloodied, battered, but not broken. Will it be Pleiades, Tuffnut, Jordan, or Sunny?
Happy to have been on the right side of the fight this weekend. Team Revered coming through, honest and true. Both heroes making their way into the final here. Sunny gonna find themselves going first here at their own request, which I find quite interesting. Gonna look to try and set up some toughness tokens ahead of time. Speaking of which, we got some gem goodies for the final time this weekend. Let's see if we can find any hints as to a result inside. Flex strength for Sunny. Jordan Jalbert.
Ooh, and the cold foil malefic incantation for Jordan Jalbert-Ross. The second one we've seen open. That is a nice friggin' hit.
That's pretty nice. If you're a Viserai enjoyer over in Living Legend, perhaps the Vin set enjoyer in Classic Constructed. For that one's going to be in pretty hefty demand as we make our way into the next Classic Constructed format. For now, it's going to be one final Super Slam battle as we flip over the equipment and see what we're expecting from Sunny Yang and Jordan Jalbert-Ross.
You see a nice, firm, friendly handshake there, Jordan, wishing Sunny good luck and vice versa as these two countrymen do battle here now for us all. Sunny on the play. It's going to be 6 with the turn the crowd grateful. Asking Jordan, if you want to play an Aura of Suspense, it might cost you a little more than just a card from hand. You're going to have to block me to keep your life total high.
Interesting choice here from Sunny. Over the weekend, we've seen many players just taking the opportunity to pass, maybe a Tuffnut activation to make a toughness token. However, this time around, we're going to find ourselves attacking here, taking the risk that Jordan is willing to take some damage to extend an aura. However, Jordan this time around, no aura in sight. Got to decide which cards they're willing to lose. Remember, Tuffnut is going to be a game of attrition. We're going to have to set up long, big, impactful turns to get through the brick wall. Every card you give up on defense, one less option available on offense.
First couple cards committed on defense, we see a Cheers. And a what's the something.
Who's the tough guy?
Who's the tough guy? The question.
Spoiler, still me.
Understood. I believe it. Going to be fully blocked out except for the 1 point of damage that comes over. Jordan wanting to keep those 2 cards left in hand.
So no aura to be found here for Jordan. Does find one as they draw up for the turn. The suspense is killing me now available. Dig in the other find. A little unfortunate to not have that available in the opening hand to get those toughness tokens generated.
Yeah, this is looking a little awkward here for Jordan. Looks like he's maybe just going to play out the suspense is killing me. You can, based on your CC match the other day, play that almost like a little combat trick, get a little damage through.
Yeah, to my current understanding, this one very lunging press adjacent. We all know an iconic Revered card at this point.
As revered as they come.
And we will see whether or not that small choice to sequence this way does affect Jordan. Safer this way if you're not unsure, of course, to make sure you're guaranteeing that point of damage from the suspense is killing me. Going to come on across the line for 8 points of damage. Of course, not any bigger this time. Both good-natured heroes here. Will be a block for 6. Revealing all blues around the circle. Thankfully, Sunny Yang has some power attached.
Yeah, that's a nice get for Sunny. First toughness, and the second might be not far behind with the Tuffnut hero ability still available.
Making our way back over to Sunny Yang. Tuffnut will activate. See what we find on top here. That blue we knew all about. It's going to fund a Strongest Survive here. Very bread and butter card for the brutes of this set, threatening some disruption one way or the other.
Jordan's going to have to give a card here, unless he wants to just eat it and show that comeback, kid. But with just 3 reds and a blue in hand, you have to imagine that's probably not the line he's looking to take.
Sequencing a little awkward here. Heroic Pose, Shoot Your Mouth Off, Comeback Kid, all very impactful cards, but can't quite put the pieces together to use them all this turn. Strongest Survive going to cost a card if you choose to ignore it. So Jordan here kind of obliged to spend some of these reds on defense, and that feels very impactful. These are the cards that you're going to need to get through the wall.
Block 5 on the Strongest Survive. A card has to be shown with power greater than the amount of damage dealt.
It will be that Shoot Your Mouth Off, more than big enough. And a very vanilla turn here. Going to have that tick down on the suspense is killing me. And Jordan will shoot their mouth off for a rather large 9 damage, I imagine.
Yeah, does he want to clear the arsenal, get the blue out? It looks like he does. Tough smash up going to come forth. Clear the arsenal, get a little extra value, keep the red around, maybe for some of those auras of suspense. He's not finding them yet. Got to find them soon.
That's an incredibly heads-up choice from Jordan Jalbert-Ross. I think both players know about this copy of Shoot Your Mouth Off, so it's not going to be coming as a surprise, nor are we really causing a breakpoint to exist here alongside the suspense is killing me, but a toughness token action available, I should say, not willing to expend one of the bigger attacks into that existing toughness. I have to assume Jordan, with those auras in deck, as you previously alluded to, looking to sign things up ahead of time. However, a little bit of extra damage leaking on through here to Jordan. Unexpected elbow hand straight to the face here. Will take an extra point of damage for the trouble of losing that clash.
Yeah, that's the first time I've gotten to see the unexpected backhand come out, in what better place than the finals of the Super Slam. Tuffnut going to be activated. We know what's on top. It's going to be that unexpected backhand. It's time for the second toughness token, right?
Will be another red backhand pitched away to facilitate. Give him a piece of your mind. 7 points of damage coming across here. Of course, threatening to create a Vigor token, which is definitely worth a little more to Tuffnut than it is to Pleiades. However, extra resources going a long way when you want to find Act of Glory or similar effects. Defense is deployed here, blocking 6. So we're going to be taking a point coming through. No bonus Vigor from Piece of Your Mind.
I think Sunny should have an extra toughness here from the pitching of the unexpected backhand. Maybe the nerves of the finals getting to Tuffnut, as this should be an extra point of defense. But this, at this point, that trigger has certainly been missed. As the Shoot Your Mouth Off now comes in from Arsenal, another card left over for Jordan. He's just waiting for those big attacks to come together. And Sunny knows he can't take too much damage before the confidence threatens to derail everything Tuffnut has worked for.
Pretty unfortunate to see that toughness token being missed, if that's the case here. Looking to potentially block 8 alongside 2 toughness tokens. This time around, looks to be blocking 6. Clash, mostly inconsequential here, so no bonus is gained. A little bit of damage leaked over for Sunny here. I'm a little concerned about how aggressively Sunny is taking damage in this game so far. Leaking through pretty quick despite no auras really being found from Jordan. We're seeing them turn up in the hand right now. Tension in the air and edge of their seats becoming available. 14 life might seem safe, but we've seen some gigantic attacks this weekend.
Yeah, Sunny is simply trying to put down the beat down. The look tough coming in. He says, nice 2 card 8. I can do just a little bit better with a toughness token of my own on the back end. Jordan here, head goes forward, face cupped by the palm as he gives this a think. Currently 14 playing 16. Almost up to 7 minutes elapsed so far in these finals. These players are taking a little more damage than I thought they would, given how much is on the line and how much they sometimes like to block. Jordan now has found some auras. How much damage is he willing to take to deploy them?
This is an incredibly difficult decision tree for Jordan Jalbert-Ross. You understand these auras are a pivotal part of your game plan to push through the staunch defenses of a hero like Tuffnut. However, you can't just be taking huge chunks of damage to play them out if you're then going to take more damage to successfully attack alongside them. So Jordan got to find the balance here, knows these cards are important, but look tough a little bit too big to ignore.
Sunny here checks out the graveyard as Jordan gives this a think. Until this is a big turn, given what those auras represent in the game plan. And boy, do I hope one of these players wins. Boy, do I hope
somebody
it
has to win.
Somebody has
it's
to win.
impossible for us to get to the end of the game and not have
No,
somebody
I know, but
win.
I know. I just sometimes have to do a whole. He just took the damage. Down to 8 goes Jordan Jalbert-Ross, as he is comfortable taking a big lick, like we saw him do against Tuffnut a game ago, to deploy whatever it is he thinks will put him to victory. Let's see what the beginning of it's going to be. It's the tension in the air on his own turn, so 2 suspense counters to follow up.
I really want to double down on that choice from Jordan. It's really easy to extend that aura in the opponent's turn, tick it down ahead of time, but you have to remember, Pleiades Superstar gives you the ability to manipulate when those auras are coming off of suspense. Jordan wants control over when that effect is going to deploy based on the next hand they find. Sunny falling down to 13 here. We'll see that hand in real time. There's a chance we'll line up an attack right now. There's a chance Jordan has to play defense.
Yeah, more optionality this way from Jordan Jalbert-Ross. Here, the brothers in arm. If it was a red off the top, the Garland was there as the insurance piece. So here's another attack for 6. Jordan's got to be careful with this life total. As you can see him start to look around. Reigning Canadian national champion takes on last year's champ in the finals of the first ever Canadian calling. And so much on the line for these players. The narratives, the title, the champion of Super Slam forever.
Bragging rights, a very real part of this final. I have to imagine these players want to hold it over each other for the rest of time. Jordan Jalbert-Ross willing to take more damage to put the puzzle pieces together. It's Act of Glory. Gonna have 2 counters available on this while falling down to 5. Jordan can use Pleiades to set this up for a single barrel barrage, but they're gonna need to fade this hand from Sunny Yang. We take a look. It is a red copy of Dig-In, so we'll see at least 7 damage coming this way this turn.
Now the question is for Sunny, do you attack into Jordan with the Helm of the Adored sitting there? Do you just pass the turn?
Oh no.
Let Jordan pop his tokens without getting cheered? If you do, and let's say Jordan draws a copy of like Heroic Pose, he's lower life, he would be able to get cheered in that way. Let's see how Sunny wants to play this. This could be massive one way or the other.
Helm of the Adored likely going to be the focus for both of these players as this turn takes place. A timely confidence token could be all that stands between Jordan Jalbert-Ross and another victory at the calling level. Sunny here taking a moment to sequence their turn. Humble entrance going to be the choice here to generate those toughness. Feels like those going to be rather important to soak up a hit here.
That's huge, Scott. 4 toughness now completely nullifies the tension in the air. Maybe now he feels comfortable attacking, given that even if he can only block with 2 cards, the toughness tokens are so important.
And I want to give all the credit to Sunny Yang here. There's not a chance that at the beginning of this format, during the world premiere on Friday, the Sunny sits there and debates not attacking into this Helm. However, we've reached a stage where in the finals of a calling, everything they've learned over the course of the weekend is informing this choice, and you can tell how well they understand the dynamics of this game based on the fact they're thinking about this decision at all.
It's also awkward for Sunny. Use the Garland here to pay for your 3-cost Dig-In. You're left with a block card in hand that you can't arsenal. You overpitch, you lose the value from the arsenal. You don't attack, you IP yourself, but you prevent the value from the Helm of the Adored. Jordan could have, if he wants to, play an instant speed aura of suspense, move a counter onto the tension, keep it around for a future turn if he's found one. Go to end is the call from Sunny Yang. Doesn't want to attack into the Helm. Does he have an aura of suspense?
There are 2 in the hand here, but it's 3 reds for Jordan Jalbert-Ross. So
now,
we're going to move to end.
Jordan has to give this such a think, because now once again, do you attack into the toughness tokens without the confidence?
Jordan Jalbert-Ross might just set up again. This tension in the air might simply disappear as we set up another Act of Glory, and the same pendulum may swing back. It is going to be another tension in the air. Jordan, again, understanding that they need to set up and there needs to not be a wall of toughness tokens in the way when they do so.
Yes, he's going to be my player.
Lay out the tension in the air. Move the counter onto it.
Oh, sorry, go to 3, that's what I meant. Sorry.
Move the counter from the Act of Glory to proc it and play the power play without the confidence token. He doesn't care about the toughness. He's content coming in for 18 with the tension in the air going down in 3 turns.
No hero stands alone in the hand for Sunny Yang. This card is the reason they are in this final. This card is incredibly powerful and has the ability to blunt most of the damage here on this 18 damage turn. Let's see what Sunny can put together. Toughness token made from Tuffnut. Blocks are being committed. Jaws of Victory found from Tuffnut to pay for those Toby jugs this turn as well. Sunny going to do a phenomenal job at soaking up the heat here.
And the darling of the crowd, because Sunny's been cheered, gets an additional +1 of block value. 4 on the darling of the crown, 4 from the toughness. Currently 1 floating, going to put the Toby jugs in front of this as well. While he can still block with multiple cards, he doesn't know how long he'll be able to do so.
So this means that copy of No Hero Stands Alone is not currently going in front of this power play. Sunny interested in holding on to that, parking it in the arsenal, perhaps aligning it alongside an ambush effect.
I'll take... So I'll block like this?
Block like this is the call.
+9, +4 is 13.
5 + 4 is 9, +4 is 13 on 18. Take 5 is how Sunny is posturing.
Players just confirming that math.
Take 5, down to 8 goes Sunny. He's looking to keep the pressure on, flip the script of how we understand Tuffnut, press the advantage, and utilize maybe this No Hero Stands Alone to attack. Garland of Spring comes out, gets the resource. Toughness was made from Tuffnut's last effect. 7 from the dig in. He is asking Jordan uncomfortable questions. He whistles in appreciation, and we are seeing in real time how a master of the format plays.
I need you to understand how much of a controlled choice that is. The glory is face up for Sunny Yang if they choose to block with that copy of No Hero Stands Alone, but it's also the easiest way for them to lose this game. If that clash goes wrong and the defenses don't work, there's a whole less card blocking as a result, and Sunny would be on a significantly lower life total with no proactive turn. Correctly understanding the situation, not blinded by the powerful Majestic, as a result, now has the pressure on Jordan Jalbert Ross.
3 cards put in front of this, including the what happens next. I mean, Jordan Jalbert Ross takes the damage down to 4. You can see a bit of a change in demeanor from Jordan, head in the hands. He's passing to Arsenal with 2 counters on this aura of suspense.
All the momentum is with Sunny Yang, who says they may have a response to Jordan's pass. Contemplating a Tuffnut activation. Looks like that's what we will see after the pass this time around. Resources found, no toughness being generated.
Bark Obscenities. For the first time, it feels like all weekend, we're seeing this card actually be put together to its truest extent. But here's the thing. Jordan Jalbert Ross, he faces down this attack for 10 because he made the play to keep around this tension in the air for 3 turns. He can just basically full block this once again because the tension in the air still is not proccing.
The balance is so fine. This smash up is so large. Sunny Yang, leveraging a side of Tuffnut we rarely see in the feature match area, earns 3 cards of defense from Jordan Jalbert Ross. 3 is the number, the life that's remaining. Counters tick down. We have 1 turn left. A humble entrance is the last card. We're going to build a fortress to make sure this tension in the air comes to fruition.
Now, what is the play from Sunny? Does he just pass again? Because of those 3 toughness tokens. But now for Sunny, there's something interesting. If you attack because you have to into the opposing hero to try to threaten lethal, you do potentially allow Jordan to block with the Helm of the Adored. Here's 6 go again with 2 floating. The final card in hand is the
Who's the
tough guy? Does that cost 2 or does it cost 3?
It does. 2 cost attack. Blue copy might be good enough. This is going to be 6 go again into 5. Sunny Yang is chained together 10 damage into 11 damage turns back to back. The defensive 3 intellect hero is flipping the script and pressuring Pleiades Superstar.
High level flesh and blood played for the highest stakes. So much on the line here. Jordan assesses the situation, takes stock, shoot your mouth off. He's going for the Helm of the Adored and the Sandstrong, perhaps.
Sam, I need you to look at the deck.
There are two cards in Jordan's deck. He puts the Helm. He blocks for a total of 6 thanks to the Shoot Your Mouth Off and the Helm of the Adored. He gets cheered. He knows it's now or it's never.
Blocks are declared. Tuffnut is activated. Finds the red on top. Will make an additional toughness for the trouble.
Huge.
And it will be who's the tough guy as the follow-up. Jordan obliged to give more cards in order to stay alive.
He can give a 3 block here and go to 1. He's going to give 4 and go to 2. Take 1, go to 2 is the call. With confidence, I'm not sure this attack will be enough. The confidence pops.
Toughness cleared away.
Toughness is gone. 1 toughness for Sunny Yang as well. All of those setup turns in the beginning. You see Jordan, he looks in the graveyard, he puts a hand to the head. He does not like what he sees.
Counter still available, I believe, on this tension in the air. Jordan,
he misblocked. Oh, and he looks head to the ceiling. He might have known he just made a mistake that could cost him this calling. Shoot your mouth off comes in. It's going to be 12 with the confidence. It's not going to be enough. The head is in the hands as he surveys the board and shakes his head, and perhaps the hero that no one believed in, the simple, bumbling Hulkster, is in the position to waltz his way into a Super Slam victory.
You have to feel so sorry for Jordan Jalbert Ross. His head is in his hands. You can tell this game means everything to this player. The stress is real. It's now important to keep your head on and try to find a way.
Block 7, take 5, down to 3. Didn't use the punching gloves. It would have potentially only put Sunny down to 1.
The final hand of cards drawn here from Jordan Jalbert Ross. We'll see a Tuffnut activation from Sunny Yang. Toughness token made. I believe that final card in hand is a... But no. Go to end. Go to end is the declaration here. Sunny understands where we are. There is 1 salvo of damage left from Jordan Jalbert Ross. All they need to do is survive.
All Tuffnut needs to do is tough it out. If Sunny can withstand this final offensive salvo from Jordan Jalbert Ross, then it will be your 2024 Canadian National Champion triumphing over your reigning champion, and it will be Tuffnut throwing that piece of bread and the little potion or whatever that is into his mouth, and a calling trophy to boot.
I have my eye on this copy of Up on a Pedestal in the hand here for Jordan Jalbert Ross. A powerful card.
I skipped to N already, right?
Capable of putting multiple attacks back on top of the deck.
Once again, you say, did I pass turn already? Yes, he's already drawn. It looks as though he was considering maybe wishing he had done something on Sunny Yang's end phase.
The Up on the Pedestal needs to be triggered twice. You want it on enter and on leave. And because Jordan didn't play it in the end step of Sunny Yang's turn, there is no way to guarantee both of those activations right now. Jordan Jalbert Ross going to have to reevaluate the situation with only 1 attack capable of being put back into the deck right now.
It's Tuffnut with the 3 intellect, but potentially Pleiades making the missteps. As we see, Jordan Jalbert Ross desperately try to find a line forward. Up on the pedestal, going to be played. 2 counters.
Full graveyard to work with. Revered or Guardian attack action can be placed on top. It's going to be dig in the selection here.
Placed on top, the only card left is up on the pedestal. Going to be enough. Act of Glory played down. It's to pitch away both cards in hand as once again the head, he just kind of shakes it.
Most Flesh and Blood players are never fortunate enough to find themselves in this position. Jordan Jalbert-Ross is a champion. They are a player of pedigree. They have been understood. They have been here before. They understand the highs and lows of these situations. Yep. They are doing their best to find every edge to stay in this game. And more importantly, you can see exactly how much it means. And if that isn't Flesh and Blood, I don't know what is.
Arden here considering the pitch. Not that it matters. Looks like he's actually not going to go ahead and resolve the up on the pedestal, losing that suspense counter. No, he is going to, at the end of turn, draw those final 3 cards, as Jordan has done such an incredible job of fighting his way back into this tournament. The early loss, first round on stream. He has fought, scratched, and clawed his way into a finals contention. It might just be a little too late.
The hand for Sunny Yang contains Jaws of Victory, a card that would be incredibly aptly named. If this turn can come together, it will be that no hero stands alone, pitched away to meet the 6 requirement of Buck Wild. We will see Buck Wild as the first attack of the turn with a Jaws of Victory, the perfectly named attack as the last remaining salvo of damage for Sunny Yang. 2 resources spent. Jaws of Victory will close the game, and we have a calling champion here in Montreal. Your 2024 Canadian national champion, it's Sunny Yang taking the trophy.
Tuffnut proving that just because he's got a little less intellect, he can compete with the best of them. Tuffnut is your Super Slam champion for all time, and Sunny Yang, master of the Super Slam limited format. What a match we just got to watch.
I think that was a masterpiece in more ways than I think many players will understand. The high-level Flesh and Blood we saw there is everything you want from a finals. The storylines heading in is everything you want from a finals. The drafts that led to this position, everything I wanted from a world premiere. The behavior of both players, the joy felt, the feelings understood, everything I want from Flesh and Blood.
Yeah, that was truly something special. All weekend, it's felt like there was just some magic in the air. And Tuffnut, the storyline, when we sat down on Thursday, we're like, all right, let's talk through the set. Tuffnut can't be playable, right? Like, how does that even work?
I want to go on the record as saying I was the only believer in Tuffnut. The Sunflower Samurai have taught me well.
You have said all weekend, literally all weekend, you've been saying, I believe in Tuffnut. Your belief is rewarded. Tuffnut, you're Super Slam champion. Show me the bracket. We got a lot of entries for the giveaway, but show me the bracket first. As we see Sunny Yang here taking it all down. The belief in Tuffnut rewarded. He toughed it out. He has the toughest nut of them all. He is your Super Slam champion, as well as Sunny Yang calling Montreal champ.
I want you to go back and look through this bracket in your off time. I assure you, there are several names here you already know. The ones you didn't, you will be seeing again. All 8 of these players have made a name for themselves this weekend. Some are on the World Tour leaderboard. Some are leading the charge from further afield. Some will be the next big name you find out about in Philadelphia. I have no doubts all 8 players, incredible games, incredible performances, diversity across the weekend. It is Sunny Yang, the chat's champion, who takes home the trophy this time.
Shout out Adam Kershaw, man. He's kind of the only person on here that doesn't have a big finish to his name, and this is his first. So shout out Adam, and of course, all of our competitors and your champion, Sunny Yang. What an incredible weekend this has been. I literally almost every single day, by the end of the day, I have that thing where your cheeks hurt from smiling. It has just been such a joy sharing the booth, not only with you and Ponkage, but with all of you at home, watching just some of the damn most fun games of Flesh and Blood I've gotten to watch in a long time. And there's no better way to celebrate than to give a box of Super Slam to you. Let's go ahead and see just who you are. Bill, the son of man, thank you so much for being such a good son to all of us. And as a reward for being such a good son, Billy, here's your Christmas present. Here's your Super Slam or whatever present you want. Your box of Super Slam. We will find a way to get in touch with you. I'm sure there'll be something popping up in the chat anytime soon, and that is how you will be able to receive your display of Super Slam. Thank you to everybody for hanging out with us in the chat. We've been having a great time giving things away all weekend long. And man, if you don't go to your pre-release next week, I don't know what you're doing, because this set is all I could have asked for.
I expect to see people there. I want to see people there. Pre-release is going to be spectacular for this set. Sam, I need to know.
Yeah.
We've had an incredible weekend, 3 whole days, high-level flesh and blood, emotional flesh and blood. I need a moment. What's the standout for you?
Dude,
I need a moment.
Are you kidding me?
Absolutely.
From the top rope? Concealed object, just absolutely taken down the first round of the game. That is one of my favorite moments I've gotten to watch on any event, any game of Flesh and Blood, either just watching for fun, playing, or getting to watch in coverage. Noah Beygelman, he a legend for that one. He a legend
Pretty
for that
stellar.
one.
I think that's a good pick.
What
Good
about you?
choice.
What about you?
Mine was, funnily enough, slightly off camera. We didn't quite get to see the reaction from Jason Rolfe at the end of their win-and-in game. Managed to successfully make the top 8. You could tell how much it meant. And of course, there's hometown talent for me. Jason's a friend. I want my friends to win more than I want to win. And so seeing the relief, the joy, and then that moment shared with their friends afterward, I mean, there's just nothing else better for me.
Incredible. Well, we have a calling and Super Slam champion right over there, ready to hop in the booth and tell you all just how good it feels and open that beautiful trophy. So don't go anywhere. We're going to hear from Sunny Yang and close out this Super Slam show right after this.
Where there were once hundreds, there is now only one. Home turf calling, first Canadian calling champion, Sunny Yang. How did you do it?
Skill difference, I guess. I would love to say, but honestly, I got really lucky in a lot of games this weekend. Everyone's playing with these cards for the first time. I had to learn pretty quick. At the World Premiere, I went 2-2, got my ass beat. But yeah, I tried to figure out how to play all the heroes, and I think I figured some things out for this weekend.
So walk us through the journey real quick. Where did we end up in Sealed on day 1, and what were the hero choices throughout day 2?
Yeah, so Sealed day 1, I played Pleiades. I had a pretty decent pool looking back on it now. I had 4 red auras and a yellow one and a blue one, which really important to Pleiades' game plan because I think without being able to go over the top with confidence, you're going to get fatigued in almost every matchup otherwise. So that's why I played in Sealed. Day 2, first draft, I drafted Tuffnut. Second draft was Kayo. And then lastly, just now, another Tuffnut.
So a really good variety all around. Have you found yourself with a hero preference for this format off the back of that?
No, I don't think so. But going into the event, I was a coward and I didn't want to play Lyeth because I was too scared of getting fatigued. So if there was, I wouldn't say there was a hero preference, but there was a hero not preference.
That works.
Yeah.
That works one way or the other, sure. Obviously, we have a lot of folks with us this weekend who are going to play this set for the first time at their pre-release next weekend. If you could distill everything down into one big tip that might not be immediately obvious for those players, what piece of advice would you give them for their pre-releases next week?
I think the biggest advice would be instead of trying to just keep trading like 3 for 7, block 2, 3 for 7, you need to find a way to sort of push damage over the top. I think something that found a lot of popularity at first is Tuffnut. And when you're just trading 3 for 7 like that, the value that he gets out of the toughness tokens just guarantees that he's going to win into the fatigue. So I think what every deck needs to figure out is a way to set up to be able to sort of go over the top of what you can typically block on a turn.
Sounds good to me. So if you're looking to win your pre-release next week, that's the way to do it, according to brand new calling champion Sunny Yang. We have some prizes to award you as a result. First of all, not sure if you've seen one of these before. Calling Champion Trophy, emblazoned with Montreal for you there. We'll pop it up for the camera real quick as well. That is yours. You may
Thank you.
Pop it out as you wish. Of course, that's not the most beloved thing for many folks. Golden foil Stonewall Gauntlet. This prize card now belongs to you, my friend.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
No, my pleasure. Is there anyone you'd like to shout out this weekend? Friends, family, support, teams, any of the like?
Yeah, for sure. First, I want to shout out the people that I came here with. They drove me here, and they've been waiting all day for me to lose in this event so we can finally go home. So I'm going to shout out Derry, Parthav, and you. I also like to shout out my girlfriend, Caitlin, for supporting me with playing this game and not getting upset at me that I spend more time on this game than with her. And then lastly, I'd like to shout out everyone that attended Aaron Shan's wedding this weekend so that this event could be super free.
Well, I didn't know that was coming, but I guess the likes of the Canadian community doing you one more favor over the course of Aaron Shan's wedding. I hope they had a lovely time at that wedding, of course.
Me too.
One way or the other. But no, congratulations once more, Sonny. Pleasure to have you here. Pleasure to see you become the first Canadian calling champion of all time, which is pretty stellar. Anything else you wanted to add for the folks at home this weekend?
No, I think that's everything.
Beautiful stuff. Okay. Well, we've had quite the weekend here in Montreal. I want to say a quick thank you real quick to the tournament organizers, to the judges, the team LSS, the production crew in general. It's been, frankly, fantastic to have you. And I hope it's not the last time that we find ourselves in your neck of the woods here in Canada. But until then, I've been Howling Minds. That's been Sam O'Byrne, Pankaj Bajwani. This has been Sammy Yang. You've been amazing. Take care of yourselves, folks. We'll see you again soon.